Now, if you kids think for 1 minute that I am going to sit here and listen to all of this gossip and this garbage about what kind of shirt I'm going to be wearing or what color the shirt might be, this is just feeding your appetite for conspiracy theories and fringe level information, and I have had it. Okay, so if you bet on the lavender, then you actually won for this once. But Daddy's here to say I am not taking this anymore. I have had it, and you are not in the right lane if you're listening to this crap. I mean, look at this title. Shape Power in the Pyramids. I mean, give me a frickin' break. You think that my son is going to go out there on camera and say anything worthwhile? You got another thing coming. He's just flapping his gums, prattling away on some conspiratorial, fringe science, alternative nonsense that has absolutely no bearing on our practical everyday lives, like how am I going to get from my house to the grocery store so I can have the meals to put food on the table for you kids, and all I get is a whole bunch of malarkey and a bunch of, I don't give a tin potter's damn about what you got to say, boy. You're just flapping your gums. And I have had it. All right. Woo! It's always good to start things off on Angry Daddy. Thoughts on the Tartaria theory? That is a company-based disinformation strategy. Never has been anything else. They're advertising the hell out of it, and it's just propaganda. Okay, well, thank you guys. Angry Daddy in lavender. If you can't handle that Daddy decides to wear a more feminine color that maybe has a little bit of, alternative viewpoint involved in this, the typical man is not going to come out and wear a lavender shirt. But you guys are always betting over which one you want to have, and I said, okay, fine. I'll just do something to change it up on you kids and make it so scary that you're like, oh my God, Daddy's wearing lavender. I hope he might not be in a good mood, because then we don't get to laugh today. Now, Daddy is in a good mood. I'm in a good mood. Thank you guys for being here. Woo! I got a little green shirt on underneath. We're going to blend the green colors of spring. Oh my God, you guys, with the lavender. It's been winter. The whole last week has been winter. But anyway, wow, Richard Whitney. We do love those $200 donations, so thank you for that. Woo, he's our guy. Richard Whitney is the go-to guy. Wouldn't miss your show for anything. Many thanks for your honesty, courage, and love. God bless you. Peace and light. Play your guitar, says Douglas L. I'm starting to get back into it. I've gotten my calluses up. I'm working on my strumming. I'm building technique. And I'm building like advanced strumming technique. One of the problems I was having is that I don't always hit the A string. I end up accidentally hitting the E string. So because I spent most of my time on guitar doing finger style, in which your hand is like this the whole time and you're playing with all 5 fingers. So to play strumming is something I really haven't done that much of, but it actually is what most of the songs on guitar require. So as a result, yeah, I will get you the guitar sooner or later. We're working up to it. I've got my calluses coming back. The problem with the guitar is it's like an addiction. You have to do it every day, or you immediately start losing the skill. And everything looks good here. The set looks good. I got my lamp over here. That's a new feature. It's got a nice little point of bright specularity on it today. It's just the way it was tilted. But anyway, thank you guys so much for being here. We're already at 1,800 viewers in less than 5 minutes. Woo! So again, I look great. I feel great. I'm happy to be here. We finally have a good day. I mean, my God, you guys, it's been... Take a moment to focus in the new light off of your left shoulder, says John Smetzer. Okay. Anyway, it's a great time because we are in the midst of finalizing this battle for humanity's future that most people have no idea is even happening. So imagine yourself getting dropped into this storyline just now. If you haven't already been watching this show, if you're new to this information, there's very, very significant changes coming our way. And superficially, it just looks like, okay, we're finally going to get justice. We're finally going to get these bad guys arrested. But that apparently, if you've been hearing my other shows, that's part of the story, but it's not the main story. The main story is what happens when we get this new truth dropped into our laps. It's so outrageous. It changes everything we thought we knew about life on Earth. We find out that these people have been actively trying to deceive us and that everything that they're doing is a big deception. The whole entire world is built around deception and lies and trickery and cruelty, and they just keep screwing with you, and nobody ever thinks anything bad is going to happen to them for doing it. They've all been in on it, and they're going to kill anybody that gets in the way. Kenneth Bates donated $200 as well. Thank you very much, Kenneth. That is incredible. Making music is the cheapest drug. David, do we have to travel to the pyramids to ascend? I hate traveling. No, the pyramids are just a symbol, but they're also a working technology. And so we're going to talk about both things. The idea that the pyramid created ascension, how would that actually happen? And then the idea that the arrests that we're now anticipating are going to occur. And believe me, if you haven't heard about this, it's going to shock you to the core. Because honestly, it's a lot more evil in the world than we thought there was. And it's happening now. Judy Booth says, God bless all. She donated. I could use some energy if you have any to spare. Love you, David. You make my Sunday special. Well, Judy, we are sending you lots of love and lots of energy. Everybody in the audience, I'm actually in a good mood. I get it. You're probably feeling like, okay, I've been watching David's show week after week, and we thought that as soon as the inauguration happened that they were going to start arresting people on day one. And yes, they said that, but they also said disinformation is necessary. So we know now that there's a set of files, let's just be very inspecific for reasons you can ascertain. There's files that are now being processed, 14,000 terabytes of data getting ready to be released in some form, and we're just waiting for them to do it as fast as they can, and we're kind of like Wile E. Coyote paddling in the air. But it is going to happen. I'm very, very confident about that. Nothing has changed my mind. Kaylin Robinson donated $50. Thank you very much. And there it is right there. Hey, David, I wish I could stay on for the live broadcast. Our crystal store is popping on a Sunday. Well, go ahead and push some crystals, man. Thank you for the $50. Wishing you a great show and sending you all lots of love from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Are you controlled opposition, says DJ DiCrenzo. No, absolutely not. I have been doing this work online consistently since 1996. I never sold out to special interests. I never started talking about Lucifer as the good guy. I never sold out. I've maintained my own. I don't even do advertising except for just the basic ads that you get. I could make a hell of a lot more money on this show if I pushed other people's products. So no, I mean, it's always, flattering in a way that people want to say that I do my job so well that I must be somehow compromised. But no, that's part of why the Alliance is supportive of what I do, because they've vetted me out and they know I'm the real deal. There is no hidden secret evil. There is no womanizing scandal that's going to come out later on. Oh my God, we didn't realize that David was actually like a pervert and he was sleeping with all these women at his conferences. It just didn't work out that way. I'm not that kind of a person. I knew going into this thing in 1996 that there is an enemy, that the enemy wants you to be destroyed by your own hand, that the greatest thing they could ever hope for is that you would be a womanizer or that you would rob somebody for hundreds of thousands of dollars, or that you commit unethical acts in some way that then disparage your character. That's what they want. That's the main objective, is to hope that that's going to happen to you. Oh, we had some more come in. Trent Malik. Thanks for all that you do, David. I've been following you since 2007. And then Roger Zabarik. Sorry. Donate. It's been still very, very dry here, you guys. Thanking you for being here for all of us again, he says. $20 donation right there. Those two. Okay. Russell Brand, yes, that's your set is so beautiful and calming, says Vicky Crew Fuller. Yeah, I put a lot of time into this and figuring out how to set everything up so it all looks good. Actually, the camera that I'm on right now, which is the kind of devastatingly extreme close-up, it's so close up that like my Oh, I can even see like, let's blend that in a little bit. Anyway, it's so close up that like my ears and hair are out of focus, my collar is out of focus, my face is in focus. We've got a 7-inch long lens just on this one camera alone. So that's what happens. You get this really amazing blur effect. But yes, thank you. I do pride myself on my set. The lights behind you are amazing. Your hair looks nice. I kept it a little bit less wild, a little bit more contained today. It is still curly, but I'm not doing like wild rock and roll curls this morning. Just felt like that. Did I say you look smashing? Now you guys are complimenting me on my wonderful appearance. Hey, you know what? You got to name it and claim it. You got to stand in your truth. You know what? I'm thin enough, I'm good enough, and God darn it, people like me. So there you go. And I'm sorry I had to start late, but I was out of the hard drive. This one filled up, so I had to put another hard drive in there and format it, and that's why we had to start late, is I'm like on camera waiting to go, and I was on time, and it's like, oh my God, I've got to do this hard drive. So, is Bill Gates you in a costume? No, I think I look a lot younger than he does. That's funny though, thank you. Even the insults, you got to thank the insults too, you know, just get into the vibe of everything. So yes, we're all, if you've been watching this show, then you know that I was briefed in 2009 by Pete Peterson, who supposedly worked at Area 51, supposedly was in touch with all these human extraterrestrials, and, you know, they're working with our military-industrial complex in underground and off-planet bases. There's an entirely separate reality that these guys are living and working in, where they're dealing with extraterrestrials in person. And these extraterrestrials apparently have been here the whole time. They predate humanity. They did build things like the pyramids. And Pete Peterson also told me that people in the Majestic program, this secret government program, were aware that there was a Luciferian cult. Still, my throat is very dry. There was actually Luciferians, and that they were headed by these reptilian extraterrestrial beings called the Draco, or the Saurians, or what was another one I heard? So many of them. Anyway, yeah, so this is a very real thing for people at that level. They've seen the bodies. They know what their craft look like. They know where they come from. These reptilians are coming from the star Rigel on the bottom side of the constellation Orion. If you go into the Rigel system, you're gonna be part of a reptilian barbecue in no time. You don't want to go over there if you have a spaceship. So this is a very interesting thing, because these people with all this classified knowledge and this classified technology decided we don't want the world to be controlled by these reptilians in the future. That's what they're trying to set up. But they have to begin the process by working through humans on Earth. They don't get to just show up. We have to give them our free will. So they made a very major bid to try to take over the world, and it began in 2020 with all the events that you've started to see. And if we had fallen for it, if we had done what the evil wanted, then the negative would have been allowed to take over our planet. And it would eventually lead to you openly interacting with these types of negative beings. So part of what they know about in the Area 51 community is that there are human ETs that are very positive. They call them the Intergalactic Sierra Club, or the a-hole hippies from outer space. A lot of the people in Majestic back in the day didn't like them, these human ETs. Why? Because they don't want these guys to have any fun. They don't want secrets. They don't want concealment. They don't want classified technology. The positive beings want everything out there in the open. They want us to have free energy. And it's really, really great. So again, I'm glad to be here today, and we're talking about this stuff. This is my bailiwick. What have these beings set up for us in the future? Well, there's positive and negative beings. We talked about the negative ones a little bit. We talked about Draco reptilians, but the positive ones actually want you to go through a human evolution. There's a spontaneous human evolution apparently getting ready to happen. And it's commonly called Ascension, and that's really the focal point of every show that I do, is talking about how this seems to be barreling down the road, and there are multiple prophecies, and they all say 2025. My own works, the Michael prophecy said that. The being at Roswell said they were going to come back in 2025. That was EB. And there's many, many other examples. We also are in a very interesting 144-year Hindu cycle right now called Prayag Mahakumbh Mela. It peaked on February 26th. The alliance is doing its thing, and it seems impossible in some ways to believe that, like, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that this year, with all the confusion and everything seems to be going too slow, it's like, my God, are we ever going to get these arrests or not? If you've been watching the show, it's like week after week I talk about this. Wait a minute, are they ever going to do it or not? Yeah, we're very, very close now. And the latest thing, the news has been pretty slow this week as far as like disclosure-oriented news that I would report on, but the tariffs were a very big thing. 36% tariff over here. I mean, so this is pushing everything right to the edge, and we'll get into that in the third section of the show. But anyway, you have to remember that I've met a number of insiders who had bona fide credentials, and many of them knew each other or would meet with each other, and they would figure out, okay, you know, once you sign this big classified document and you undergo your security clearance, and you get to 35 levels of need to know above the President of the United States, that's called cosmic top secret. At the cosmic level, you're openly interacting with extraterrestrial beings. Some of them include human-looking entities that look exactly like us. They don't have any differences. Their eyes aren't bigger. They have hair. They look like a normal 3D human being. And these, as it turns out, are more advanced than the ones that don't look as much like us, that might have larger eyes or different colored skin. Those beings with the larger heads, the larger eyes, not really grays, but just humans with larger heads and eyes, those typically would be fourth density, whereas a fifth density being or a sixth density being, in law of one terms, can project into our reality and look just like us. So ironically, the more similar the being looks to us, potentially the higher its level of evolution will be, because it's only showing us a form. It can project into any living form that it wants to. According to the law of one, which again is my spiritual source text, came through beginning in 1996 for me. It was originally channeled in 1981. I began reading it January 1996. Up until that point, I'd read like 500 books from the library on Bigfoot, Chupacabra, crop circles, ghosts, anything paranormal. I was just totally addicted to it. That's what I spent my time in college doing. I got a bachelor's in psychology and the equivalent of a PhD in UFOs. And I had a college professor who was a philosophy professor. And I said, if I ever wanted to actually go into the UFO field and make this like a living, how would I do that? And he told me, you know, just simply be the best at what you do. So that's taken me a long way now. I've gotten onto a whole bunch of episodes of Ancient Aliens, which plays almost every day on History Channel all over the world. It's an incredibly popular show, unlike almost anything else, and continues to have wonderful dividends. Everywhere I go, people are watching the show. They know who I am. They're excited to meet me. They smile. They want a picture. You know, that's very common, even where I live here in the middle of nowhere. But especially if I go to an airport or a city or anything like it. It doesn't even matter where in the world. I went on a crop circle trip. I'm inside crop circles. There's people going, oh my God, you're David Wilcock, da-da-da-da. Yeah. So for a long time, I grew my hair out. I thought that would disguise me a little bit. It kind of did. So going back to this haircut, yeah, everybody recognizes me from Ancient Aliens. And that's cool. You know, I'm very happy about that. And the research that I did in college, 500 books, then led up to the Law of One. And it's supposedly a channeled work, which I didn't think was very credible, except that this channeled work paid off all the 500 books I'd been reading and things that I thought I'd discovered that nobody else knew about in so many different ways, as I've said. So I do believe intuitively derived information can be highly credible. And the Law of One said that the pyramids were built by this sixth density extraterrestrial group who are so powerful that they can literally think the pyramids into existence, just like they think crop circles into existence. Their consciousness can create beautiful straight lines. And now we find out that there are tunnels built below the pyramids. And the Law of One says, hey, we built the pyramids, right? So that's what we're now seeing. And these tubes are significantly wide. They're 2,000 feet long. So when you look at this, all of a sudden this becomes, they don't really like this word, but I'll use it just once. It looks alien. This is the pyramid study that we just found recently shows that even all the way down 2,000 feet below the surface, that these tubes are actually entering into cubical rooms. And the tubes have a corkscrew spiral going down, as you can see here. And then the cubicle rooms themselves are like 80 meters tall. So if you were standing in there, it would be freaking massive. Bigger than a cathedral, just a gigantically huge open cubicle room. And as I said before, the Law of One says they use the tesseract to travel through time, and these cubes specifically look like a tesseract. This is a tesseract folding in on itself. That's just the basic design of the geometry. You got a cube on the outside, a cube on the inside, and it's like you can stretch the cube from the inside to the outside surface and vice versa. That's one of the really important things that you're noticing here, is the fact that this geometry can invert upon itself. So that's what we got down at the bottom. And again, the Law of One is telling us that the tesseract is the key to multiple dimensions. So we've now had this scientific study that uses a very large synthetic aperture radar so it can detect micro motion on the surface of the pyramid down to a 5-centimeter pixel. And this has allowed them to see inside the pyramid and below the surface. This is the one they wrote on the pyramid. It's a remote sensing journal, as you can see here. Synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography reveals details of undiscovered high-resolution internal structure of the Great Pyramid of Giza by Filippo Biondi and Corrado Malanga. So Biondi has now come out on public video, and he's defending his research because, again, it kind of hit the news and it kind of went away, and people are like, I don't know if I really believe this. When I first heard about it, I was like, dude, this is BS. But then I went and I actually read their study from 2022, which is really about, okay, what did they do with the pyramid? What did they find inside the pyramid? We've talked about this in previous shows. It perfectly validates the classic Edgar Cayce psychic readings on the Hall of Records. He said, the source said there would be a chamber of records of how Atlantis got started, and apparently it's holographic video type of stuff that you're going to see. Pete Peterson, incidentally, this is something I didn't tell you guys before. This is really, really sizzly stuff. From that inside Area 51 community, he told me this story. Apparently, a sarcophagus was discovered in Egypt that was sequestered away into a, warehouse like you might have right Patterson Air Force Base. And it had weird writing on the outside that they couldn't quite understand. Some of this writing is like Sanskrit. And anyway, eventually nobody could read it. Nobody could open the sarcophagus, but somebody in a Black Ops community figured out that you could telepathically interact with the sarcophagus, that it would respect you if you approached it with a certain open-minded, loving consciousness. And then this person started to have a telepathic interaction with the sarcophagus at some place like Area 51 or Hangar 18. And they put their hands on the sarcophagus, and then the sarcophagus coupled with their mind, and they could read the writing. It was like the writing turned into English. And then they had to intone what the writing said. They had to do a chant, and the coffin told them how to do this. And when they did that specific chant, the sarcophagus opened up, and it had like a toy box of really weird advanced technologies inside it, some of which use crystals. There is so much stuff that's been hidden from us, you guys, and that's the part that keeps me going on this quest. Why I come in here week after week is like, wow. That right there sounded like the Hall of Records story, but it's actually true according to Pete Peterson. They actually found this weird futuristic sarcophagus in Egypt They hid it away in a classified program. Somebody figured out how to open it up, and there were toys in there. And unfortunately, he didn't tell me what the toys could do, but we can imagine that they could do things like levitate stones, maybe even teleport you from one place to another. Maybe they have holographic video recorders and playback in there. It was an advanced society that does not, our technology right now does not come close to what the society was like. And the Law of One and the Casey readings said that the pyramids were built by something called Ra. They both agree on that. So the Casey readings, again, if you look at my facial similarity to Casey, it's very fascinating. It's indicative of possible reincarnation. We've talked about that before. And so, of course, if Casey is the guy that predicted there was going to be a Hall of Records and that we would discover this as we turn into this fifth root race, Casey has these prophecies of ascension. That's the real reason why the good guy ETs are here. That's the reason why they have a presence on our planet, why they've been building pyramids and ancient monuments, is that they have wanted us to reach this ascension for a long time. 25,000 years they've been planning for us to reach this moment of the year 2025, where we get activated into a new level of consciousness as a result of the veil of illusion being dropped on Earth. And now we find out, oh my God, this evil group has been working here the whole time, and they've been killing people to not be exposed, and they've been stealing our money, and they're involved in the most diabolical, outrageous criminal activity that just makes your toenails curl. It's so insane. Well, why did they build these pyramids in the first place? And we're going to find out why today. It turns out that the pyramids are an ascension technology. They're an extraterrestrial technology that's actually better than the technology that we're using now. There's more advancement in terms of this actually being something that creates ascension. Now, in the Law of One, this is a very important point I've made before. In the Law of One, ascension and healing are essentially put in the same box. Ascension is equivalent to healing. So healing the body is part of ascension. Let's get this hair. I want to get it nice and fluffy in front of my face like that. Yeah, how about that? Okay. So you're healing the body and you're healing the spirit. So it's about all levels. The prophecies tell us we're going to upgrade into a new type of human. So the pyramid, the Great Pyramid, which has these tunnels underneath, was designed as an ascension chamber. Well, how in the world does the pyramid take an ordinary human being and create ascension for them? That's what we're going to get into today. This is part 3 of our Hall of Records series, Shape Power in the Great Pyramid. Or Shape Power in the Pyramids, I think is what I called it. So let's dig into the historical implications, okay? I want to begin today with Dr. Nikolai Kozyrev, and he was the founder of a whole new branch of science that you're going to learn about that has to do with the pyramids. He was a promising young Russian space scientist in the 1940s, but unfortunately, Joseph Stalin put him and many other scientists in concentration camps. He did not want anybody to stand up to the fascism. And people that could think, he doesn't like you. He wants you to be dumb and happy. So scientists, get rid of them. All the scientists were put in concentration camps. Not all, but many of them. And he spent over 10 years in the concentration camp. At some point, he saw bacteria, and it was growing in a spiral shape. This was growing on something in the concentration camp. And this caused him to have a spiritual revelation where he believed that the spiral was some sort of hidden energy field that powered time itself and also consciousness and gravity ultimately. He called it a torsion field. And he eventually figured out that these fields could extend throughout all matter and energy in the universe, not just biology. So after he got out in the 1950s, he began performing research. Now, wait a minute, David, you're saying a lot of stuff and it's really fast. And oh, we got some donations. We got Martha S. donated $1.99. We're happy for anything. Thank you, Martha. We have Greg Theroux, and we got Shelley Dean. And then we have Robert K. says, hi, David, sorry I'm late. We're already at, wow, 3,721 people. So yeah, this is probably one of the most exciting shows I've ever done. This whole Hall of Records series is very exciting. What do you mean he thought there was waves of time? What the hell is a wave of time? Just chill, because it takes a while to really understand the torsion field. It's essentially what Kozyrev's research eventually determined was that the torsion field is the spin of gravity. And Einstein tried to solve the whole universe with electromagnetic energy, with photons of light. In Kozyrev's model, it's a gravitational spin force. And gravity is ultimately going to be powering matter and time. So if you turn off the gravity that's pushing us down onto the Earth, because gravity is energy flowing into the Earth, that's what we're going to learn. It flows into the Earth and it flows into every atom equally. So when it goes into a pyramid, and I have this obelisk here, all of the gravitational energy, all of the energy that makes these atoms, which is really the same as gravity, it's flowing into each individual atom, but it also behaves as a singular unit. So when you have a shape, there is a power in the shape. The shape itself has power that can then create these waves of time. So literally off the top of this, you're going to get slight alterations in how fast a watch will run. Because if you concentrate this energy in something like this, it's going to cause time to flow a little bit differently. That was part of the Kozyrev thing. And honestly, that's the most annoying part of the Kozyrev study is like, well, how do you conceptualize that time is powered locally at different speeds? That, wait a minute, I could create this kind of a pyramid-like spin with mechanical energy in a local area, and I can change time. If you shield gravity, you shield time, as it turns out. So we're going to get into that, and more of that is going to be coming up next week. We're not going to get too much into the time stuff this week, but I want to set your appetite so that if we're going to go into this next Sunday, which we probably will, that we're going to talk about that again. So the pyramid or obelisk shape is harnessing this fluid-like energy in the universe that we think of as gravity right now. We don't realize that it behaves like a superfluid, and that as it flows into an object that it's creating, it actually creates a spiral of this energy. And when you can get it spiraling, you're going to affect the flow of time, and you're going to have interesting healing powers, healing effects start to occur. We're going to get all into that stuff, okay? So let's see now. Okay, over here, and then we're going to get back into the slide because this is just so exciting. So it started out, again, the first thing that happened was that he said, wait a minute, how could bacteria naturally be growing into a spiral? They should just be able to sit there and do nothing. They should just be a blob of slime. Why would it be in a spiral? But he had already been meditating on the idea that time might travel in a spiraling shape because it's sort of like the frame dragging. You got the Earth revolving on its own axis. It's going around the sun is going around the galaxy. We're not just moving in an elliptical orbit. That elliptical orbit of the Earth is corkscrewing through space, and everything is in motion that's a corkscrew spiral. Now, the law of one actually talks about this and says, yes, this is the source of life, and they call it the upward spiraling line of light. Kozyrev called it the torsion field, and the first time he saw the upward spiraling line of light was, again, in this slimy bacteria that was growing. And so let's just start to talk about what he actually discovered, because this is very weird and very interesting. He used pendulums and gyroscopes to build detectors of these fields, and it really did work. Over 40,000 papers have been written on this stuff. You hang them off of a line like a fishing line, and then you vibrate the top of the line, whether it's a pendulum or a gyroscope, and for some reason they become very sensitive to the slightest little motions, and they can capture this gravitational spin. So in other words, gravity always has this spin in it. There's always these spin fields going around us. And if you create a very, very fine vibrational environment, you vibrate the top of the gyroscope string while the gyroscope is running, for some reason it becomes receptive to where very minute charges of spin in an otherwise invisible gravitational medium, you can pick up gravitational spin. You can pick it up with a pendulum. You can pick it up with a gyroscope if you do it right. They're very subtle currents, but they do have gravitational force. There is a push on that force that's making something spin, which originally he saw, again, in this spiraling bacteria growth. So he figured out, yeah, I can capture the spin of gravity By letting them become still in an airless environment, you vibrate the top, and then when you generate a torsion field, and I'll tell you in a minute how to do that, then the thing actually moves. So this is your basic idea of a balance beam or pendulum sitting there, and then you got to imagine that the top of the string is being vibrated. Here's your typical gyroscope. Again, it's very, very sensitive. You want to get it to where it's completely motionless. It's motorized, powered on its own, and then you vibrate the top of the string. So what were the sources of torsion fields that would cause these things to move? Well, you could break a physical object. You could smash something, and apparently as a physical object breaks, it releases this sort of ripple. So the idea that you want to visualize is we're inside this fluid-like sea of gravitational energy. Even though it's moving down, which causes gravity, 10 meters per second squared, we're in a sea of gravity, and it's fluid-like. And so if you clap your hands, the clap is going to move through the sea of liquid, and it's going to create a torsion field. If you break something, you create a torsion field. It's literally, when you want to think of a torsion field, you're just thinking of, okay, I've got a liquid-like motion in this hidden sea of energy. There's a wave going through the sea, and Kozyrev figured out how to detect these waves. And again, they had effects on time. They would change the rate of time in a subtle but measurable way. So one of the ways you can do it is to deform or break a physical object. You get a ripple in the sea. You can blow air onto an obstacle. That creates a ripple in the water. The hourglass, just as the sand is falling in the hourglass, you're getting ripples in this hidden ocean around us. If something is absorbing light, it creates these ripples. You can get it from friction. You can get it from burning. You can get it by heating or cooling an object. Okay, all of these things created these measurable waves that he could detect. Phase transitions, frozen stuff to liquid stuff, liquid to vapor, etc., that would do it. If you dissolve or mix substances together, chemical changes will create torsion fields. If plants are dying, he called it they're fading away. As the plant dies, it gives off a field that you can measure with your pendulum, or non-light radiation from astronomical objects. So this is where his research was for the first number of years. And then one day he was reading The Temptation of Faust in his lab, and this was his, pun intended, pivotal moment. Because at the moment that Kozyrev was reading the story of this demon Mephistopheles tempting Faust, and he was having an emotional reaction because he lived in a concentration camp. He knows what that bargain with the devil feels like. You know, what would you be willing to do to get out of here? What would you be willing to do to escape the concentration camp? Would you make this deal? You know, do you hate it so much? He was there for 10 frickin' years. Do you hate it so much that you're willing to lower your ethical standards to get out? Well, at that moment that he's reading the part where Faust accepts the temptation of Mephistopheles, he has this emotional surge from 10 years of PTSD in the concentration camp. He has this huge emotional surge, and then all of a sudden this pendulum that was balanced out, and it's just sitting there detecting torsion fields, all of a sudden the pendulum pointed towards him. So this again was his pivotal moment. Michael Larson just donated, and he said, do you think the Galactic Federation is helping to prepare Ascension for us? Yes, absolutely. The pyramids are an Ascension technology. That's what today's episode is all about. And I want you to hear, we got to start with Kozyrev. You got to begin there. So again, why this is so important, you guys, is that we didn't realize that consciousness created waves that effectuate action at a distance. That's what this is. He has an emotional reaction. The only thing that changed was his mind. And his mind created a measurable torsion field that up until then had just been from friction, burning, mixing things, dissolving things, breaking things, shaking a weight up and down. If you shake the weight up and down, you're jiggling this fluid that we're in. Imagine you're inside an aquarium. You're creating a wave, and then over here he can detect it. Wait a minute. He detected a wave from the mind? Yes. That has enormous repercussions because right now our conventional science does not recognize consciousness propagating outside the physical body as a wave, that different thoughts are actually broadcasting out into our reality and that you can measure them. But that's what he was doing. So then he had to add sudden changes in human consciousness as another source of torsion fields. Later he found that you could even move your own head, and just moving your head up and down would create a torsion field. But again, the main point is these are the sources of the mind. Consciousness itself may actually be a torsion field phenomenon. So then we're going to ask, okay, what did he do in the lab? Because there's 40,000 papers written on this, by the way. It's unbelievable. He found that you could get changes in an electronic resistor, especially if it was made out of tungsten. And so the tungsten is very, very sensitive to these torsion fields, which is fascinating to me because I now live on a mountaintop where there's tungsten mines on my property. There's tons and tons of tungsten right underneath where I am here. The tungsten is particularly sensitive to it will actually change its resistance, its electrical resistance in the presence of these torsion fields. And that's actually why a lot of times psychic people can end up causing things to happen with light bulbs. They can blow light bulbs or they can make light bulbs flicker. The tungsten is very sensitive to your mind. So if you have somebody who's an untrained psychic and they get all upset, you might see flickering in the lights. And there was a lady who I talked about this a couple years ago. One of the local shops around here, they had these lights on a string. And I was talking to this woman about fascinating things. And as I was talking to her, the lights were fluctuating directly in alignment with things I was saying. And then she says, David, are you flickering those lights yourself? Why are the lights flickering along with what you're saying? And I just joked and I said, well, I'm doing magic now. And I mean positive. You know, there's the law of one defines magic as deliberate alterations in your state of consciousness that lead to results in terms of like magical things happening in the world caused by your consciousness. Yes. Right now, we're very weak. Before we get to ascend, our consciousness is very weak in terms of creating so-called magical things, action at a distance done by the mind, which can be done for good. There is definitely positive magic. It's not simply something evil. Most religions, however, don't want you to activate any type of magical ability. They want you to just sit there and believe. They don't want you to have this consciousness about the limitless potential of reality. So again, the tungsten bulbs, in that case, I'm sitting there, I'm standing with her, I say, well, yeah, I'm doing magic now. And right as I said that, the bulb just all the bulbs on the string got really, really bright. And it freaked them out. Everybody kind of got freaked out when that happened. But I think it was the woman who was actually doing it, because normally I don't have that kind of an effect on lights, but different psychics will get different abilities, and she seemed to have attuned to the tungsten of those light filters. So this is, again, and that's my own story about the torsion field detector. The tungsten filaments totally changed when she had this surge, and I said, I'm doing magic. We have the thermometers with mercury in them. You'll actually get a difference in the mercury level, even though the room has not changed in temperature. That's a really strange one. The mercury will definitely change. If you have a vibrating quartz crystal and you don't shield the quartz crystal, one of the fascinating things about a quartz watch, right, as you may know, you run electrical current through the quartz and it vibrates, and that's how your digital watch usually works. Well, they have to shield that inside aluminum, and if you don't shield the crystal and you leave it open to torsion fields, it will change in its fluctuating speed. It's not supposed to. So you can actually detect torsion fields with a crystal oscillator if you don't shield it. Thermocouples, which is, again, sort of like a resistor type of thing, its electrical conductivity will change. It also will affect the viscosity of water. It'll make the water, if you get more torsion fields, the water will be less viscous. It'll flow more easily. The amount of electronic work in a photoelectric cell, the reaction rates of chemical compounds, including the BZ or Belazov-Zhabotinsky effect. We could do a whole thing on that. We're not going to right now. and how much bacteria and plants actually grow. Wait a minute. Yes. The way that Nikolai Kozyrev got started in the first place was he was following up on research that had already been published before he went to the concentration camp by Dr. Alexander Gurevich. So imagine now, I'll use two props here. Imagine now that this is an onion, okay? And then you take another onion and you take the growing tip of the other onion and you aim it at the side of this onion over here. You're going to get this bulge of growth where this bulge will grow on the side of the onion. You can do this at home. Russians have replicated this countless times. You take the growing tip of one onion, you put it against the side of another onion, and you get this weird growth after several days where what appears to be happening is that the onion has energy shooting out the tip that makes it break through the soil and grow, and it's feeding that growth. So the growth-feeding energy coming out of the onion will feed growth over here on the side. That was actually the research that inspired Kozyrev in the first place to get going. And then he said, well, maybe it's a spiraling wave. Then he saw the bacteria in the spiral in the concentration camp. And so all of these different things actually can be measured. These supposedly invisible fluid-like spin currents in gravity. If gravity is a liquid, then these are the spin currents. Well, okay, the next question, could you shield these? Is there any way to block them? Because they do apparently pass right through brick walls, and that's a fascinating thing. He found out that yes, you can shield them with PVC plastic, and you can shield them with aluminum metal. And this is very interesting because originally, the tinfoil hat was a thing. In the 1950s, alleged ET contactees, one of them apparently told somebody, that wearing the tinfoil hat will help you in some way, protect you against harmful things. Well, sure enough, now we find out that if you did make a tinfoil hat, maybe it would help you. I'm not saying you should do it. I've had people hand me tinfoil hats. I've worn them for photographs. I don't even care. UFO conferences, you get everything. But anyway, there's a right and a wrong way to do it. I don't think the tinfoil hat's really going to help you that much because you need to have your whole body shielded. And ultimately, the best shield against these fields is your own consciousness. If you have a loving Christ consciousness, you're not going to be negatively affected. But you can also build a box that will shield you from torsion fields. So PVC, aluminum works, and then other metals will absorb and deflect torsion waves as well. So remember that he said that when he generates torsion waves, that he gets these differences in the growth rate. Just like I said, when the onion is pointing at the side over here, it's going to cause a growth over here. Well, that becomes the main point. The main point is if you can harness these torsion fields, if you can find a way to capture them and concentrate them into one spot, you get benefits of the distortions of space and time, because again, it's waves of time, so you get these psychedelic consciousness effects, and apparently you get healing effects. So this led to the development of something called Kozyrev's mirror. Now, what the hell is that? This was essentially the big working technology that Kozyrev's research came up with. So what you're seeing right here, I'm going to let you look at it a little bit more from the side. You see how it's an aluminum tube, and again, aluminum is very important because it'll shield the fields and concentrate them. You've got a mattress inside the tube, and again, all they did here, as you can tell, is they got a sheet of aluminum and they literally duct taped it together on one side. You can see where the tape is. Okay, that's all this thing is. You get a big sheet of aluminum, you tape it together, you put a bed inside of it, and you put it on some kind of a mattress, and then that's what it looks like from the side. You can see it's just got a simple steel construction to hold it. I mean, you'd need somebody who could do some machine shop work here. And probably, if you could fasten them together, not just with tape to get the tunnel, that would be great. But again, the whole point here is, you see there's a computer over there on the left. You lie down inside the tube. And even the Google AI assistant, I did that this morning, this is what it has to say. Kozyrev's mirrors, named after Russian scientist Dr. Nikolai Kozyrev, are a concept suggesting that mirrors can manipulate time and space. potentially creating time density gradients and altering consciousness. Now, they never mention the healing power. That's never mentioned, although it's a major part of the papers, that this is supposed to give you all these healing benefits. Okay, here's more of a detailed look. Origin. Concept is rooted in theories of Dr. Nikolai Kozyrev, Russian scientist exploring time and space. Alleged function. Proponents claim that Kozyrev mirrors, often constructed with spiraled aluminum tubing, can reflect torsion fields, a type of energy field, back into a subject, potentially amplifying the effects, which is healing, and altering consciousness. Time density gradient. Whoa! The mirrors are said to generate a time density gradient, a disruption in the normal flow of time and space, leading to various phenomena, including alterations in your perception. Sign me up for that. Alterations in your weight. As long as I'm getting thinner and not fatter, I think that'd be fine. Temperature and even chemical composition. Remember, temperature was the thermometer is one of the ways to measure this. Oh, Larry Schmidt just... I was so funny that you said this, Larry. He donated $33.33, and he says, the greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing us it was God. Ascension time. I was just thinking about that quote from Winston Churchill, and he said, the devil's great power is convincing mankind, humankind now we should say, the devil's great power is convincing humankind that it does not exist. Okay? So it turns out that churches, as we were saying in the Law of One, quotes that we read the last two shows, churches, teepees, cathedrals, stone caves, standing stone circles, pyramids, they all capture this fluid-like energy. They're funneling it like this. The fluid-like energy is flowing into every atom, and it observes a unity of all the atoms together as a solid. So if you have a shape that's in a funnel, then you're going to get this spiraling current, and inside you're going to get distortions in time and space, which ultimately in the Great Pyramid, in the King's Chamber sarcophagus, was the Ascension machine. If you concentrate torsion fields together, it speeds up the vibrations, it speeds up your DNA, you get DNA healing, you get these incredible, incredible effects. So here is it saying, the mirrors generate a time density gradient, which generates phenomena including alterations in perception, weight, temperature, and chemicals. Reported phenomena, some reports suggest that Kozyrev's mirrors lead to heightened intuition, it will enhance your psychic abilities, and even gives you the ability to perceive distant or future events. Woo! Then, of course, they go on to say, oh, this has all been debunked and none of it is real. So if you make one of these and you sleep in there for a while or just lie down in there, you're going to get healing effects. You're going to start tripping out. And if you even want to do it in the most dirt cheap, dirt simple way, you just get a few, plywood boards, you throw them on the ground, you get these garden stakes, and you just get a nice long sheet of aluminum, and you can curl it up like this, and then you go and you sit down on a chair in the middle of that thing. And it says right here that the torsion mirrors reveal higher dimensional experiences if you're enclosed in them, installed in such a way to create a closed space where there is a weakening of the magnetic field of the Earth, which is it's more than that. They're not really getting the science of torsion fields. Kozyrev devised reproducible experiments proving the existence of a torsion energy field beyond electromagnetism and gravity, traveling much faster than light. He called it the flow of time. Others, including Einstein, called it ether, zero-point energy, which is the name that was given by Dr. Ken Shoulders, who built the hover car technology we're going to be doing. Within this flow of time, past, present, and future all exist at the same time and in every place. Kind of. I mean, this isn't entirely, I don't know if I entirely agree with that, but yes, at one level of time, everything exists at once for sure. But it can also change the rate of your clocks or something like that. That's important too. This discovery sets the stage for all psychic phenomena to be scientifically explainable and unveils that our planet's electromagnetic field is actually the veil that filters time and space down to our everyday Newtonian reality, enabling us to have our human experience of linear time. Yes, the whole reason why we experience linear time is because of the flow of gravity here on Earth in our local space-time metric. And so when you start concentrating these torsion fields inside the mirror, you're going to get these alterations of space and time. You're going to get healing effects. And ultimately, it will help you with your ascension. It will speed up your ascension. just like what you're supposed to have in the pyramid. So here it is right here. Let's go back again and look at the original photo of the Kozyrev mirror. And what are you seeing here, you guys? You're seeing that this is, in fact, a tunnel. And there are tunnels under the pyramid. So this time harnessing, torsion field harnessing, consciousness harnessing function can be delivered by tunnels. Why wouldn't you want to build tunnels under the pyramids? It's going to enhance the effect, just like the Law of One said, upward spiraling line of light. And now you're shooting it through this tube up into the top of the pyramid, or you could build one of these. If you sit in there for an hour a day, man, your life is going to start changing. There's no question. So now we got to talk about Dr. Viktor Grebennikov, because he independently discovered the same power of just bundles of tunnels, that tunnels do really weird things. Okay, and there's tunnels under the pyramids, so Grebennikov is the next piece of the puzzle, completely independent from Nikolai Kozyrev. So here he is, and he's an insect scientist, actually. Entomologist is what that's called. So he's a renowned Russian entomologist. He discovered what they call the cavity structural effect, or the simple name for it is shape power, the effect of cavitational structure. The cavity in this case is a tube. So when you build that tube, you get a consciousness effect. And in his case, he discovered it off of honeycombs, but it's the same thing as Kozyrev's mirror, okay? Certain shapes harness torsion fields with all their expected effects. And again, he first recognized this phenomenon from studying honeybees. So his book was heavily edited. This is the original, it was 500 pages. They cut 300 pages out of the book. The Russian government did. It became classified science. But he was on this particular sand dune looking out at the ocean. And if you look on the side there, there's all these black marks. That's beehives. There's mud bees that crawl in there. They make hives out of mud. And he fell asleep on top of this, okay? And then he began feeling very strange sensations. This included dizziness, headaches, heat, tingling, and nausea, which is, again, what happens when you get zapped with torsion fields. The sensations disappeared when he left the area above the hive. Whoa, that's crazy. So it's only above this hive, only above these beehives, where he gets dizzy, headaches, he has time and space distortions, and he brought the samples back to his lab to study and try to figure out what the heck is going on here. So this is what we actually see. And if you sleep on enough of these, you start to get massive time distortions. Again, it alters the flow of time. So right here, what he started to notice was that if you are sensitive enough and you tune in, you close your eyes, and you hold your hand like this and you move it over a bucket, he's just got a bowl full of these beehives that he was pulling out of the sand. You can feel some type of warm, tingly energy over the hives. And then he noticed that the bees would actually try to fly through a brick wall at the end of the night. If there was a beehive in the house, the bees would sense the hive through the brick wall, and they'd try to ram into the brick wall because they know the hive is there, because they're tuning into these waves. They actually feel the waves coming off of these cylinders inside the beehive. And so get this. Here he has, yes, that's right, a bundle of tubes, and he found that this effect would exist. You can feel it with your hands. He learned how to detect it in different ways. He used a piece of charcoal. You could get seeds to grow differently. If you put these fields on them, what you see in the top dish is what happens if you don't hit the seeds with the waves, how much they germinate. And then on the bottom is what happens if you do hit them with the waves. So he got massive germination effects in the seeds, and the actual growing points would grow away from the energy that you create just by a bundle of tubes. So you see those white arrows down on the bottom right? You see how they're kind of squiggly? That's the direction of the torsion fields that he's generating just with a bundle of tubes. And then you see how the seeds are growing away from that source. Once again, over here on the left is the normal seeds that are grown into grass, and that's what happens if you don't zap it. Then over on the right, by zapping it with these waves, he got expanded growth. So he rediscovered the same thing Kozyrev did. And this is very fascinating because if you don't want to take the time to build Kozyrev's mirror, if you don't have the time or the money or the energy, you could actually just create a chair and then have either egg cartons or beehives over the chair, and you'll get the same effect. Your back will start to hurt less. You'll start to feel this happiness. You're actually going to, it will apparently alleviate mental illness. It will alleviate pain in the body. Your pain will start going away. So people would sit under this thing when they want to have pain relief. And again, all that's up there is tunnels. So think about the pyramid tunnels. This is the same exact idea. You build the tunnels under the pyramid. You're going to strengthen its effect. This, again, is a chair with the beehives over it. He found that he could take a piece of drawing charcoal, the same charcoal that he used to make his illustrations, and that you could hold it in front of a flower. And then notice that the flower has a conical shape, and that the conical shape of the flower is in fact similar to the shape of an obelisk, right? If you look at it from, we're going to tilt it in the way that it's tilted in the image here, okay, the flower is actually generating a field so that when he takes this, he claims that once you train yourself psychically, that you can hold a little thin piece of charcoal in your hand, and you wave it over in front of the flower like this, and as you're in the shape power that the flower is making, the charcoal will actually get sticky, and it will want to point into the flower. So that was one of his original discoveries, that charcoal actually, for whatever reason, the burned material is very sensitive to these torsion fields. Then he actually found, similar to the idea that Kozyrev was doing it with a balance beam or a pendulum, and he'd vibrate the top. It turns out that all you need is a piece of charcoal, a piece of burnt charcoal, and then you attach a spider web to it. And then you put the spider web onto a pencil, and you put the pencil inside a glass jar. And apparently it's better if you put a little bit of water at the bottom. But then what happens is, here once again, he's using this beehive, which is just a bundle of tunnels, just like the tunnels under the pyramid. And those tunnels are creating this flow current that didn't exist before. It's like the pyramid. It's a flow current of torsion fields, and it will actually make the needle move. The needle will point in the direction of where the torsion fields are coming from. And this is one that I actually replicated. I actually got a Russian torsion field device. It supposedly generated torsion fields. I made one of these charcoal setups inside the glass jar with the spider web on the pencil. Sure enough, if I turned on the torsion field generator and I aimed it at the thing, there's no wind in the room, the jar is covered on top with a piece of cardboard that you run things through, if you want to do it that way. My God, the needle would point directly in the direction of the torsion field. You can do this. You can do this with a bundle of straws, even a library of books, actually. If you like being next to a book stack, well, it's because all the books have these pages. We'll get into that one a little bit later. But anyway, this is the insect wings that he found that were from this June bug called elytra. And you'll notice right here that he's showing you that he got about a 10-minute time slip between one versus the other in terms of he's generating torsion fields. That's all you need to know about these dishes right now. We'll go back to this one next week because, again, we're not going to get too much into the time stuff. But here's another thing, okay? You can either do it with individual pieces of cardboard or paper. You just fold the paper, you pleat fold it like this, and then you create this spiraling pattern. You're going to get these torsion fields that actually have measurable effects. And one of the ways he does it, again, is with a huge set of egg cartons. These are like, I don't know how many eggs are in each one, but you get a whole stack of these, and then you put them above you in a chair, and you're going to get that healing power. So this is really, really cool stuff. Here it is coming out of a book. Imagine what happens if you have a stack of books. We had a donation come in, Roger Zubarik. Yeah, so you're jumping a little bit ahead, but he's a great donor. He says, will this reverse aging, reverse arthritis, similar to the Russian scientist who's building pyramids? Yes, you're jumping ahead, but let me get to that in my own way because we're setting it up beautifully right now. Okay. Thank you, Roger. We really appreciate your help, man. I really do. He's awesome. You can also do it, this is the charcoal on inside a jar thing again, except that now you just have the spider web on the bottom and you're using film. Ordinary 35 millimeter film, you just stretch it out into a cone and it starts generating torsion fields. And if you put a number of these cones of 35 millimeter film around the jar, then you can actually get the needle to just keep on spinning. It's like a perpetual motion machine. Torsion actually does generate motion, and the West says, oh, well, it's just Russian science. Whatever, we don't care about the Russians. Dude, what? This was independently discovered by Grebennikov. So this was an older device that somebody had discovered. It's the same principle. It apparently alleviates headaches, and Roger is right, reverse aging, reversing, creating healing is what this is all about. Even the Jewish idea of the tefillin, they wear that on their head, and it's got a folded up scripture inside. That's shape power. You take those pleat folds, and you're enhancing your pineal gland. This was something that, he saw in Egyptian diagrams, and he believes that if you build one of these, you can harness this effect. And you get it also out of a pyramid. Your little piece of charcoal, if you start experimenting with flowers, you will learn, if you do this, you will learn how to make it work. You can hold your charcoal over the middle of the hole of a pyramid like this, and you'll get it to feel sticky as it's going over that hole. Another experiment he recommends you try is that you can get an ordinary wireframe pyramid that you're hanging on a string to start spinning just by holding your hands like this. You want to specifically imagine that you're wrapping your hands around a tube, like about a 5-inch wide tube. And especially if you hold it in front of your heart, this actually creates your own torsion field antenna, and he believes that the pyramid will spin. Now, I've never actually tried that one. You might want to try it at home. Apparently all these things really work. So then he discovered that just by building that pyramid, that there is some type of known energy that he can feel and measure inside. Hence, fire in the middle, pyramid, fire in the middle. So this is him diagramming the actual energy fields of the pyramid. So again, the guy found out the main thing that he started with was honeycombs, or big bundles of tubes, and then he found the same power in the pyramid as in the tubes, and now we find out, because the Great Pyramid is using both technologies. You can get the same effect from having ears of grain, in this case wheat, inside a conical tube. This will also generate torsion fields that will move your little piece of charcoal. So he called this the cavity structural effect, and again, we're calling it shape power. That's what many other Russians called it. So again, it's the same thing. It's the long tubes, the tubes coming off of the flower in this case, and this all this stuff feeds into our geometric model of the cosmos. This was an animation that we originally commissioned for my show. It's not entirely visibly accurate, okay, but it just shows you the interplay of different. This is the cube we're looking at. That's the octahedron, and now we're going to go back to the cube again with the octahedron inside. Star tetrahedrons you're seeing right there. That's the icosahedron, the dodecahedron right there. 5-sided pentagonal faces. Okay, this was a very helpful illustration to indicate what really is behind the physics of these torsion fields. In other words, the torsion fields are actually creating that geometry, and that geometry is the basis of consciousness and the basis of matter. It's the spiraling lines of light make geometry. So if that part of Grebennikov's work wasn't crazy enough, I'm going to tease what we'll talk about next week. Oops, Catherine Hunt. Science shows are my favorite. We love you, David. Thank you, Catherine. And we're now at 4,500 people watching at 1 hour in and 9 minutes. That's incredible. So it gets even crazier. And I'm just going to tell you a little bit about this right now. No one told Mother Nature that anti-gravity is impossible. And Grebennikov created an anti-gravity platform. So apparently this is what happened. So this is what it actually looks like. Oh, we had another donation come in. Jim Garrigus, a long-term supporter. Thanks, David. Very interesting as always. I could use some healing power right now. Well, again, these devices like the tunnels or the pyramids or beehives, they harness energy that's already around us in the universe but they can concentrate and enhance that energy in one spot. And that's really the key, is that the energy is also being enhanced by our position in the galaxy and our position around a star that we're orbiting in 25,000 years. As we get close to the closest point to that star, this energy goes up, and we don't need torsion fields anymore. We don't need a Kozyrev's mirror. We don't need beehives. We don't need pyramids. The whole planet is going through this change. The whole planet is going to create healing energy, but you don't get the healing unless you deal with the loving consciousness, the emotional part. The universe is trying to push us into a more loving consciousness. That's one of the main teachings of this material. But again, Kozyrev actually discovered anti-gravity in the wings of a particular beetle, like a June bug. And you've wondered, like, sometimes you look at these funny bugs and you're like, man, how the hell could that bug even fly? The first thing the little guy does is he pops these wing casings up, and those are the hard ones that are usually a black color. So if you have a big old June bug and you're like, man, how the hell can this thing fly? The first thing when he's going to fly is that there's these protective wing casings that cover over his back and his wings, and they pop up like this, and they stay up in the air, and then the wings are underneath it, and they're much thinner, and they're not made of that dense black chitin material. They're made of a see-through, translucent, much lighter material. Kozyrev discovered that the wing casings are creating anti-gravity. That's how these bugs are able to fly, is they're using anti-gravity, which is amazing. Whoops, we had another huge donation. This is Tim Plebiak, donated $140. Hi, David, your work on wisdom teachings, season 21 on the pyramids is exceptional. Well, that's exactly what we're getting into now. I believe the columns and coils under the pyramids act as a mega amplifier. You're right. I feel as if they were so powerful, they not only help the Earth, but our entire solar system. I would agree. And then Sonia also donated $10. Pet Ventures says, Kozyrev mirrors enhance your psychic ability, especially when the solar wind stimulates Earth's magnetic field. Absolutely. So this is a very, very exciting thing, because not only was he discovering the shape power that's so essential, he was discovering the power of anti-gravity. So importantly, this particular website, this is an Italian website, Esploratori PK, and then you see right below that, it says Grebennikov on the left. VSG number 6, Lienceto, July 20th, 2011, Grebennikov. And what we're going to see is, riporto alcuni filmati pubblicati. I'm probably ruining the print. Anyway, these guys figured out what wings they were, that they were from the Elytra species. This was the wing that actually caused the anti-gravity to occur, which Grebennikov covered it up because he didn't want these guys to get extinct, because we all start hunting them trying to figure out how to do this. Anyway, this is the bug. This is the Elytra, and this little guy, when he's going to take off, he pops his wings up, and then he levitates. It's a levitational force. And so they found these particular beetles in this lake. They were growing in the marsh, and they captured them using this particular beetle trap. They're just giving you the full science of it. Anyway, they're like, why would these things, when you concentrate a bunch of them together, create anti-gravity? That's what allegedly Grebennikov was doing. He got this platform that was enough to levitate his own body weight, and we'll talk about this more next week. But they looked in on these wings with a microscope, and what did they find? Oh my God. They found that there are these spiraling tunnels. Here it is again, tunneling power. And it looks like there's little needles on the tip of each of these round rings. And then there's a huge grid matrix of these. This is now a microscopic photograph. Roger Zabarik just donated again. He said, you are awesome. You are the selected entity necessary to bring all these teachings to one focal point. Thank you from all of us. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is probably the most exciting material I've got. They had films of the anti-gravity working. I can't show it here because it's a live stream. I'd lose my channel. Sorry that I can't show you those, but they are in some other works that I've done before. Just not going to do it on the live stream because we got to stay on the air. Okay, so let's go back to the previous slide and let's look at this thing up close. Whoops, let's do that. I want to actually be on the slide. I'm not going to give you guys bad slides today and be wearing my silly glasses. So Anyway, why would this create anti-gravity? I want you to look inside each circle because, again, there are little needle points inside the circles. And then when you look at the wing under the microscope, you actually get this matrix of these, okay? So, what did we say about the Dr. Kenneth Shoulders anti-gravity approach? I've heard it, you've heard me say it over and over again. Now you're going to get the eureka. I said that static electricity, I mean, I do it all the time. I got these wool slippers on, they got rubber soles, and then I touch metal and I get shocked all the time. And the shock is something that actually pushes against your hand. There is gravitational thrust every time you get a static electric shock. You can feel it. So what would happen if you could create millions of those and then bounce them against the side of an object? Well, there you go. The object is going to levitate. So Dr. Kenneth Shoulders created an anti-gravity system by simply energizing a needle with electrical energy. And then what he found was the electrical energy would roll off the tip of the needle and create these little, what he called, charge clusters. Well, holy crap, you guys. There's needle points inside the wing of the June bug. And then as the wings are moving, as the actual wings underneath the wing casings are flapping, they're generating a static electrical charge. That static electrical charge is then flowing into the wing casings, and it's creating charge clusters in these tunnels. It's energizing the tunnel. It's rolling off the end of the point of the needle like we saw again here. It rolls into the charge cluster, and Dr. Kenneth Shoulders in his Area 51 classified research found that if you roll these charge clusters off a needle and you aim them at an object, the object will actually start levitating. And this was, again, independently discovered by David Hutchison, the so-called Hutchison effect. There's films of him levitating cannonballs and glasses of water and tools like a saw. Just if you zap them with these little anti-gravity spark balls, they turn into a sphere. Again, they're rolling off the needle like you see right here. My God, the actual structure of nature is creating the same needles that are inside the Chris Beskar anti-gravity or the Salvatore Pais, the Kenneth Shoulders-based exotic vacuum object hover car. So just the small amount of static electricity from the wings moving was enough to generate charge clusters inside this material that actually caused levitation to occur. And if you put a bunch of them together, these are just some things he drew, his psychedelic experiences. This was his vision of what we would have in the future with flying platforms. So this is the handlebars on his little device. And what he was doing, you can actually see it on the bottom here. This is a very, very important slide because if you look inside the area that's like a red triangle up at the top, you'll see that there are all these fins, okay? There's all these diagonal lines that are like this from one side to the other, okay? I want you to pay attention to that. Because what he did was he filled, these are individual slats of wood that he filled with these wings from this particular insect. And he found out that if you cross them over each other, if you put the wings on top of each other, he got a levitating effect. So this is his diagram of his platform. The anti-gravity effect, again, caused by charge clusters. He had some type of static electricity generator on this. There's still a museum where you can see his device. The bottom, the wooden part is gone, but the rest of it is still there. And again, here it is. So supposedly, he was able to get an anti-gravity effect just off of doing this. The bicycle calipers at the top would actually cause the wings to either come together or go apart. Here's again his little device there. We're not going to spend too much time talking about this, but this is the main thing. The pictures of the device, he could fit it inside a painting box. You open up the box, you take out the handlebars, and then with the calipers, as you can see, he's got his hands on the calipers. You cause the wings to slide over each other. Somehow he's creating static electricity. And then on the right, apparently this is him levitating. And so he was actually able to fly around, and he could go and visit various places. So this is his diagram of him being on the flying platform. Once he got above a certain number of feet off the ground, he just vanished. So again, all of this anti-gravity power was being caused by what? By the tunnels inside the wings of the elytra June bug. And he's claiming that he got anti-gravity from it, and he's claiming that he went and visited places and took samples of insects that was an adult. This was an adult ichneumon. And normally when he would fly back home, the insect inside his specimen tube would vanish, leaving only a ring. But in one case, he took an adult ichneumon insect, and then he flew backwards, and then inside the tube, instead of this strange burnt ring, the ichneumon had reverted back to the age of a larva. So we're going to talk about this a lot more next week. The point is, he claimed that he was traveling through time. And again, what did I tell you? If you negate gravity, you negate time. So this is a very, very fascinating theoretical implication because, again, remember, Kozyrev called torsion fields the waves of time, that they power time in its existence. And so isn't that interesting that gravitational flow was caused by the same cavity structural effect? If you have it done the right way and you create these charge clusters with the static electricity, you're going to get anti-gravity. You're going to get levitational power. So again, all of that technology is based on the tunnels inside the June bug wings, right? Well, there's tunnels under the pyramid, dude. So now the pyramid might also be able to hold the charge cluster. That's what we're going to talk about next week, is how it can bend time, okay? But I want to give you another angle on shape power here. This is from amosci.com. I don't know if it's still up there, but this was a great website where I found these incredible documents. Torsion fields can be generated distorting the geometry of the physical vacuum. This is the idea of creating a pyramid shape. It will actually generate these fields just by sitting there. Every object with various types of surface geometry will simultaneously generate left spinning and right spinning torsion fields depending on the object. This can be detected by various types of physical, chemical, and biological indicators, as we saw. Unusual effects could be created from pyramids, cones, cylinders, flat triangles, repeatedly observed by many different people in different countries. Different researchers created their own terms, so did I called it the source field. Radiosthetic radiation, cellular hollow structure effect, shape power, pyramid power. In the USSR, the effects demonstrated by objects with various geometry were invested by Viktor Grebennikov, Konchazin, Shakparanov, Beride Stakovsky, and others. In the mid-80s, Grebennikov found that the empty honeycomb of certain bees could have an influence on any biological object, microorganisms to human beings. The affected person might feel sickness, illusions of falling or flying. The observed influence could not be shielded unless you use PVC or aluminum. We learned that. As the result of conducted experiments, it was determined the effect was caused by the shape of the honeycomb, or in this case, tunnels. The understanding of this fact allowed the development of various types of devices with geometric proportions that demonstrate healing effects. He called it a resonance interaction between the organism and the objects of this special shape. Again, it's caused by torsion fields. In the late 80s, an experimental investigation of torsion fields generated by objects having various surface geometries was conducted by Akimov in Ukraine. In particular, the influence of torsion fields generated by cones of different sizes and proportions was investigated. And here they're showing you the left torsion field, right torsion field. They do travel in a cone-shaped spiraling pattern, like the pyramid is capturing. It was experimentally established that objects having geometric sizes that obey the golden ratio could be considered as torsion generators. Again, the cone or the pyramid. And other Russian papers indicate the ideal slope angle is around 72 degrees, which the law of one says exactly the same thing. The Russian pyramids have the same steep angle, and this is what we're seeing right here. Okay, now we're going to really get into it. Dr. Alexander Galad was, I believe, Ukrainian. And he built these in the Ukraine and in Russia, but we typically just call it the Russian pyramid research. What you see there on his desk is one of his pyramids, except he's building them on a massive size. The one you're looking at right here is 144 feet tall. And you're like, okay, David, well, what the hell did he make it out of? Did he make it out of stone? No, it was hollow on the inside, 144 feet tall, made out of, are you ready? PVC pipes. And remember, what did he just say? PVC pipes will shield the effect, surrounded by fiberglass facing. The fiberglass apparently is a great material. You can't put any metal in there. If you have one metal screw in this whole pyramid, it's going to screw it up. Metal has some bad effect on the torsion field. So he actually built this pyramid that you're looking at right here, 144 feet tall. He built them in Russia and Ukraine, and lots of people came to see them because they started to get incredible scientific information and data from this. So this is the website, gizapyramid.com, drvarticle.htm. So this was there was a group in America. They had the gizapyramid.com website. Hopefully it's still online. I don't know. I haven't looked at that. But anyway, they were reporting on this Russian research. Now, what's interesting is that the Iron Curtain fell in Russia after 1991. Under communism, the scientists were still getting their salaries, but they had no wars to fight. Imagine what happens when they don't have any wars to fight, but they still have a budget and they can still do research. Gilad builds these pyramids, and they start doing experiments inside the pyramids. And again, it's just PVC pipe and fiberglass. It's exactly the same stuff that was discovered in Kozyrev's mirror. It's exactly the same stuff that Grebennikov discovered with his egg carton chair or whatever he was doing, bundles of tubes, even a library of books. If you're in front of a stack of books, it's going to have a healing effect on you. You're going to be able to think better when you're in front of the stack of books, interestingly enough. So this is where it was. You can look it up on archive.org. And what basically ended up happening is that almost the entire Russian military-industrial complex started doing a free-for-all of experiments in the pyramids, and they found incredible stuff, you guys. It's so sad that this has never been recognized by the mainstream, but it hasn't. The Strong Arm 80 says, "Hi, David, how much do you bench?" I'm not really doing high weight. I'm just doing high repetition right now. But first time I heard about Ascension was 2012. You were talking with David Wolf. Time flies. Thank you. Yeah, I want to get more into that, but that's a whole other discussion about, like, you know, my upper body was very damaged, and I haven't been able to do the larger weights yet, but I'm doing repetitions to build up to that. So that's what we're starting with. Anyway, you can go there on archive.org. You can read this. It's the old military-industrial complex of Russia, and they start doing these experiments. It's unfrickin' believable. So this one came right out of the Russian Academy of Medical Science, the Ivanovsky R&D Institute. It was Professors Klemenko and Nosik, okay? They wanted to see if the pyramid power from this 144-foot tall pyramid could increase the ability of immunoglobulin to fight viruses, which is a natural substance in the body that fights viruses. They gave mice encephalomyocarditis virus, which is normally going to kill you. And again, myocarditis means it would be a heart attack. And then they say, well, let's give them this immunoglobulin. So they created two dilutions of venoglobulin, 50 micrograms and 0.5 micrograms per milliliter. Then they stored these solutions in the pyramid, and they gave that to the cells 24 hours before they injected it with this myocarditis virus. And these solutions became 300% more powerful at killing viruses, dude. You saw the study, Russian Academy of Sciences. It's just that the swamp, the DS, whatever you want to call them, the bad guys, they do not want you to know that pyramids can heal you, because this invalidates the entire drug pharmaceutical system, if it were true. And again, these are only allegations. They all need to be independently verified in a Western lab. I'm just reporting on the research of others, and I'm saying, obviously, this is up to you. We don't even really have the ability right now to get these pyramids done. So these experiments, in order to replicate them, you'd have to spend significant money to build these pyramids. And again, always check with your doctor about anything like this. But this is just very fascinating. It is fringe, but yet not, because the Russian scientific community could not get this published. They had to go to a website because regular journals are like, we just don't believe you. The whole torsion field science thing is developed in parallel, mostly classified. All the really big breakthroughs the Russians have had are classified. You don't even get to know about what's really going on. So 300% more powerful. Then they diluted the substance even more down to 0.05 and 0.00005 micrograms per milliliter, stored it in the pyramid again. Normally, because there's nothing left in there except for water, it's like a homeopathy. It shouldn't do anything, but they've remained extremely effective at fighting viruses, still around 300% better. So there again is the shape. This is the same effect. The Great Pyramid has the tunnels underneath and the pyramid on top. Okay, here's another one. This one's even more crazy. Professor Antonov from the R&D Institute of Pediatrics, Obstetrics, and Gynecology, working with newborns, these preemies as we would call them, with high-gravity pathologies, meaning they're almost certainly going to die. Then he stores a solution of 40% sugar in water inside the pyramid. 20 of the babies were given 1 milliliter of this solution intravenously, and their health was measured by what's called IIS, the indication of instantaneous state. This is the instantaneous state of health in your nervous system and the adrenal system. Every single baby that was given this solution had its IIS levels increase practically up to the normal health of a non-premature baby. And it worked even when their original score was close to 0, meaning they're literally hours from death. So all of the babies that were in the control group, by the way, that didn't get the pyramid stuff, they all died the normal way, or most of them did. Some of them survived, most of them died. Then they had to see if it was the glucose that was the magic ingredient, so they tried it again with new patients. This time, they only used distilled water. They didn't even put sugar in the water. They gave a milliliter again through IV, and the babies once again had the same miraculous healing effect. So you don't even need to go in there. All you need to do is store 1 milliliter of water in there and give it in an eyedropper in the baby's mouth, and then the baby is just miraculously better? Like, whoa, what the hell? I mean, it's just so crazy. Zoran's mom, so does soundproofing have similar effects, she says. I don't know about that. There's a difference between sound and torsion fields, but, soundproofing will help you feel more comfortable so you could meditate more deeply. But like if you decided you wanted to build a Kozyrev mirror, or you decided that you wanted to build a honeycomb chair, or you decided that you wanted to build a pyramid, maybe not quite this big, but some people say, well, maybe I could build one of these in my yard. Well, yeah. All of these structures have an effect. But again, they're concentrating and harnessing energy that's all around us, and that energy is going up on its own anyway because we're moving into this new photon belt, as some have called it in our galaxy. And that makes the energy higher, like you're in the pyramid. So the whole planet right now is getting a pyramid effect that will eventually cause amazing things to happen, including, if you're in a Christed sense, you're going to get much better healing power. So David Appelgren said, according to Hakim Alyan, who grew up next to the Sphinx, he swam in the tunnels under the Giza Plateau. He said the tunnels were in a honeycomb pattern. Wow. Very interesting. How about that? Thank you, David Appelgren. That's awesome, dude. I love it. I love it when you guys teach me something I don't already know. Okay, let's keep going through this. You're going to get the point now. Russian Academy of Medical Science is a big deal. Dr. Egorova at the Mechnikov R&D Institute, he took mice and he poisoned them with typhoid fever. The experimental group was held in the pyramid. The control group was never put in the pyramid. And they were both given increasingly toxic doses, starting at 10 microbial cells, incrementally increased up to 104 cells, which is normally 60%. Oh, in smaller doses, here's the thing, 60% of the mice in the pyramid survived, whereas the group that was actually not in the pyramid, only 7% survived. Even at the higher dose of 104 microbial cells, which should be totally lethal, 30%, a third of the mice that were then put in the pyramid were totally fine. Only 3% of the mice given 104 cells survived in the control group. So you're talking about a tenfold, 1,000% increase in their healing effectiveness. That's incredible. And again, there are machines that could do this. This is the whole scientific basis of the med bed, as you can imagine. The med beds, we've been talking about that a lot. People are like, I don't know if I really believe that. It's just a technology that harnesses the type of thing you can do with a pyramid or pyramid water, just makes it more powerful using mechanical force. That's the big secret Area 51 technology. One of the things we really want to get out there. Again, Stavati Aerospace, we're doing, this is our SM-39, 7th generation fighter jet, but we're also doing things like anti-gravity and med beds. And this is the technology basis for the med bed. Awakened Believer, I was finally able to catch a live stream. I took your Ascension class back in 2020. My favorite part was all the science. I'm glad you're able to talk more freely about this subject now. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Awakened Believer. Yeah, this, as you can see, I mean, everything I've been telling you in the previous weeks is all very valuable. You're going to probably want to go back and watch those again because it's like, wait a minute. Hall of Records, tunnels under the pyramid, couldn't have been built by an ancient civilization unless it was highly advanced, way more than us. And now we find out that when they built pyramids in Russia, that they're getting rid of all these problems. Amazing, amazing effects. The same group exposed mice to a variety of different carcinogens, and then in this case, the mice drank pyramid water that was in the pyramid once again, just for a few days. Doesn't even take that long. So the control group drank ordinary water. The mice developed far fewer tumors, supposedly, allegedly, when they drank this pyramid-charged water. And the experiment was double-blinded, so the people doing it didn't know what the pyramid water was. So we're getting some really, really incredible stuff here. Electrical conductivity changed. Here's another one. Pyrolytic carbon, the amount of electrical resistance. They bake the methane into the graphite at 2100 Celsius. They ran 1500 milliamps per square centimeter through this material. And then before the material was put in the pyramid, it had set 5 to 7 micro-ohms of resistance. But then they stored it in the pyramid for 24 hours, and its electrical resistance freaking doubled. What? Which means, obviously, the molecular shape itself has been changed. So this is another thing. Inside the area of the pyramid, you're going to get a crystallizing effect. So this pyrolytic carbon became more regularized, more geometric, more crystallized. 7 geometric thought forms. Go, Colin, and the new Irish character 2025, please. Bring back the Wilcock dance as seen on the Gaia Network. Well, he did give us a sizzle jacket. We got to thank you for that again. This is another one of those shows where I got a lot of material to get through. But again, thank you guys for being here. Not enough time to really do a bunch of comedy today, but, you know, I wanted to get through this. I think the greater good is not in being funny, but in showing you this stuff. So again, I don't know why I got 2 copies of this one, but we're running through it again. So it was stored in the pyramid for 24 hours, and the resistance literally doubled. So I'm sorry I got 2 rounds of that. That was just because I was putting this together this morning. Then they tried to bombard this new crystallized material, because again, the crystallization of the atoms is really happening, with neutron radiation. Normally, this would cause it to have no electrical resistance. They used 10 to the 19 neutrons per square meter, and it didn't even change the resistance by 5% because it's now so crystallized that it just holds up under fire of neutrons. Silicon, as used in computer chips, had the opposite effect from pyramid power. Normally, it had 10 to the 5 ohms per square centimeter resistance. It actually dropped to 10 to the 4, a full exponential point. That's incredible. High temperature superconductors lost superconductivity after they were in the pyramid as well. So it's having molecular changes on substances put in the pyramid. They were creating lightning in another experiment artificially, an electrified rod over a metallic sheet. They would electrify the rod with up to 1400 kilovolts of pulses, each blast between 250 and 2500 microseconds in length, and they tested where it would melt the metal sheet, because that's where it does the arc discharge. So when they did this on an experiment, this is another thing, talking about reducing lightning, They used 7 granite rocks that they put inside the pyramid. They actually crystallized the granite with the torsion fields. The granite has a molecular change. Remember, that's what's going to happen. The molecules become more crystallized. These were about 100-gram rocks. They were put into a 1-meter circle. Lightning was over 500% less likely to strike inside the ring of the granite when the pyramid rocks were present. It deflected lightning with rock. The rocks were using some sort of energy field that smoothed everything out. So the lightning normally discharges where there's a weakness, but then the torsion fields cause everything to be more organized. It's safer. You're not going to get hit by lightning. It's just amazing. Here's another one. Dr. Galad himself, we saw him. He put distilled water in a plastic bottle. He stored it in there for 3 months. The air temperature inside the pyramid was 38 degrees below zero, but the water never froze. So apparently the torsion fields prevent the water from freezing. Control samples outside the pyramid did freeze exactly as expected, but not inside. Strangely, if you smacked on the side of the thing, the water would freeze within a matter of like 3 seconds. Just pick up the bottle and whack it. In 2 or 3 seconds, the entire interior would turn to ice. And this again suggests torsion fields harnessed by the pyramid can prevent water from phase changing into ice. Some people say, oh, water would do that anyway. That's nothing. No, the point is they had a control group outside the pyramid, and those bottles froze, but the ones inside the pyramid didn't. So these energy fields actually affect molecular structures, you guys. It's phenomenal. So now what we're seeing is the way that it looks with the PVC pipe and the fiberglass facing from the inside. And lastly, the chunks of granite and crystal were spread on the floor of the pyramid. And then, because again, the impurities would go away, they would crystallize into higher crystals. They would lighten up. The rocks would get noticeably white in their color. And the white rings would form in a circle aligned with the center of the pyramid. They did this 40 different times. You're actually getting granite to change color from red or dark purple or whatever it is, brown, to white. And each ring had about 50 to 300 rocks with a total of 20 to 200 kilograms. And they noticed that if there was a disease epidemic like the flu, that when these rings were forming, and you could see them the brightest in the rocks, that flus would go down, so people were not getting sick. The stronger these rings appeared in the pyramid, the fewer people got sick. And also they found out that the younger you are, the better this effect would work. This suggests the Earth is releasing healing energy in varying degrees, and again, tubes, tunnels, and pyramids can harness it. Now we're going to get into the really cool stuff that has to do with stabilizing the Earth's axis. This was from the R&D Institute, TTR, Scientific Technological Institute of Transcription, Translation, and Replication. They used a radio locating equipment to test above the pyramid, and it's supposedly accurate down to a meter, so it's like a special radar. Sets of these locators were positioned at 30, 32, and 60 kilometers away, and they noticed what appeared to be a column of ionizing radiation above the pyramid, 500 meters wide, 2,000 meters tall. 500 meters? That's like 1,500 feet. 2,000 meters is like what? 6,000 feet. Over a mile above the pyramid. The altitude of 800 to 2,000 meters above the pyramid was permanently changed and had a new energy field after this happened, even though they took the pyramid down. And that's called the residual effect. Further studies determined a much greater circle of electrically charged ionizing radiation, more than 300 kilometers wide around the pyramid. The center of the circle is right where the pyramid was located. They also noticed that thin pieces of battery would fly up into the air. If they put the battery up on the top of the thing, these pieces would fly off. It's very interesting. Now, we're going to get into some of the other cool things it can do. The Gubkin Moscow Academy of Oil and Gas built a small pyramid over an oil well, and in only a few days, the viscosity of the oil decreased by 30%, which is what you want. If it's too thick, you can't pump it out. Caused an immediate 30% increase in production and cash flow. So imagine that. You build a pyramid over an oil well, and you get a 30% smoother oil that gives you 30% more money. Why are we not doing this? Again, because it's all classified. Nobody wants you to know about this stuff. These were mainstream Russian scientific institutions, And they found that the pyramid actually, again, changes the molecular structure of the oil, making it more crystallized, removing impurities, just like the granite was removed, the stuff that makes it red, it turns to white. Wow, it's doing it with the oil too? Yeah, this is unbelievable. Fewer gums, pyrobitumen, paraffin, all the stuff you don't want. So everything comes out cleaner. This is actually one of the oil fields that they built the pyramid over. There's a gas station right nearby. And here's another smaller one that they built somewhere in Russia. You can see the car parked next to it. That's definitely nowhere near as big as the other ones, but even this size works well. So here's a picture of 4 of Galad's pyramids. And it's stunning that nobody's ever done anything with this. It drives me crazy, honestly. I want the medbed. Galad's team stored agricultural seeds in this pyramid for 1 to 5 days. Tens of thousands of hectares were sowed with more than 20 seed varieties. In all cases, his crops grew 20 to 100% more than usual. The seeds did not get sick, and they were unaffected by drought. Can you believe it? So it strengthens life force, just like we see that it causes healing in all these different ways. The amount of toxins in the plants themselves, the soil, or the atmosphere sharply decreased because this energy actually supports life. So anything that is dangerous, it's a bacteria, it's a virus, it's a fungus, it's going to take the toxicity out and it's going to create healing. It'll do that inside your body. That's part of how it creates the healing. Remember, premature babies, 1 milliliter, whoa, what the hell happened? That's pretty odd. And look at the reduction in the tumors, and whoa. I mean, this really needs to be investigated. We need to spend more time looking at this, and if there's anything I can do with my public persona, you know, I used to have a lot more people watching than I do now, but we can't ignore this anymore. Once we understand this, then we see the pyramid as a superior technology to anything we have on Earth right now. Whoops, and Beverly Adams donated. We are the med beds, just not fully online yet. That's right. We're going to be able to do this stuff with our own consciousness. So then Galad started putting rings of these rocks, storing rocks in the pyramid, and then putting rings of these rocks around the crops. And they got the same effect. You can heal the crops just by putting rocks from the pyramid around your crop. Isn't that amazing? Less rigorous studies included, you take a compound dangerous to living things, any type of poison, stored in the pyramid, and even after a short time, it has molecular change and it becomes less dangerous. This again suggests that it's harnessing a living beneficial energy. Radioactive half-life is supposed to be fixed, but this is not the case in the pyramid. Radioactive samples consistently were reduced in their level of radiation, and it shows again how it consistently creates beneficial conditions for biological life. So then they did some experimenting with albuminous formations of bacteria. They stored it in the pyramid, viruses, bacteria, the most harmful to biological life. Their level of toxicity was significantly reduced. This suggests that these harmful, dangerous forms only grow in an incoherent energetic environment. So what if the mind-body effect in medicine is true? What if you can concentrate on love and peace and the Christ consciousness, if you will, and you're actually going to make yourself healthier? What if your health is determined in part by your attitude, by your mindset, by your belief system? Dude, this is it. This is the science that proves that. So you don't really need to build a pyramid. You don't need a Kozyrev's mirror. You don't need a honeycomb chair. The positive attitude is going to make or break your health. Because when you're thinking positive thoughts, you're actually eliminating viruses and bacteria. Your frequency, the loving frequency that you don't you love this? I mean, it's like, whoa, what? Yeah, dude. Positive energy kills bacteria. And they proved it. It's like, wow, with pyramids. They also studied mind-altering psychotropic drugs. And although some people are after these effects, it does reduce your overall mental coherence. And they found out that these effects became much weaker if you put the person inside a pyramid. And it also works if one group of people are inside the pyramid and then they stand near somebody who wasn't. You get a charge on you that other people will feel. So wow, how about that? Mind-altering chemicals do not affect you as much. They also were able to treat addiction. They took standard solutions, stored them in the pyramid, glucose and isoosmotic. They administered it intravenously and orally to alcoholics and drug addicts, and they had a noticeable improvement in their progress of healing, even in the most extreme cases. So as you can see, the pyramids are an undiscovered, advanced technology. I mean, it's like, how in the hell did we miss all this? Why would people keep building these all over the world if they didn't do any good? What's really going on here? I mean, this is incredibly fascinating. So now what I've done for you is I've linked together the work of Kozyrev with Kozyrev's mirror. We've had Grebennikov on shape power, insect wing anti-gravity. We'll talk more about that next week. That's a huge subject. And now we're looking at these Russian pyramid studies and building something that isn't a whole lot different than this, really. I mean, it's, you know, this is a little bit steeper of an angle. This might be more like, I don't know, 80 degrees or 85 degrees versus 71. But the point is, again, the pyramid structure, it's just sitting there, but as the fluid-like energy of gravity and time is flowing in, it's spinning inside, it concentrates, it causes matter to crystallize, it causes oil wells to pump more fully, and they saw this big 300-kilometer wide ring around the thing. Other stuff that I didn't talk about in the slides is that they found that storms were less apt to hit the areas where the pyramids were. The pyramids apparently created an energy that deflected weather and storms, which is very handy. They also anecdotally found that earthquake activity was less likely to happen, that instead of big quakes, you get a bunch of small quakes that don't cause any damage. So this is where it starts to make sense now that these pyramids would actually have a stabilizing effect on the Earth. They could actually stabilize the Earth's gravity. It's similar to an acupuncture needle on a patient. You want to strengthen the amount of energy going through that acupuncture point. So now you guys know, when I saw the tunnels under the pyramids, I'm like, oh my God. You've now paid off all of the Russian science of Kozyrev, Grebennikov, and all of the Alexander Gilad pyramid research in one. Clearly, the Russian pyramid research has not been falsified. There were far too many independently redundant discoveries. People, oh, it's just Russian science. It's just, you know, we didn't do it in America, so it's not real. Bull crap. This is something, they're an undiscovered advanced technology. And now what are we seeing? Okay, right. So the Great Pyramid, in its original construction with the white limestone mirror-polished stones on the outside, it looked like a marble sculpture sitting in the desert. Imagine if you could get these levels of effects that we just saw off of a pyramid that's just made out of PVC and fiberglass. What happens when you make it out of limestone and granite? Regular crystal stone structures. My guess is that stone works better than any other material to build a pyramid out of. That the ultimate way you can build a pyramid is to build it out of stone. And if you're an extraterrestrial and you have anti-gravity and you can levitate stones and put them in position, you would want to build pyramids. In the Law of One, the source said that the pyramid, they believe, was the optimal shape for initiation. So now you guys have heard the third part of the story. Next week, we're going to talk about the effects of the pyramids on space and time. And anti-gravity, we're going to get more into that. But now you understand why I'm so excited. All this science already existed. I've been reporting on this stuff for years. For years, I've talked about Viktor Grebennikov taking tunnels and bundling them together in tubes and getting the same effect as pyramid power. And now the pyramids have tunnels underneath them. So it's a unified science. The Grebennikov data predicted that this was going to happen. So again, we've just now learned that the Great Pyramid and the other two pyramids in Giza have these huge tunnels underneath them. And we're going to talk about that more next week. But it ties in beautifully with what has been happening in terms of prophecies about 2025. We talked about the pyramid timeline. We talked about how there is a structure of history that is laid out there, that one of the dates it says is 2025 because it's 15 years after 2010. During that time, the timeline tells us we stay in hell And again, you got to go back and watch my last show. I'm not going to reiterate all this. But the Hall of Records is very special because Archangel Michael, allegedly the source that I brought through, and again, we've been reading off of these tapes. These are some total of 21 tapes. It turns out I dictated these back in 1999, and I did use the principles of remote viewing, so I screened out the conscious mind's influences. And these tapes are now talking about what's happening in the present, and they're telling us that as crazy as all this stuff looks in the world, and people are freaking out, and they're like, well, the arrests haven't happened yet, and some people online are getting all upset, and they're like, I don't know if we can trust the alliance, and I don't know if they're really going to do this. Look, they're pouring through these files like crazy. They got to get everything vetted so that nobody innocent is hurt, but they are going to release this, and when they do, and people learn, oh my God, it's way more evil than I thought, there's going to be a physics change. And so one of the ways we can learn that the ancient civilizations were more powerful than we are is just studying pyramid power. They were building this stuff because it works. They were building this stuff because it had incredible value. And again, the Casey readings said that we would find a hall of records that would store all the evidence of the time of Atlantis, and then we get to see it in the modern era. But only once we have this ascension take place and we become the so-called fifth root race. So what is so fascinating is that in those 21 tapes that I just showed you, we've been reading off of them in linear order since last September. Just one week at a time, and we might only get through one day per week. We started in January 1999. We're now up to, I believe, February 27th, 1999. And we've been going through them week by week, and every single week, if you've been watching my show, we're getting miraculous Nostradamus level or better prophetic accuracy. It keeps happening and happening and happening and happening. So the very next material that was in my stuff, the Michael prophecies of 1999, the very next thing in line for the following week was talking about this pyramid discovery. So right as the pyramid discovery happens in middle of March 2025, the material that I brought through using remote viewing in 1999 already anticipated it. And we talked about that in the last show. So in this next dream that we're going to read, I actually visit the Hall of Records. I actually go into the pyramid, and it has a beautiful metaphor about our world. And so now that you understand that the pyramids have these healing effects in the Russian studies, it makes more sense that apparently, again, Jesus completed his ascension in the King's Chamber. The Casey reading said that. The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ said that. These sources were validated in various ways. So it appears now that the Beyondai group is finding secret chambers in the Great Pyramid of massive size. And I'll show you some of those again as we go through these slides, because it's just unbelievable. So now we're going to hit the time loop. And I did it right on the 2-hour mark. I'm happy about that. Whoops. I saw a donation come in. I want to catch those. Sheila Lee Brown says, I have a pyramid I made out of 3D printed plastic corners and wooden dowels. I keep a bottle of water under it for everyday use. I'm thinking I should make a bigger one, enough for me to sit in. Yes, that definitely would be good. But again, we remember what the Law of One said, which is you don't want to be in there all the time. You want to get a period of charge, and then you got to lay off on it. You don't want to do it all the time. Midnight Mark says, fascinating. James Grady, wow, David, thank you. I'm watching now. This is a great show. I think, but I'm not sure. We always, it's on live, I think, but I'm not sure. Yes, we are live. We always watch your old ones. We love you. Thanks for your great works. Grandmaster Wilcock. Well, that's more like a martial arts term, but I'll take it. Beverly Adams, my dad's 2014 deathbed prophetic message is nailing it more and more each day. Can't wait to connect you. J.A. from Wisconsin, I'll email you. Yes, you can email us, and the customer service will get it to me. So everything you say, David, I believe 100%. I love you so much, says Tina. 15 times 72 is the solar force. All these puzzle pieces fit together so easily the way you present it, says Peachy Keen. You are a born teacher. Yeah, I mean, I've been researching this for a long time. My first book which is up here, the New York Times bestseller, Source Field Investigations, dude. I wrote a book that had over 1,000 academic references in it. You only need 150 to get a PhD. I had 1,000. And it's like a whole new science, and it all builds off of Kozyrev. And again, there's over 40,000 papers on torsion fields, scientific peer-reviewed papers in Russia. Entire different scientific institutes that just study torsion fields, or they do it on the side, but they can't get it into mainstream journals. Why in the world, if the pyramids are going to do that much, that they're going to heal these mice from their tumors and they're going to do all this crazy stuff, the premature babies, and then oil and gas, and they even built a pyramid over Chernobyl. There was a water well of water in Chernobyl where the radioactivity was. They built the pyramid over the well, and the water became clean and non-radioactive enough that you could drink it. Sign me up, dude. Let's get this pyramid power going. Let's get pyramids that are large. Let's put water in them. Let's start irrigating the crops with that water. We're getting 300 to 400% better yield off of those crops. Why are we not using this? I mean, it's insanity. It's insanity when you think about that these energy fields will kill, apparently, viruses, bacteria, toxins, pathogens. It improves the weather. You get more rainfall. You get fewer storms. You get less earthquake activity. And apparently, according to Law of One, it says it stabilizes the Earth on its axis. And they built 52 balancing pyramids around the world to do that. Yeah, if you built those 2,000-foot tunnels underneath, it makes even more sense why apparently that could stabilize the Earth's gravity. But again, Jesus completed his ascension in the pyramid. That doesn't seem to make any sense. Like, why would building a pyramid cause somebody to have ascension? Well, now you see why. Because it's concentrating this energy that literally represents the vibrational increase. And once a human being reaches a certain vibrational increase, they transform into the light body. It's physics. You either will die or you will transform. They actually say in the Law of One that if you get exposed to this energy before you're ready, that you could burn up like spontaneous human combustion. Your body just burns up in a big fireball. So again, the real reason I'm telling you guys this stuff is that it all ties back in with the prophecies of the year 2025. Thank God we're not going to have to wait much longer. And I know the news has been slow the last couple of weeks. It's like, oh my God, we had the JFK, that was great, but like, what's going on now? Where are we now? Where is this taking us? Well, the dreams are making it very clear that the patriarchy is about to be overthrown, and the time loop uses the pyramid metaphor in such a beautiful way. So here we're going to pick up on our time loop now from February 27, 1999. This was all done with remote viewing, supposedly 99% accurate if you do it right. In this dream, I found myself trapped in a huge castle, made out of pyramid-like gigantic blocks of stone. Woo! And remember, this was we've been doing this every single week. I don't know how it's possible, but since last September, all I do is read this part of the untranscribed tapes that I didn't even realize I had when I put the 7 Michael books together. We had 21 tapes that should have been in book 4, but so January and February and March 1999 in book 4 are very weak. There's only a few readings in there. All of this undiscovered material came to me as I was getting ready to leave home for the first time in 3 years, took a vacation to Canada. I ended up getting COVID. I got very sick. It did not make me want to take another vacation. Honestly, short vacations only, because with the pathogens and everything, oh my God. Every single week, it's been right up to date with whatever is going on in the world. The time loops are absolutely astounding. Hopefully in the future, this is going to be taken more seriously. I think it very much will. The Alliance, again, appears to be a mysterious hidden group of insiders that are working to bring down the evil cabal. And we've talked about that a whole bunch. And this is the year when they're getting ready to do the main thing, which is the top level people you would never think would be held accountable for anything, are actually going to be brought to justice. And because the nature of their group is so evil and so diabolical, you kind of have to tell everybody what was going on when you do the arrests. You can't just like ignore that. And people are going to learn this And that apparently triggers a consciousness shift that leads to ascension. Our consciousness has been holding back the ascension because too many of us are in the orange ray, animal level consciousness. We're not functioning at that higher consciousness level of individuation where we think for ourselves. We're following the leader. We're playing along with the herd. Not a good thing. Once we realize that they are wrong, that the voice of the authorities was much more evil than we thought, all kinds of people are going to get traumatized. They're going to reach out for help. They're going to reach out to God in whatever way they might be praying. And then in that process, these higher beings apparently are given permission to come and visit us. So the original Roswell EB, crashed in 1947, Roswell, New Mexico, supposedly told us that they're going to come back on a big level in 2025. And my books, starting in, when I first started to bring it through, was like 1997, said 2025 as well, very specifically. So this dream is incredibly exciting because it's next in line in our weekly time loop that we've been doing September, October, November, December, January, February, March. Now we're into April. So this is the 8th month that we've been getting time loops off of this one little swatch of my year 1999 transcripts. And then as soon as this stuff comes out about the pyramid, we have a dream where I'm trapped inside a pyramid made out of huge pyramid-like blocks. I called it a castle, but this actually represents the hidden chambers in the pyramid that we talked about in the previous 2 shows. The very next thing in line in the dreams is talking about this? Yeah. And you don't think that's prophetic? Well, there's only one person who doesn't. We know who that is. But everybody else is like, wow, dude, this is... and I'm amazed. I mean, honestly, it's incredible. I was talking to my father about how to solve the puzzle and escape the castle. Now, what does that mean? Well, right before I unsealed this, because remember, I unsealed this on March 23rd, apparently, I was talking to my father on the phone immediately before. We have yet another dream that is time looped into the discovery of the pyramid tunnels, and I'm apparently touring the pyramid tunnels and the pyramid hidden passages inside the dream. Now, why does it say that I needed to solve the puzzle and escape the castle? The castle in this case symbolically represents the matrix that we're all stuck in, the artificial fake reality that's been constructed to hide us from the truth, that we don't see the truth. So we have to solve the puzzle. We have to figure out that there's powerful interests that have been dominating the planet and causing trouble for us, and then we have to defeat them. That's what this whole dream is about. So it combines the fact that the arrests are about to happen, which is as soon as they start dropping the files, they're going to do this probably within a very short time. Don't fall into complacency. Don't think that week after week after week is going to go by and you're not going to see any action. They told you were going to see JFK. You got 80,000 pages. We already know that they're working their butts off to get the rest of the stuff done. So don't lose faith right now and be like, oh, they're not going to do anything. Of course they are. And this dream is telling us that we are stuck in this castle, if you will. It's like a prison for the mind that the enemy has created. And Ascension is about breaking out of this cognitive prison, which here is analogized as the pyramid-like castle. Just want to make that clear. So I was trapped, and I got to solve the puzzle and escape. I knew that if I got in a boat and I canoed up through a river inside this weird castle made of giant stones, if I canoed through the river, I might have a solution, or I would get close. And again, the pyramid was built originally next to a harbor, so it does have marine... I told you there was going to be traversable waterways inside the pyramid. We have 2 more donations. Thank you guys so much. I really love it when you give me donations because, again, last 2 shows I was talking so fast and I wasn't funny. We only made on 2 shows about as much as I normally make from 1. So thank you for donating. And if I have to, I'll do more shows just to make enough money. Anyway, Lori Lee, she got 15 likes. Thank you very much. And Lee Noah, tonight we're going to party like it's 1999. Aloha, David. Yes, absolutely. Lexi Abbey says stuff we already knew about JFK. That's not true, man. We already went through those slides, and there's a bunch of revelations in there, and all that stuff is, you're not going to hear about it on TV, but yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that we're learning that we didn't already know thanks to the release of those files, and it's going to shock the world. Tina says, what a dream, what a prophetic series. Great show today, David, says Bella's Patio Garden. No arrests. No, there definitely are going to be. Again, I'm not going to get into this childlike energy of being like, oh my God, they're not going to do it. Oh my God, I feel bad. I'm so afraid. They're not going to do it. They promised us. They lied to us. No, dude. Look, it's going to happen. They have to do this right. They're going through 14,000 terabytes of data. 1 terabyte could hold countless numbers of videos and photographs. 14,000 terabytes. So they're doing it as fast as they can, and I think they're probably going to use the element of surprise. They're not going to tell us when they're going to do it. They're just going to do it one day. And the tariff thing that we're seeing right now, we'll talk about it in the third section. It's destabilizing the whole system, bringing us to destabilizing events that are necessary for us to get to the healing. So things are going to get more crazy. Things are going to get more chaotic first. Okay, so as I canoed through the river, we saw very giant megalithic pyramid stones inside this so-called castle I was trapped in. It was all inside this building, inside this castle. There was a waterfall and everything. I imagine the original pyramid did have a waterfall and waterways. It would have been so amazing to see. It was just awesome inside. It was tremendous. So we're seeing inside the hidden passages of the pyramid. I canoed over to the far edge. I felt like I was led to one room because there wasn't much else I could do. I ran into a girl who may be analogous to today's client, Linda. This was the woman I was doing a reading for at the time. I was now doing it as a business. She looked very studious. She was writing everything down. She had all these journals and transcripts. Well, that's obviously a mirror of me, that I'm transcribing the Michael prophecies and writing it all down. In this case, they were all typewritten, and that's what I ended up doing. I typed everything up. So this woman is actually a reference to me. She had been trying to figure out how to get out of the pyramid or the castle, the megalithic thing, just like me. This was her office, and it was devoted to figuring out how to escape. And again, the metaphor, as I said before, is the concept that we're all in the Matrix. We're trying to figure out, is the Alliance ever going to defeat these guys? Are we just going to keep on kicking the can around? Is it going to get darker and darker, scarier and scarier? Or are we actually going to get public tribunals and public revelations? Yes, we are. So the pyramid dream is describing the way that we all feel right now. We're trapped in this thing. How the hell do we get out of here? My transcripts become a key. They're predicting the future. They're telling us how we're going to get out of here. This is analogized by the girl being trapped in the office with the transcripts. I looked out the window and realized that she had a window that would lead you outside. And all we wanted to do was escape. So this is prophetic of people realizing they are in a matrix, they want to break out. And this also represents passageways between various rooms in the pyramid tunnels. The window to the outside represents the possibility that the negative could actually be defeated, and we're not just going to keep on being stuck in this prison. I said to her, why don't you just go out the window and try to escape that way? She started to say that we were too high off the ground, and again, think about the tunnels and how deep they are, and we're in a pyramid, right? I then made the comment that she could rappel out of the window if she had a small grappling hook with a long line attached to it. You would have to hook it onto something. And so again, the idea of rappelling out of prison is like the leap of faith, the dizzying leap that we're all going to take together once the arrests actually get done. It's going to be sickening. We have to go through this. There was another roof halfway down, and it was a big distance down. Again, this could be the tunnels. Then you have to grab onto that roof, hook on it again, and then rappel a second time. So as I say here, some of the newly discovered passages in the Great Pyramid involve strong drops that would require the use of a ladder or some type of rappelling with a rope. I was very concerned, or we were both concerned, about the fact that the shingles might not hold up as I rappelled out of the windows. And I said on tape, that's connected to my client Linda telling me about her own UFO sightings. She specifically felt like all the shingles were going to vibrate right off of the roof, and I had written that in my own notes about her in advance. So again, the idea that the shingles could get destroyed by the power of us rappelling, that was something that particular client had already had a shingle metaphor about UFOs. So this part of the dream is clearly showing that the pyramids were built by UFOs, right? That's the whole point of that. And we got some more donations that just came in. We got Gerald Watts. He says, what if I build a pyramid over my tractor's fuel storage tank? That's a good idea. Let us know what happens. I mean, you don't want to be under it all the time, obviously. If you're on the tractor all the time, it might be too much of an energy charge. Angela Harris donated, says, wow, thank you very much. God's Toiha says, with all the AI and Matrix stuff, I feel like the source code is God. But then who wrote the code? Black goo? The point is there's an infinite intelligence that made the universe. It makes it from thought alone. That's what the torsion field is. Remember, when he thought about Mephistopheles tempting Faust, he had this sudden surge of fear, and the needle of the torsion field detector pointed towards Kozyrev. So we live in this consciousness sea. Everything that's made of anything is made of this consciousness. And it's a fluid-like medium that creates matter. And it turns out that if you swirl the fluid, you get a higher consciousness. You'll get ascension type of effects. So it's a very, very exciting new science, and the pyramids were built to harness that science for the purpose of ascension, just like they told us in its optimal form, the King's Chamber is going to create ascension. And now they've dropped us right on time in the weekly schedule that we've been on since September. Every single week I'm doing this. Now they dropped us into the pyramid right after we discovered the pyramid secret rooms and tunnels. It's so amazing. I love this. So this is them linking it to UFOs because of the shingles. As I canoed over to where this woman was in the room, I went past a very large altar. Although it was a Gothic-looking building, it was a predominantly Christian type of setup. I obviously was not going to try to do that by rappelling. It was too dangerous and not the way to get out of there. So I'm like, okay, I don't want to do the rappelling. I'm gonna break my ass. I'm not gonna fall. But then there's this weird, very large altar, and it looked Christian. So there again, the pyramid, as I've been saying, is ultimately a Christian monument. This is so unfathomable to people that there's time-traveling ETs who knew Christ was going to show up. They built a monument to him. It was supposed to be something the whole world would enjoy. And then the negative comes in and says, oh, no, that pyramid is ours. The all-seeing eye, the triangle on top of the pyramid, that's our symbol. It's not for Christ. It's for Lucifer. No, that's not what it was about. So it's fascinating. We've been exploring that Christian connection to the pyramid, and the dream has it right in there, that it looks like a Christian type of setup, even though it had megalithic blocks. So about this altar, that's what we're going to see next. And I just wrote here, the pyramid was a monument to the coming Christ, as both Casey, Lemazurier, and many others asserted. After I spoke to the woman for a little bit, John was also in the room. He's the guy I live with, very spiritual. In this dream, he represented an angelic force. So yeah, now we got the angelic beings who built the pyramid. Woo! Love it. I was really frustrated. I had been working for a long time to figure out how to get out of this castle. So this is like all of us saying to the angelic beings, like, would you guys please get us out of here? Would you please end this chaos of being ruled by evil? Is there any way we can get out of here? And the answer is going to be yes. I finally came up to John and I said, you need to give me some kind of a hint here. Something's going on. Something has to happen. So this represents all of us asking the beings for hints right now. Then I had a flash in my mind. The way out might be through the altar. I just saw this altar. When I said that to him, he said, that's really something worth thinking about. So now the dream is using the symbolism of the altar to represent the final passage that we have to go through to get to this ascension and to get to the defeat of the negative. What is it going to take to get us out of this prison and to get us into ascension? That's what we asked the angel, and the response is you really ought to look at the altar. So the dream is then going to take the altar in some very interesting directions here. Whoops, sorry. He says it really might be worth your time and consideration to think about how the altar is going to get you free. He was hinting very strongly the way out was indeed through the altar. As we saw him talking about that, something projected into my mind. I was now seeing that the Christian-looking altar was just the front of another bizarre pyramid-like structure made out of giant megalith is stone, giant stone blocks. Overall, the structure looked like a vase. Holy crap, you guys. This is a dazzling prophecy of the pyramid tunnels. Now, The altar was made out of lapis. So let's zoom in on this. This is a small, I believe this is lapis, or it might be another one that's kind of like lapis, but it's the best I could do. Lapis is a blue stone, lapis lazuli. You may have seen it before. And what we have right here is a tiny little example of what the altar looked like. It was basically made out of lapis, and it looked like a vase, so it actually looked like the pyramid tunnels. So they're showing us the pyramid tunnels as a vase of lapis right after we discovered them in the time loop. It is so frickin' mind-blowing, you guys. The vase, again, represents the spiral tunnels. So, like, if we look at this, my God, these tunnels actually look like individual vases. And he said, yeah, the angel said, this is the way out. You're going to get out through the vase, through the altar. At some point, the angel started showing me how the entire maze was laid out. This is like the internal passageways. And remember, this is what we saw. So this is the area in the orange rectangle, the orange square there, inside there, that's the king's chamber. It's in black. Below that is the queen's chamber. All this other stuff that you're seeing, the orange, the blue, the black, the white, those are all new chambers. The red room, the blue tunnel below the red room, that's new. The black room is new. All this stuff, this is the bottom line of what they saw inside the pyramid, the new rooms that they found through this radar technology that allows you to see inside structures. It's way more stuff, and it's much bigger. And you got rappelling, you got vertical drops, all the stuff that's in this dream. So, and then all of a sudden, I could see the whole layout of the maze in the dream. This is prophetic of us learning the layout of the inside of the pyramid for the first time in 2022. I love this so much. I'm so happy about this, you guys. I realized at some point I was seeing the layout of the entire maze. The altar was the resting point for the cornerstone of the maze somehow. And remember, it looks like a vase, so it's all the tunnels. The entire maze brought you to this altar. Dazzlingly prophetic of the pyramid tunnels. Everything in the pyramid is built around the king's chamber, whereas in the dream it is the altar. So the equivalent of the altar, again, is what's inside the orange square at the top, which is the king's chamber. And as I said before, if you're angelic beings, you could walk around inside that hidden room, the orange square, and you could zap people in the king's chamber with healing energy. Then you can all gather in the big green room, room number 19. That's a massive hidden chamber in there. You could probably fit 150 people in there, honestly. So, wow. Like all this stuff we did not know about until now, and it's supposedly 12,000 years old. Incredible. What I saw was very elaborate. I knew the altar was in the center of the maze. Now I was pretty excited because our solution was so close. I went back downstairs from the area where I'd been talking to this woman and then to John, and then I got back in my canoe. I quickly paddled over to where the altar had been. And again, it looks like a big lapis vase. It was not overly Christian or religious looking, neither are the tunnels. It definitely had some type of ceremonial, holy energy around it. It didn't have a whole bunch of Christian paraphernalia like stained glass windows or normal things. Tina says, I love this so much. It was very archaic looking, and it had all large stone blocks. Again, precisely in alignment with the discoveries of the Christian connection to the pyramid. A stone pedestal was in front of the altar made of a blue mineral like lapis. It was wide, round, and tall. So this was just at the top of the altar, I guess. On top of the blue lapis pedestal, which otherwise the whole thing was on a big vase, it was a sculpture of two hands in prayer. I've seen these two hands as the hands of Jesus. They are always sculpting those hands in this certain position. This was it, the same structure of hands. So this is what it looked like, you guys. The hands were made out of, in this case, a pure white ivory, like pure white stone, but they had this exact shape. So isn't that interesting? Because this actually, in the dream, is going to turn out to represent patriarchal masculine spirituality. Jesus is the Son of God, God the Father. And then you don't have a female. You have the Holy Spirit, which is not gendered. It's just supposedly this thing. So traditional Christianity is a patriarchal, at least in its religious form, it turned into a patriarchal system. That was not what Jesus was teaching. Jesus was an Essene, and women priestesses were treated equally in that group as men. That's true, dude. So like, yeah, the whole scene connection is fascinating. So imagine all that we now know about the Christian connections of the Great Pyramid. I get taken inside the pyramid. We got this altar that's made out of lapis at the top, and then on top of the lapis little pedestal are these pure white hands that actually look like the hands of Christ. That's the, oh, didn't mean to do that, but that kind of rang the bell, right? It was because I hit this on the edge of my glass as it was going down. That's how that happened. That's funny. Okay. So I've commented before on how the intersection with the two thumbs is sexual looking. There's definite imagery there. I just mentioned that out loud on the tape. In the dream, the hands were sitting on top of this bluish-gray stone altar. The hands were pure white like ivory, and they were about the size of regular human hands. I somehow very triumphantly knew that all I had to do was slide these prayerful hands off to the side. It was like a secret switch. You slide the patriarchal energy away, and there's a pivot point underneath, so I slid them off to the side, and then I exposed a circular tunnel that goes way down. These are the pyramid tunnels. The tube went way lower than the stone altar itself, and the tube was about 8 inches wide. My God, you guys. So I'm inside the pyramid. We've got the Christian connection. We've got the hidden passageways. Then the altar is in the center, similar to the king's chamber. There's Christian hands in prayer. We move the hands, and then we see a big, long tunnel going down. And remember, the pyramids have a 2,000-foot set of tunnels underneath them. How could this possibly have happened if I was going to fake it? These transcripts have remained unchanged since I transcribed them in 2006. 21 tapes that I transcribed in 2006, didn't get included in the original 7 books. I've got this on multiple hard drives. I've got all different ways to prove that this is real. I've got the original tapes. I didn't make this up, and the Alliance knows that. So they actually mentioned the pyramid tunnels as being underneath the lapis pedestal. You move the hands off to the side, and then there's a long tunnel going down. They knew we were going to find the pyramid tunnels when I was given this dream on February 27th, 1999. It is so awesome, I can't even tell you guys. There was water at the bottom. The tube went way, way down, just like what we see in the pyramid tunnels now. How did they know that this was going to be discovered right now in 2025? I think it's all planned on some higher level. These are very powerful beings. Now, here's another fascinating thing. The tape ended at this point, and I stopped transcribing it in April 99, and then I had a time shift, and I didn't start transcribing it again until 7 years later on July 5th, 2006. And again, this seems to prophesize the enormous time loops that Michael is describing in our dream. Remember, I unsealed this dream immediately after I built the first of our 3 in the Pyramid Tunnel series. That was Wednesday of the week before last. This discovery is clearly not new to Archangel Michael. So again, the 7-year time shift seems to represent the time shift between 12,000 years ago and the present. So the simple act of moving the sculpture of hands caused a massive movement. Everything started shaking. It was very, very incredible. And again, this is talking about what happens, because the traditional Christian-looking hands represented the patriarchal structure of the DS. This is the central point. I don't want you to get lost in the dream metaphors. The central point is I'm trapped in a matrix. I can't get out. I wanted to go out the window, but then I looked and I'm like, dude, I'm going to fall and break my ass if I go out the window. How about, instead of going out the window, that we find this altar, and then the angelic being says, yes, you should look at the altar. And then I had to move the patriarchal hands off to the side. And that exposes this feminine tube. There's a very literal metaphor here of the tunnel as the womb. This is a womb representation, incorporating feminine spirituality. If feminine spirituality was incorporated into our society, we wouldn't have a DS. We wouldn't have corruption. We wouldn't have people getting ripped off. If women were actually in control, or at least they had more of a say, they only got to vote over 100 years ago, not even much more than that. What would happen if we had a truly non-patriarchal society? That's what this is really about. Now, the patriarchy wants you to think that as they're falling apart, as they lose their control, oh my God, the world is being destroyed. They're broadcasting that. They want you to think that so-and-so is the worst, most evil person ever. They want you to think that now that this thing worked out the way it did last November and whoever's in office, oh my God, we're all in so much trouble. No. These people are actually predators. They're actually, deviants in many different ways. They've got some very, very evil stuff going on, and they use masculine energy. They use persuasion. They want to be worshipped. They want to be like the hands. They want to be idolized. They want to be famous. They want to be wealthy. And they have to be moved out of the way. The traditional patriarchal religious hands are moved off to the side, exposing the feminine tunnels and the vase. It's inside a vase, remember. It's an amazing, amazing dream, isn't it? Because once these arrests happen, that is the end of the patriarchy forever. It will never come back. And I can hear the applause break. Okay, wow, thank you guys. Spoken in front of a lot of live audiences over the years. The patriarchy's over. Once these arrests happen, it's over. That's what the dream is really talking about. They've tricked you into thinking, oh yeah, just do what we want and we'll give you the stuff that you want. We're going to answer all your political, talking points. But no. It's the moving of the structure of the hands that starts to open up the healing. And I see this passageway, this tunnel going down like the pyramid tunnels. All of a sudden, something behind the altar slid open. This is like the entry into the Hall of Records, right? We finally can enter the secret tunnels. I don't recall if there was actually any sound. You can well imagine the angelic chorus of hallelujah, light streaming into the room. It was a massive event. So this symbolizes the ascension. The patriarchy is moved out of the way. They're arrested. And then you get the angelic hallelujah. When this aperture opened, the light was just blasting in. You could feel wind coming from the outside. There was this angelic sound. And I said here in 2006, the canoe in the dream corresponds to kayaks that my film partner Billy just bought today. That was really, really interesting because yesterday when I got body work, there was a guy mounting a kayak on his truck, on the luggage rack on the top of the truck in the middle of the snow. He's putting a kayak on his vehicle. I'm like, why are you doing that right now? And here it is. Here's the kayak that my film partner had just gotten. And that only happened yesterday. So that's really, really mind-blowing. Or no, it was Friday. I'm sorry. I got it done on Friday. So finally, I escaped this matrix. I was able to get out. I ran through the door behind the altar. I escaped the prison. This is now Ascension. This is the defeat of the patriarchy. I ran outside. There was a parking lot there. I was so happy to have escaped. I could hardly even believe it. I was so excited that I actually screamed like a little girl. These guys had me stuck in this maze for 2 hours. I was really pumped about this. It was such a huge event for me to get out of there. I came back inside and I started yelling to everyone that I had opened the doorway to safety and freedom. And again, this is the doorway of Ascension, prophetic of the event they're telling us will happen this year. Don't you love it? I mean, wow. So now I've got to hold the portal open for everybody else. That's what we're doing in this show, folks. I had solved the puzzle and we could all escape. For some reason in that moment, I was aware that even though I had the doorway wide open, I had to lead everybody through the doorway, otherwise they wouldn't find it. I had to stay in the doorway while everyone was emptying out of the building. They were all ready to go somewhere. They had all packed their bags, backpacks, jackets, carry-along bags, and umbrellas. They didn't have terrible amounts of stuff, but everyone had some bags. They were all mostly faces from high school, symbolizing parts of myself that are still learning, I guess. And these are all metaphors of ascension. So again, getting ready to go on a trip, escaping the prison, escaping the matrix, going into a parking lot, getting ready to go on a bus, and everybody's packed up. This is talking about moving into an entirely new dimensional level. Dreams use metaphors for ascension all the time. Wonderful. The thought also occurred to me that not everyone had actually left the castle. There may still be people trapped inside, They couldn't hear me calling out to them and telling them that the doorway was actually open. So this is people who can't get the message of ascension, and maybe they have to repeat. Maybe they're not going to make it into 4D. I think some people definitely won't. But I think we're all going to go through the first wave together. Michael did say that in the books. There wasn't much else I could do about it. A huge crowd of people was now pouring out of this labyrinth now that I found the way out. There was a bus that I needed to take. I was aware of that. And Michael indicates in the reading that he does that this is symbolic of a mothership that they would use to give us ascension to take us somewhere else if we needed to go there. There was only one bus. I was concerned about whether I would have enough room to even be able to get onto the bus. As an important side note here, the bus in my dreams means a vehicle for ascension, like a spaceship or UFO, something that would transfer you into a higher frequency. I can already see this dream has to be about ascension. The castle represents the third dimension that we are all feeling trapped in. They're trying to figure out how to get out. They see the altar. They got to slide away the patriarchy, expose the feminine womb space, the pyramid tunnels, and then the ascension gateway would open, which is about to happen. And people don't want to believe it. It's still going to happen. There's obviously Christian religious symbolism in here, blended with the pyramid. The bus was actually like a spaceship that we had to load onto in order to go somewhere else. I was nervous because I was selflessly hoping the door opened for everyone else. They were all outside. There was only one bus. I made my way over to the bus. Maybe there wasn't anyone left in the castle by this point. Or maybe this was the difference between people who ascend and people who don't. I got inside the bus. All of my buddies were in there. There was only 10 or 12 people in the bus. Everyone else had a different way they were going. Then they closed the door. Now, how do I interpret this? I say the number of people who are going to gain their full light body activation of ascension after the first wave is probably not going to be tremendously large. So, obviously you can imagine there's still a big, big leap of faith involved in me reporting on this stuff, because it's like, well, yeah, you're going to have this ascension in the year 2025. The reading said it in 1999. It's from the Roswell material. There's all these different prophecies of 2025 that overlap. It is not evil. It is supposedly represents a galactic family reunion, and it represents the activation of our ascension potentials that were never activated before. So this is incredible. But only 10 or 12 people actually got on the bus. And the Michael prophecies say that depending on how far you've gone in your spiritual evolution, that will determine how much you ascend in the first wave. And remember, the pyramid technology produces ascension. We're now discovering these new things about the pyramids right as all this ascension stuff is getting ready to happen. That's not an accident. Not an accident. We ended up driving and having a really fun time. We went through downtown Schenectady, where I used to grow up. I knew the bus would eventually deliver me back to the home I grew up in. The bus was taking me back home. That was the big metaphor. Okay, and now the client reading comes in, and it begins to decipher this dream, which is incredible. This is Archangel Michael interpreting the dream, but I want to give you a sneak preview of it first, something very significant. Then I'm going to take my bathroom break, and then we will start at the beginning of the reading. He says, understand that this is the end game, and the choices and decisions you make in the next few months. So few is like 3, right? So it's all within 2025. The choices and decisions you make in the next few months will shape the time of your ascension transformation quite directly. Wow. This is, again, a very unambiguous prophecy supporting the concept that the first wave is going to happen this year. He says this is the end game, the choices and decisions in the next few months. I mean, dude, I'm getting breathless. It's like, oh, my God. The choices you make in the next few months will directly shape your ascension. So if you feel like you're not living up to your potential, if you feel like you haven't been as good of a human being as you could be, that maybe you could be more loving or more nice or whatever, it's now or never. Get on the ascension bandwagon. Get your vibrations in order, because this is it, folks. It's happening. So now, after we come back from the break, we're going to start at the beginning. And so I want to jump over to, I got some new turkey goodness for you guys. And you're going to get to see some wonderful new stuff here with the turkeys. Everything is good. So, I decided that I would use the same video that we had before where they're gobbling at the beginning. So that's still there, but then there was a much longer video where I'm only feeding 2 of them, and I cut that one. So this one is 5 minutes and 7 seconds long. And again, it's ultimately going to be a flock of 8 turkeys that show up. This one is only 5 minutes long. It may loop back from the beginning again. So you're probably going to see the turkeys gobbling for me when there was just 2 of them again. Because again, you know, with my being 52 years old, you don't pee fast anymore because of the prostate. So otherwise I look good, but yeah, definitely you can't just get rid of it in 30 seconds or something. It takes a while. So that's just a thing. It's a physiological thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute my microphone. I'm going to play you this wonderful turkey encounter video, and I will be back renewed and refreshed with my nose. I've wiped all the makeup off my nose, so it now looks all red. Sorry about that. We'll clean up the makeup. I'll eat a little food, and we'll be back momentarily. So let me go ahead and mute my mic, and then we'll watch the video. Here we go. All right, my microphone is off, and we are going to now roll the tape. Here we go. Daddy's turkeys return, 5 minutes. Boom, and scene. All right, we've got 2 male turkeys who just showed up. And here they are. And they're hungry. Hey, guys. It's Daddy. You're back. You're my children. Yay! Turkeys! 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 Yay, you're awake and you're alive! Turkey! All right, I'm coming, you guys. I'm coming. I'm going to feed you guys. It's going to be so awesome. Let's get that done. Okay, we're going to get it done. Oh, yeah. Okay, we've got a huge outpouring of turkeys today. Turkeys! This is the biggest flock we've seen yet. How many we got? 2 males. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 females. So we got 8 turkeys. We'll feed you guys, okay? Whoa! Don't worry, Daddy's coming. Daddy's coming, turkeys. 8 turkeys, yeah. Okay, guys, here we go. Okay, we got 8 turkeys, and we're now on round 2 of feeding them. Hi, turkeys. You guys are so awesome. You're like my own little family here. Oh, you dug out all that right there, didn't you? Look at this. Look at this. It's okay. It's okay, turkeys. They're barely hungry. Some of these turkeys probably have never woken up before. The males got out first. Yay, look. Yay. And there's a big pile of it right there if somebody wants to jump in. See, they're happy. I take care of them. Everything's good. They're very, very happy right now. Yay! This is really interesting. They just found a whole bunch of friends, and they brought their friends out late at night for dinner. It's like 5:45 p.m. They're not even usually out this late, but they're here now. So this is really cool. Tuk, 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 tuk. Yay, look. Hi, turkeys. Hi. Oh, yeah, you got a big tail. Look at that. You guys want some food? Yeah, we'll give you some food. Don't be scared of Daddy. All you have to do is just... Oh, how many do we have here? We got 1, 2 in the back, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we got our 8 turkeys again. Okay, guys. We're going to get you some food now. You just stay put, and we'll maybe film a little more once I got it. Okay, here we go. Hey, turkeys, look. Look at what I got. It's a beautiful day here. The turkeys are back. Oh, you guys are so brave and strong. Dropping a big dookie. Okay. Here we go. Yay, look! Look, turkeys! They come running like little children. You see that? Yay! Yay, turkeys! See, they don't like that I'm out here, so we gotta disappear. It's okay. Daddy's going back inside. You guys get to have that food now. They will. They just don't want to look like they are. See, this is the big thing with turkeys. They don't want to be seen as needy, so they're all leaving right now. But they'll be back in just a second, as soon as we stop. All of my turkeys just showed up. Hi, turkeys. I'm going to put out some food for you guys. I'm trying to act like you're not interested now. Y'all just going to run away from Daddy? Don't run away, turkeys. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. You see all you guys. Okay, I'm going to put some food out for you guys, but I just wanted to get this on film. It's the last part of our video. This is the day before our next show. All right, we've got 2 male turkeys who just showed up. And here they are. And they're hungry. Hey, guys. It's Daddy. You're back. You're my children. Yay! Turkeys! 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 Yay, you're awake and you're alive. Turkey! All right, I'm coming, you guys. I'm coming. I'm going to feed you guys. It's going to be so awesome. Let's get that done. Okay, we're going to get it done. Oh, yeah. Okay, we've got a huge... Now I'm back. I had a good break. Thank you very much for that. I put some eye drops in because, again, it's just so dry here that I've got the seasonal blues, my friend. So let's go back to the slide here. Now we're going to read this reading from the beginning. And remember, this was actually a client reading. It was one of my first ever clients. Her name was Linda. But they speak to her and they speak to us as well. So it's a pretty fascinating overlay here. So now I'm just going to get to read you a story. Oh, Margaret says, excellent show. I love the sound they make, says Kiko. I'll read some of these. These are great, actually. I've heard that turkeys are very smart. Birds in general are very smart despite their small size. Castor oil in the eyes. I don't know if I'm going to do that. I feed all the birds and cats in my garden. The animals are so healing, says Anna Nishida. Animals rule, says Animals Rule. You're amazing. I love every show. Bella's Patio Garden. I love your turkeys, David. Don't let them in. They might gobble you. Tez Brooks. No, they're very afraid of people. I don't think they'd ever come into the house. They don't want to be anywhere too close to me either. I mean, I've been able to get really close to them, like within, 1 or 2 feet. I haven't tried to feed them out of my hand, but I do now have the chickadees landing on the food cup. They'll come right up and land on it and eat out of it. It's really, really great. So I really do love the animals and the birds. And so let's get back into this because we're still almost 3 hours in here and there's more to discuss. So here we go. It is our purpose at this time to give illustration to the basic principles by which this entity, Linda, and it's really talking about all of us, okay? That's what they're saying. might then escape the cycles of karma and third-dimensional reincarnation, we're all too familiar with that have occurred upon the physical sphere. It is our purpose to contain the wisdom necessary for small steps to be made, and contain like a container. The pyramid is a wisdom container, so that's interesting. They knew that they had a pyramid dream here. It is our purpose to contain the wisdom necessary for small steps to be made in order to shed light on how the larger steps might then be accomplished. And remember, the pyramid, by the Egyptians, they called it Takut, or the light, and we had light shedding in the dream. And then larger steps, we just found these staircase-like large steps inside the pyramid that we didn't already know about. So already this is time looped into the present because of the larger steps being prophetic of the fact that we found large steps inside the pyramid. With the principles as set forth in said Casey readings and later on in the Course in Miracles, there is then a template by which the pattern of the Christ physical materialization might then be followed. Very interesting, huh? That's about physical ascension, when your body transforms into light. Both of said works, which appeal to this entity, which was Linda, but it's also talking to all of us, both of these works involve a direct communication with the universal Christ presence. And yes, Course in Miracles is all about Christ, and the Casey readings are all about Christ. Therefore, there is every reason to believe that it is this seeking within that will produce the grandest results. And that's just great spiritual guidance. It's not seeking money, it's not seeking anything without. It's the treasures of ascension inside that produce the grandest results. We offer an alternative theory to those who would suggest that we ramble on about all the intricacies and different problems here and there that surface in the life of this entity. And again, the pyramid has a white surface, so this could be another reference to the pyramid. By having the ability to induce a dream beforehand, we are then able to introduce a more universal metaphor, one which is more appropriately situated to this entity's concerns as then applied to the human condition and/or frailty as a whole. And with relevance to that, let us proceed. The dream featured an encumbrance, a hindrance of stone which metaphorically contained within it all of humankind. And they're talking about the pyramid, of course. And the pyramid does represent humanity. Indeed, the earlier parts of the dream featured the main character, in this case David, perfectly content with all the many things that could be explored within this castle. So this is like, oh, I love the taste of that steak in the Matrix. I choose the Matrix. This steak is delicious. Similarly, many of you who have inadvertently projected yourselves into the third density have found that the path is indeed interesting along the way. Many of you might actually forget that there is a way out, or to even look for there being a way out. Don't you love this? Woo, yeah! The next path is the realization that there is something more than the physical body. There is a pathway to what we would loosely term salvation, although not at all in the sense as your fundamentalist Christians would use it. Salvation is accomplished for the self, by the self. Yeah, they're going to go into this whole thing about how ascension has to be created by yourself. And that's pretty obvious. Salvation refers to the rectification of the personal vibration with divine vibration, of personal purpose with divine purpose, the alignment of one's own nature with that of the creative forces. There are no apologies spoken in this reading, no letdowns either, simply a truth-telling. So again, you want to align your own nature with Christ consciousness, which means you're going to be as loving as possible. You're going to be patient, forgiving, loving. That's rectifying your personal vibration with divine vibration. And that's when you're aligning yourself with what Casey would call the Christ or the creative forces. So they're not going to apologize, and they're not going to let you down. They're just telling you the truth. It's very interesting. We understand that there is no need to apologize. The entity has chosen directly on the subconscious level all of its experiences. And thus, those that would pertain to that of the victim nature and or to that of the intense fear and inability to be open and communicate all stem from conscious choices that are made in this higher mind of the astral self, or the subconscious, as it is normally termed. When we speak of the entity as a wanderer, we speak of that which moves towards a completion and fruition. We speak of those souls who arise from a higher light vibration, and then, in their own knowledge, wisdom, and ability to see beyond the veil, they choose to incarnate here, in physical bodies, upon the planetary sphere of Earth. Wanderers incarnate to give voice to those teachings that might then help all others to rise up and to move forward in their conscious and subconscious life patterns. The simple presence of any such entity within the planetary sphere rises in vibration. And this is due to the memory of the light-love configurations from whence the entity sprang. So if you simply exist on Earth, the wanderer is raising the vibration just by being here because they're such positive people. The angelic soul concept. It is not necessary to dwell on the issue of this entity being a wanderer. Much has come across already in the physical and subphysical terms so as to bring this method of proof to the fore. We do think it is extremely wise for the entity to be aware that these contacts that are being experienced are not of a malicious nature, but rather of a teaching purpose. And that's really telling all of us that this is a positive contact we're getting here. There is indeed great energy coming to the fore in this case. And as we continue to explain this dream, we hope to better emphasize exactly what this energy is. And they're talking about the present. When the arrests happen, this causes great energy to come to the fore in the human consciousness, because it's the final moment of liberation. So let us do that. Let us better emphasize exactly what this energy is that's coming to the fore. Just as the client's male friend Larry at one point had been in Vietnam, in the Navy, but didn't feel that anything was wrong, so too were those other selves in our symbolic castle, unequipped to handle the reality of the fact that they were essentially trapped. So here I think the Vietnam is talking about the baby boomer generation. They're the ones that have mostly fallen for the misleading stuff the most, I would say. They didn't feel that anything is wrong. The guy from Vietnam, other people in our symbolic castle are not ready to handle the reality that they're trapped. But that's what this ascension is about. It's realizing that the evil is here and how big and how scary it is. That's part of it. Understand that David's presence in this dream was as that of the entity Linda. And thus he was inaccurate upon meeting the other self and thinking this other self in the dream represented Linda. More to the fact, this entity represented the daughter of entity Linda, namely Rosalind. So yes, my client had a daughter named Rosalind. I did know that. With this understanding, we hope, comes a greater appreciation for the metaphors present within this dream guidance. For as the entity ascended the staircase and went before this person symbolically representing Rosalind, there was the innate knowledge of the fact that this entity had been taking very detailed notes regarding how to escape. So obviously this has a bunch of different things. There's a staircase right next to me here. And so the entity ascended the staircase. Rosalind, of course, is the name, which is like Rosalind Chapel and like the Grail mythology and all that kind of cool stuff. And then the very detailed notes would be the notes that I took back in 1999 when I was writing all this down. And I have all the tapes right here, the originals here. I probably don't want to telegraph this. I got to keep them in the safe, but yeah, they're here for right now. The staircase again is right behind me here. So you see the stairs right there. The entity ascended the staircase. So I think we've had this in the time loop week after week. They see into the future. And these are elements of the house that I'm filming this in now, which is really, really interesting. And the detailed notes would be my transcripts. However, there was indeed a fundamental problem in that the entity was unable to go beyond the point of seeing out of its own window. And thus the struggle for freedom was thought of, but not understood in the practical sense. Now think about all the sleepers out there. They don't even know what the freedom they're trying to get is because they don't know what the prison is. If you can't see the prison, then you don't know how to get out. The whole point was that some people realized they were trapped in this labyrinth in my dream, other people didn't, and it's just a function of whether you even can see that there is a problem. The struggle was thought of but not understood in a practical sense. Many typewritten pages were present. Again, this is talking about my transcripts and what we're doing now, the time loop, which is really fascinating. Many typewritten pages were present, indicating that a great deal of thought had gone into this. And then I said here, this is prophetic of the 80,000 pages of documents that just got released. Woo! So that's another time loop. Michael doesn't say, oh yeah, 80,000 pages, but he says many typewritten pages, and all the documents are typewritten. That's a pretty darn good time loop to me. And we got Total Todd. He says, I have really enjoyed today's show. Thank you, David. Thank you, Total Todd. Weren't you from Roslyn, New York? No, I was in Rosendale. I lived in Rosendale, not Roslyn. But Roslyn is like the Rose Line and Roslyn Chapel and all the stuff with Da Vinci Code, right, and all that kind of stuff. So isn't that whole point about, again, the patriarchy, because that's the Grail mythology is one of the DS's big things. They're trying to say, oh yeah, you know, we're descendants of Christ, or we're descendants of David, and we've kept this bloodline secret. And that's what they give you at the end of Da Vinci Code. If you can watch the whole movie, you're like still awake at the end. There's that scene where they're all in the church together, and it's like, oh, they're all part of this Grail Christ bloodline thing. Well, that was them. That was like a soft reveal of them wanting you to support them because they have some type of elite Christ or whatever. There's different ways they could have done it, but one of them was it was going to be a Christ bloodline. Okay, like, So Roslyn, and so Roslyn symbolizes them, you know, and the trap that they've created for us, this cognitive prison. And I love this line so much. Oops, I have 2 donations come in here. Let me just catch those. Let's see here. I have really enjoyed today's show. We saw that one. David Applegren, zinc supplements in the form of zinc picolinate will take care of most people's prostate problems. Duly noted, sir. Duly noted. Thank you. All right. So again, we got some really, really great stuff going on here because it time loops into the many typewritten pages that we just got, and we're all waiting for more. And the struggle for freedom isn't even understood in a practical sense. That is totally talking about the people who are asleep in that baby boomer Vietnam generation. That's where many of them are. I think everybody else is kind of getting through this now. So too do we see that this entity Roslyn, so too do we see that entity Roslyn as constructing within self the templates by which these multivaried paranormal phenomena might then be understood. And believe me, they're using multivaried paranormal phenomena in this group. We see that the presence of the entity Linda in the entity Roslyn's life is a good one, as this sense of spiritual guidance has been provided by which both entities might then rise their vibrations. The next important significant point here is that it is through the direct collaboration with this entity, as has been illustrated, that the final gateway to the escape process is then provided. So here they're saying the mother and the daughter have to get together, directly collaborate. They got to talk to each other. They got to get along some degree. That this helps them break out of this patriarchal trap. So that was her client reading. I'm giving you both layers of the reading because it's also for us. This was indicated symbolically by the presence of entity John, who is the overseer of this land wherein we do our work. Isn't that an interesting line? The overseer of the land where we do our work. Weird, right? That represents the angelic being, as we said earlier in the dream. This entity, John, also is very proficient in understanding... Oh, I remember what it was. John did own the land where I was in the barn at that time. So that's part of the metaphor, but he also represented an angel in the dream. So that's what they were talking about. I'm like, what in the hell was that? Okay, so they're saying good things about John the farmer who I was living with when this reading came in. I was in the barn as it came in. This entity, John, also is very proficient in understanding the cycles of ascension and spiritual growth upon the planetary sphere, and this entity is also one of those wanderer types of which we have spoken. And therefore, the entity in this case does represent the higher guiding force of extraterrestrial intelligence that then puts the final capstone in place once the request has been made. Remember, the Christian pyramid. The pyramid was a Christian symbol. The capstone represents the 5-sided pyramid being formed instead of 6 sides with a flat top. It goes to 5. The number 5 means divine perfection. All these metaphors combine in a very, very interesting way. And we just learned about the pyramid and the pyramid tunnels, and here they are mentioning the capstone on the pyramid on February 27th, 1999. So there's another time loop. Incredible. Because we just learned about the pyramid stuff. There was then the rapid realization of the fact that the altar, that present front, that which was most easily visible and surrounded by the water of the Spirit, was the key. We do want you to understand that we have combined metaphors here, and thus there is more than one way for you to look at this. So I think that the present front of the pyramid is, the pyramid with no casing stones. The present front... The altar is the pyramid. The present front of the altar is what happens when it doesn't have the casing stones on it and it hasn't gotten the capstone yet. So this is so really cool because it's all time looped into the present. I'm just shaking with excitement as I read this. It really is amazing. How did they know we were going to be going through this pyramid news right now? The guy is just starting to speak to the public, the scientist, beyond I. You can look at the interior of this church, and remember, the church is the pyramid in the dream, as representing the earth and third density humanity in general. And that is a valid point, as it does illustrate ascension. So there you go. You look at the interior of the church, it illustrates ascension. They're making pyramid metaphors again about how the pyramid timeline leads to ascension. You're sneaking it right under my nose. I'm in trance. I had no idea this was happening. However, you can also choose to view this circumstance as that of the United Methodist Church wherein entity Linda has been working. And that was one of her problems, is she was starting to lock horns with them because they didn't have any open-mindedness about her beliefs at all. Therefore, we do see there is a tendency towards this motion away from this environment. We also see the propensity for thinking about this change has led to a desire on behalf of Other Self Larry to then have a clear communication and conversation regarding what options might then be available. So she did talk about this, that her husband was upset about the church wanting to restrain her, and he was saying, is there another church you can go to? And this was a real crisis for them at the time. In David's vision of this dream, which we imparted, the interior of what he has called a castle, because remember, it's really the pyramid. And what we also have referred to as a castle, okay, because there is a castle-like thing inside, was more appropriately that of the Gothic cathedral indicative of the church. Here again is the Christian pyramid connection in the time loop. So you see that we are combining metaphors then. Now I noted here that Michael did not mention the pyramid blocks, but that's kind of the big point, is he's tying it in with the pyramid that we just learned about, the tunnels. Understand that there is a level upon which you are transcending human experience, as well as a level upon which you are transcending the experience of the direct physical environment that now surrounds you and your focus. So this is about ascension. We are going to be transcending our normal human experience. See the entity John as representing that angelic force that then provides the way. So you might then see where it is that you are going. And they're talking to us. They are providing the way. They are the angelic force. And they want us to see that we are going to reach this destination. This is not just going to drag on forever, you guys. The window in the dream is not sufficient to be escaped from. And by flagging the importance of the roof shingles, we did indicate that this has to do with the UFO sightings directly. Right. And we're all trapped in the matrix. UFOs are part of how this is going to end. They're helping us. As crazy as it sounds. And thus, the point there was to make you aware that there are indeed methods of transcending your physical karma. However, our presence in your life is designed more to enunciate more deeply the law of one, so that you yourself might then embrace it. And thus, all we can do is provide direction. The entity John represented us, the angelic being, that's who they are, in giving you the final piece of the puzzle. But it was then your choice to go forward and to do so. So I think part of this is saying the ascension is analogous to sliding away the patriarchal view, just like she had with whatever her church was that she was stuck in. They were not open-minded. The dream was about sliding off the hands and exposing this womb space. Very interesting. And that was the ascension. And does correspond with the overthrow of the patriarchy, which is a very psychologically complex thing that people don't even know what it is. They can't even identify it. It operates in shadow. It cloaks its own meanings from everyone. It never tells you the truth. It's a very difficult psychological adjustment for some people to accept that that's how bad it really is. But then you become awakened. So they are giving us the final piece of the puzzle, and it is your choice to go forward. And we all have to choose, do we want to ascend or not? How much loving behavior do we want to have in our lives? This is done most efficiently late at night, when those other selves in your geographical vicinity are in that state known as the sleeping, or the transitional aspect of their vibrations to a higher frequency. And so understand that the experiences you have right now are as the canoe in the waters of spirit. And so, yeah, we're all in this moment right now where we're having to canoe our way through this water. That's what they're saying. We're all in this weird space that we have to navigate through spiritually. In the dream, with the way it had been given, because I was trapped in the canoe inside the matrix. That's another important point. In the dream, with the way it had been given, the entity approached the altar. And in some senses, this is significant of the throne of the Almighty Father, Mother, God of the Divine. We did indicate symbolically that the hands in ivory indicated the patriarchy. David was accurate in stating how it was that those hands made the obvious form of the female whoop whoop, and that this also refers to a simple symbology for mainstream Christianity as it now stands. Understand then that as we removed this object from the very phallic-shaped altar, which is another important point, the inside was a feminine shape, rather that of the indwelling instead of the outward reaching. And that's directly how the Law of One describes the genders, indwelling and outward reaching. We also see another feminine metaphor in the fact that the waters of the Spirit reside in the bottom of the well. And thus the symbolic meaning here is of the transformation of one's own personal religious beliefs so as to dethrone the beautiful but quite archaic patriarchal structures that now exist. And we're all going through this. It's tearing apart what we thought the institutions of God were. And maybe that wasn't really divinely inspired after all. Works such as the Course in Miracles and others, including those of Marianne Williamson, she was the reader of Marianne, by the way, are all aiding in this process of renewing and revivifying the feminine presence of energy within the physical sphere. There's a lot of women that are just cheering this like crazy right now, I'm sure. It is also necessary to do this within the personality as well, to then renew one's trust
in that portion of self that feels and hears from the heart. It is important to give this aspect of the personality greater credence. Understand that in those situations with the other self known as Larry, there have been those times where communication might have felt rather difficult. And again, you double-click on this, it's prophetic of the whole political war that we got going on right now between these very opposing factions. That's what I think they're talking about. Because he represents the brainwashed boomer. A greater attunement to one's own feminine energy will allow the seat of the heart and emotions to then dictate that which is spoken in conversation. We also find that with the greater comfort and ease that comes from a recapitulation of this internal feminine energy, there is indeed also a renewed vitality and desire for speaking on behalf of both parties involved. And so this metaphor does encompass a wide variety of things. The method of the gateway, or the transformation as was then seen, was illustrated quite clearly. And again, it was the pyramid. And you got to slide off the altar to get through the chamber to get out of the pyramid. It was the moving away of the patriarchal symbol from the altar of the divine, the allowing of that mystical feminine from deep within the bowels of the earth to then be exposed again. Wow. So the pyramid tunnels represent the mystical feminine. For obvious reasons, it's a womb space, 2,000 feet down. And they're talking about the symbolic importance that it's like the feminine counterpart to the pyramid. The triangular shape is masculine. Oh my God, now people, oh my God, David did the symbol. No, I was doing a triangle. I'm really freaking sorry that I did the triangle. It was just to illustrate the pyramid. There's no other way to do it. I am not part of that group. Oh my God. I've never made that kind of mistake before. Whatever. The disclaimer has been included. This is talking about the pyramid tunnels. It is so exciting. I just can't even tell you how excited I am. And it caused this encumbrance, this boundary to be circumvented. This then also has to do with the principles of ascension. As you will notice, there is an astrological symbol to this as well. The bottom or the base of this sculpture of hands was perfectly circular. And yet the hole within was also circular to almost the same width. So there again, they're literally describing the pyramid tunnels. It is then with this metaphor that we illustrate the presence of the 11/11 eclipse on August 11, 1999, which David has spoken of as being the earliest opportunity for such an ascension or transformation to take place. That is an important point. And then I put in a note here. We just went through the blood moon eclipse, the 144-year Hindu cycle, Prayag Maha Kumbh Mela, regarding the defeat of demons. So again, you know, the August 11th thing was actually very significant. It was right around the time that JFK Jr. died in his plane crash. And there was a big conjunction at that time on August 11th that was the Grand Cross. And so we've talked about it in the books a bunch. It's not really that important right now. I just want to, we're running out of time, so I want to keep you hearing more of the reading. But again, you know, nobody really ascended on August 11th, but it's paved the way for the peaceful, non-catastrophic timeline. That's what Michael explained. My conscious mind was probably getting a little bit too close to the surface on that one. That's my guess. But it's, you know, 99% accurate, 1% stuff like that. One might then ask why it was that the entity needed to first alert everyone in the building to the fact that the gateway had opened, and then stay there the entire time as every other entity left. The answer is this. You have come to this planet as a way shower. So they're talking to ET souls, and they're saying that you got to help other people go through this process. When they learn about the bad stuff, you're going to be teaching them, hey, don't freak out. And we know that this is leading to an ascension, alerting everyone that the gateway is opening. As a way shower, you're coming to the planet. You are a volunteer from these higher realms to then incarnate in the physical and pave the way for the other selves upon this plane to then move towards this ascension, or the realization of their own personal divinity. It is an escape from the bondage to karma and to the cyclings of the third density experience, with ceaseless reincarnation until the lessons are adequately applied. And thus, holding the door open, there is the knowledge that as you overcome these issues within the self, it will be necessary to stay close to them, as the other selves upon your plane are then able to utilize your guidance that comes about when you make these strides in the personal life path. So you still have to stay close to your issues. You can't just run away from things. The experiences that you are having are worthy of being noted, and there are many who would be fed from them. That is why we suggest that you utilize the writings you have already done, symbolized by that held by the other self in the room with the tall window, and use it as the vehicle by which this altar might then be shifted, and that the patriarchal structures now in place might be moved aside by higher concerns. Well, that is what's getting ready to happen. And so each one of us can contribute by using our writings and helping fight this battle. The end of the century exists, and that is a fact. With it comes the attendant circumstances necessary for change, including those of the millennial collapse of the computer systems. And again, I said this was slightly, my conscious mind was getting in there a little bit. However, we have definitely, whoops, let's go back to that, sorry. What happened? Hold on, you guys. Let's do this. Let me just get in there because we got to find out something. Oh, a funny message came up here. Let me stop that. Yeah, so this was like another one of these. It's very embarrassing, but I decided I'm not going to hide anything from you. I'm not going to hide this just because it was bad, but I expected consciously that there was going to be a millennial collapse. And so that one little part of the reading, again, had my conscious mind interfering. But most of this is directly Michael, and it's directly time-looped. It's just an embarrassing moment that did happen. So the millennial collapse of the computer systems. And I said here, yes, every now and then your conscious mind butts in because it was conscious channeling. But again, it's mostly good. We don't throw out the rest just because of this. We have definitely seen various computer systems collapsing since 2020. So if you expand the concept of millennial beyond just the year 2000, then it does fit. Plus, we're also expecting the internet and the power could go down for up to 10 days as part of the plan. So in that sense, even if I was getting my hands dirty consciously a little bit, they worked around it, and it still works. You will also see the great solar cycle, as we have spoken of it, consisting of an increase in the higher energies that come into your plane, then actually adjusting the vibrational frequencies of the electrons such that your electronic devices are no longer applicable based on the extreme magnetic flux therein. So this may yet be another example where I might have messed with them a little bit. I don't think our electronics are going to stop working after the first wave. That would be a very crazy, catastrophic situation for us to suddenly get dumped into. So I think, again, my conscious mind was kind of coming to the surface. I had not done very many client readings this way before. This was one of the very first ones. And I think I was distracted by the fact that I had the client and I was on the phone, I think. So maybe the phone pulled me out of trance a little bit. I eventually stopped doing it that way. It was a strange situation. Anyway, a little bit of conscious mind interference, but still not too much, because everything up to the last bullet point is exactly what they wanted to say. But I think my Art Bell freak out mind threw in that last line. Sorry, everybody. But then they come right back to this, which is so time looped into the present, it's freaking crazy. With all the stuff that's going on, they're about to do the arrests. Understand that this is the end game, and that the choices and decisions you make in the next few months will shape the time of your transformation quite directly. And again, this is an unambiguous prophecy of the first wave. That was the day I first read this and unsealed it, March 18th. It is for this reason that we suggest that if you have an issue within self that needs to be addressed, such as the need to escape the boundaries of the church, as we illustrated in this dream, that it is important to act on this wisdom and to go ahead and do so. The prospect of your motion in the direction of sustenance and income from odd jobs will indeed also help you get closer together with Larry. This was done by us as well, through the luminous manifestation of those angelic guiding forces that did then create fear, and in so doing brought you closer together in Entity Larry's attempts to protect you therein. So she had an angel sighting, it scared her, but it was actually the good guys. That's what they're saying. In her own life, that's what happened. And we're all having these manifestations showing up for us more and more. And now the final vortex is opening as well. This is giving me goosebumps, you guys. The vortex of ascension. See that there is a microcosm of your leaving the church. The macrocosm is also of leaving the church of physical incarnation and three-dimensional humanity in search of something higher. That's what ascension's coming up, guys. It's a whole new life. When you stand at the door for the other selves to leave before you, it is basically this knowledge that you are an integral part in the opening of this vortex and its sustenance. You might have wondered why we spent so much of our energy in contacting you and in preparing you in such a matter. That answer can be stated quite simply. You have been programmed with a discrete series of pieces of knowledge over time. This includes the ability for you to have direct control over your luminous energy field through your different chakral centers. It's talking about our light body activation, man. You have perceived this as the luminous glow that rises and falls over any of these centers late at night, in your terms. Understand then that you have been implanted with a very large amount of information. This is all ET souls, folks. And again, this was symbolized by the many transcripts in the upper room from whence you could not escape in the dream. So the point here is that you do not remember most of your training yet from these angelic realms, but you have been implanted with much. And again, I think everybody watching this, if you've made it this far, or 3.5 hours in, you're probably an angelic soul. That means there's all this information implanted within you that in the dream was about the transcripts in that room that we could escape from. And thus it is important to realize that as time progresses, more and more you will awaken to your purpose. When we say that your presence will help keep the vortex open, we do mean that quite literally. You are as a walking pyramid. I love it. I love it. Again, dazzling timing with the discovery of the pyramid tunnels. Beautiful time loop. You are as a walking pyramid, a walking antenna or focalizer for global grid light love energy that spirals upwards from the central core of the planetary sphere, which is then fed by the central core of the planetary sun, central core of the galaxy, etc. So the huge tubes are what they're talking about again. It's a time loop. They are antenna for global grid light love energy that spirals upwards. They're describing this, you guys, right in the reading. With this knowledge implanted within you, there is an activation process that comes when the personal difficulties are then transcended. With this transcension of the issues that are most pressing in their weight upon you, there is the lightening of all areas of life. As you move towards this transcension, we can indeed see the ways in which your relationship with Larry has changed. And again, Larry is the archetype of people who haven't awakened yet, who we have in our lives. And thus understand it is an adequate statement to say that as you transcend that which keeps you physical, that which keeps you human in the present moment, this upward spiral of light love energy, and remember, that's what the Law of One said that the pyramid does, is harness that upward spiral. This upward spiral of light love energy will expand you a notch in frequency so that you become more as that of a spiritual or divine being. There again are the tunnels, and that seems to be a representation of upward spiraling light. That's what the pyramid is doing. We saw all the science of it now. In so doing, you are then much more able to call upon us for direct assistance in any fashion that might be necessary. It will also become easier for you to then act as a streetlight in the dark, to then show the way for those others who still stumble about in darkness and do not see the light before them. And so, when we have you present at the vortex, Understand that this is as your ability to snap into active service mode at the time of the ascension, to then begin directly helping us to ensure that as many other selves as possible are able to be harvested. And again, that just means, harvest means the people who get the light body activation. It's not catastrophic. It's not about they're harvesting your organs or they're trying to eat you. The word harvest is in the book of Matthew, Matthew 13, and that's what they're referring to. But Richard Hoagland got all freaked out about the word harvest. They're trying to set up a cosmic human barbecue party. Like, no, Richard, that's not what it is. Let's just agree to disagree about the harvest term, okay? But that's what they're talking about. Harvest is the book of Matthew, and so you're going to have this stored knowledge inside you, and they're going to bring you to the vortex when this event happens. You're going to get this ET meetup, and then you will end up snapping into active service once you get your light body on, and then you will help them to make sure that other people can have that light body activation as well. Everybody's going to be okay. There's not going to be any catastrophe. This comes about from what we have been training you to do, and thus you do not need to worry about it now or think about how it will be accomplished. Simply understand this is for all of us. Your best bet at this point is to continue meditating and to continue to face those issues that arise within the self. Nothing is unimportant in this facing of the self. All things that might arise within your lifespan are indeed vital and crucial to the greater understanding of this cycle and how it functions. And thus, even though it might seem to be a physical world and a physical lifetime, you can take all these components of the physical and blend them together, and in so doing form a divine concoction that transcends the sum of its parts. So, in equalizing the personal vibrations with that of the planet, and with that of this higher density energy that is now streaming in, as the passive and very active planetary influence in some senses, there is the raising of vibration, another notch of frequency. Oops, and we got a couple little floaters in there. Got a bit of a float in there, mate. Get rid of that thing. When we say that you stand at the door, we mean that you will stand with us and prepare the way so that all others might then follow. With the overthrowing of the patriarchy both within self and within society, what is the Alliance about to do? The final coup de grace. So that's very time-looped, you guys. With the overthrowing of the patriarchy both within self and within society, there is the opportunity to move forward. And again, we're moving into new chambers in the pyramid, so they knew about this. This opportunity is also inexorably linked with your own realization of the need to change your life circumstances to move into those areas more novel. This novelty will continue to occur as the changes surrounding this transition continue to become more obvious and easily pronounced. And so with that, let us move forward to the next portion of the dream. After everyone was leaving, you did notice they had all their bags with them. This is as yet the baggage that those other selves are taking with them upon ascension, that which has not yet been cleared and has not yet been transcended from the physical. Entities will ascend with their own baggage along with them, so to speak. So you don't have to be perfect. You're going to bring your baggage with you. That's what the dream is talking about, is that we are going to bring our baggage. What we wish to have you see is that those entities who had too much baggage were not capable of getting onto the bus. Or, more accurately, they did not even realize that the bus was there. That is why when you entered the bus, you meaning David in this dream, you noticed there were very few others inside. This is an important point. The bus, as David is accurately discerned, represents that vehicle for ascension into yet higher levels of initiation and training. It is as yet a manifestation of the cigar-shaped objects, which you have often called motherships, that we would use. But there again, cigar-shaped objects. Pyramid tunnels. Yep, I'm getting goosebumps again. These are as yet important to us, as they represent the ways by which we are able to store and transfer a multitudinous number of human physical entities after their ascension. So they're talking about the motherships. These motherships are important to us because we can store and transfer potentially billions of people. And they've done this in the past. They've had to take people from one planet to another. That's one of the things these motherships do. Very interesting. To you, the soul is an intangible thing, not easily visible. To us, it is very visible, and it can be dealt with as you would deal with a series of creatures in an aquarium tank, for example. Oh, this is going to get good, huh? Now they're going to say we're all in a fish tank. So too are we able to create an environment that sustains you, similar to the water in the aquarium tank, and have you present therein, so that we might transfer you away from the planetary sphere as the cleansing process is engendered. This cleansing being in reference to that of the pole shift. Uh-oh. Well, yeah, so eventually, once we're all ready to have it happen, there is going to be a pole shift. And apparently at that time, we get to park on the mothership. God, this sounds like a really great show, man. We park on the mothership and everything's fine. But again, the first wave of ascension is non-catastrophic. Then we got to wait around for 100 to 700 years for everybody to figure out that they have to be more loving and learn to ascend. They're going to be bringing their baggage with them. At the end of the 100 to 700 years, which is what the Law of One tells us, then we get the finalization of this weird catastrophic event that transforms the physical earth into something that's uninhabitable for humans. But then we come back and we are activated into this fourth density reality. So apparently you don't want to be around the earth when the big catastrophe happens, the pole shift or whatever it is. It is going to happen in the future. We do expect that. That's part of what all these prophecies are telling us, dude. So it's part of the big solar flash. The first wave is not catastrophic, but once everybody can get into light body, then we allow this to happen. And they're apparently telling us that we're going to be on the mothership when that happens. So amen to that. I'm ready for the mothership. I'm tired of being here in the house alone all the time. So the mothership would be pretty cool. So again, this final scenario apparently will happen 100 to 700 years after the first wave. By that point, everybody can make it. And we got to wait for everybody and hold the door open, just like the dream said. So then Michael actually says, this mothership is the Rolls Royce of the higher realms. Woo! I want to take a ride. It is, in a sense, a luxury accommodation. Not everyone will be able to see it or to clearly get on board, so to speak, but we will attempt to work with as many of your people as possible. Understand that this does take David home in the dream. And in your sense, we mean this quite literally. You will have the option after ascension as to whether to return to your native area of Deneb, which is a star, I guess, or to continue in the new heaven and new earth that has been formulated. Either path of service is valiant. So there's another mention of the word valiant. Deneb is one of the extraterrestrial wanderer groups they talked about in the Law of One. Beings that lived on that system. Either path will grant you great levels of advancement that you can then use personally. We suggest that this ascension that you are working towards might be chosen upon the physical sphere, here on Earth, instead of going back to your ET homeworld, as the Earth is going to be transformed into a more utopian arrangement. That's ascension, folks. It's going to get so much better. Many of those wanderers who have assisted in this process will quite gladly take on physical incarnation in this new sphere that was constructed. Much work needs to be done in terms of the transmutation of the pollution and the destruction of this planet, to then renew and revivify its forces so as to bring it back to that pristine natural state referred to in the Bible as the Garden of Eden. It is in so doing that the Edenic temptation, symbolized by Eve biting the apple, is then transcended. And that is just mind-blowingly prophetic, because again, the serpent in the garden is Lucifer, and now we're finding out, oh yeah, we have a Lucifer problem here. It's not all going the way it should. We have to change some things. We have to expose some things. We can't let this stay secret anymore, right? The Edenic temptation is then transcended. That is literally the downfall of them, and that is part of what they're calling the transmutation of the pollution and destruction of the planet, bringing us ultimately to an Edenic state. Wow. There will be no more pain in birth, and there will be no more earning of one's income by the sweat of one's brow, so to speak. Instead, there will be the resolute dedication to the one infinite Creator, the unity of hearts that sings louder than the highest chorus and with sweeter melodies than the deepest organ piece that could ever be played. With this knowledge, with this transformation comes great forward motion, great mobility, great flexibility in all areas. We have spoken on these matters before. Those conditions in the fourth density are so unspeakably vast and beautiful to you in the third that it would be as a fantasy world or as a utopia. It is the fulfillment of the promise of the Christ as exemplified in the words of the book of John. As I do these things, so shall ye do them, and greater things, for I go unto my Father, Mother, God. That's John 13:12, by the way. 14:12. Keep that fact in mind, as it is an important one. With reference to the issues surrounding disagreements with the other known as Rosalind, understand there are as yet reasons to consider that both parties have some work to be done. I think this is talking about the global struggle we're in right now. We did notice in David's conversation with you that at the same time that you ascribe various aspects of Rosalind's personality as being overblown or overdramatized, there are also those ways in which you yourself have viewed the others around you in a derogatory context that is not necessarily rooted in fact. And so, in seeing those concerns that arise within Rosalind, understand that you are also seeing a veiled mirror of the self. This has not yet been consciously realized. However, it is for this reason that the greatest level of frustration takes place, as subconsciously you are aware that there is a similarity between this instance and between that which occurs in communication with Larry, wherein your words in the conversation become strained and pitiful. Understand that as you expand and as you open to this universal feminine presence, or that archetypally known as the Virgin Mary. Ooh. Yeah, we've learned a lot about the Virgin Mary, Fatima, 1917. That you also expand your heart. Open to the universal feminine, expand your heart. This expansion is away from that of the fear towards that of the trust. Fear is nothing but the absence of spiritual light and spiritual love. Fear is a vacuum and a void. It is not useful. It is not helpful. And the tape clicks off. This fear does not help you. This fear does not aid in your personal transformation process. Rather, it retards the vibrations and keeps you bound to the physical. And so, understand that as you transcend these issues of fear, you are also moving in the greater direction of trust, in the greater direction of being able to speak the law of one clearly and cleanly to those other selves with whom you would interact. We understand you are making great strides in this direction, and we commend you for your efforts. Our time in this vortex is now expired, and thus we leave you with this thought. All that you are is all that we are. And when you see us before you, recognize that you are seeing yourself. And thus, self meets self, and in so doing, the law of one is satisfied, and a heightened and renewed spiritual awareness is then given. That's the ascension moment. You're going to have a sudden change. We thank you and remind you that you are loved more than you could ever possibly imagine, and that you are indeed enveloped in a holy shroud of living light each night. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. Wow. Whew. I mean, it's just interesting as anything. The time loop, the lovingness of the words, the specificity of the information that we're getting, how it ties in with what's going on, the overthrow of the patriarchy, the discovery of new stuff in the pyramid tunnels. That was the whole point of the dream, was that there was tunnels below the altar that represented the womb space of the feminine. And now they say you should identify it as Virgin Mary. And we've been having all this stuff happen with Virgin Mary, including the contact that I had on Thanksgiving when this all first started. But the holy shroud of light is a very interesting metaphor, specifically because This is what they said. This is how they described the shield that they're going to put around the Earth when the sun does its thing in the first wave, which is apparently going to be triggered when we do the arrest this year. You get the arrests done, people go into shock and horror. Most people were not expecting this. It's like really, really going to freak them out. It's a mind trip. They have a trip out, and that trip out actually changes the frequency of humanity, and people begin calling for help, and that leads to angelic intervention, which we've now authorized on a mass level. It's very, very interesting. So they said that they're going to envelop the earth in a holy shroud. That's the words they use in the Michael prophecies. That they're going to envelop us in a holy shroud, and that's going to protect us from any solar radiation in this first wave. But inside the shroud, which is the earth, we still get the benefits. So it's really, really cool. And anyway, we have one more dream fragment to go after this. It's very short. Oh boy, I'm tired. I spent all night staying up and cranking on my book. It's almost done. I was doing my website now. I actually made some good discoveries as I was going along too, including great circles on the Earth's surface. And in our time loop, this is prophetic of how the pyramid tunnels were built to harness the energy of the Earth's grid and shuttle it up upward spiraling lines into the pyramids, all being harnessed off of these great circles. The dream told me to contact Joe Firmage, who was a billionaire, allegedly investing in UFO projects at the time. I had an address for him that was in Norfolk, Virginia, and he was right nearby. I actually drove to the building and was going to try to see him so he could read this. So this is prophetic of new business deals that our company is doing. Norfolk, Virginia is America's main defense center on the East Coast. We probably are going to end up working there to some degree. And the guy was a billionaire investor, and he was going to put money in. So this, again, shockingly prophetic of what I'm doing now with the aerospace company. Shocking. And then I want you to read this Casey reading so you understand the grid from his perspective. Okay? The circles we just saw, this is what he's saying. The lines about the Earth, when they are considered from their mathematical precisions, it will be found that the center is nigh unto where the Great Pyramid, which was begun then, is still located. So there again is the basic bottom line, that the pyramid is harnessing energy off of these lines. So there again, one does not simply forget David Wilcock. That meme is now going around. Michael prophecies are coming true now. You can get all of this material still available. 7 books and 35 hours of video. It's an additional $33 discount. It's only $144 for the complete suite, where you can see how all the dots connect and reveal the ascension. Go to thedisclosure.com. We're giving that huge discount now for over 35 hours of video. I explain the grid, the pyramids, so much more, the sacred geometry, matter. Type in the code concrescence. Go to thedisclosure.com. You can get that done. All right. We're coming in hot. We're coming in a little bit late here to start the Alliance part of the show, but that's okay. I'm going to hang in. We're going to get through all these slides. And thankfully, they were light on me this week. We didn't have a whole bunch of slides. So it's kind of like I have good confidence that we're going to get through this. But yeah, the reading is highly moving. It's so incredible to read this. I feel, frankly, I want to be worthy of it. It's so intense, the heaviness of the concept of ascension, and that I'm being used in this way to bring this forward is just very intense. Charlie Winner, great show, David. Your channeling is so beautiful. What way do you recommend to trace your star lineage? A meditation informed me I was here from Atlas. The Law of One probably is not going to tell you that your star lineage is very important. They want you to focus on the timeless lessons of spiritual growth, ageless wisdom, the importance of being loving, compassion, patience, long-suffering. Jesus has returned, donated money, and he says, David, you are an incarnation of Michael. I met him at 17 years old, and y'all look identical. Well, thank you. Jesus has returned. That's a great way to donate and get on the screen. Maybe I'll just kind of side over here for a minute. But Everybody's got their thing, and people have psychedelic visions or they have dreams or whatever. I get it. So anyway, the Alliance is the part of the show where we try to, we got some more donations here. No, that's the same. Okay. They're like, man, he went away from the window. Well, I got to get through this. We only have hopefully an hour left to go. So let's try to not pump the brakes. But again, just to illustrate this, this material is so fascinating to me. The things that we're learning about, the degree of richness of this spiritual time loop, the way in which stuff that we just saw come out in the news is planned 12,500 years ago, right? And then somehow it was planned that we would learn about this in the very year that we did, as supposedly this miracle is about to take place. And yeah, there are people that are out there mocking me and laughing and being sarcastic and saying I have no credibility. There's at least one more now than just the one guy we've always been talking about. We know we at least have two haters. But anyway, their perspective is simply not the one that I share. The reason I'm doing this is because I actually believe what I'm talking about, not because I'm lying or making it up or trying to make money. You know, I've done everything against the idea of making money. I'm giving away all this information that if I had an ad agency, they'd be like, David, you should be selling the Hall of Records. You should be selling the stuff on Kozyrev. You should be selling Grebennikov. You should be selling the pyramid information about the Russian Dr. Alexander Golod studies. I just keep giving this stuff away 5 hours, 6 hours a week because I trust you guys to have my back and to help me out with the donations and ordering our products. And really, I'm just hoping that our company is going to get funded. It looks very, very good now. We're very close to some things happening. So let's dig into the Alliance, because this is the part of the show where it all comes back to the immediate steps that are going to get us to the goal. And again, you look at the number of seconds on a video that they give you, and that goes back to these posts from way back when in 2017. That's what we're learning now. Oh, Jesus has returned, spoke again. He says, this was not a dream or a vision. It was in a physical location. Many people witnessed it. It was you, I promise. You will see. Cool. If I can help with your transcendent aspect, I'm happy to do that. Anyway, the Alliance is a very exciting thing. That's the military intelligence group. It's worldwide in nature, and it is making a concerted effort to ensure that our planet will be safe, that we're not going to be subject to any of a number of apocalyptic disasters that certain individuals and certain groups might want. We've been spared. We're in a very, very good place. And this is the final stage because, again, they're just packaging the final documents together before they release them. You can imagine that pretty soon after they release them, maybe even within a day or two, I don't know. I'm just thinking. It could take longer, could take weeks, maybe. But then they're going to move to doing the arrests. And if you've been watching my show, we're talking about this every week. So we're very, very close now. And so let's just roll through and try to get this done in 1 hour so I can be done in 5 hours with you guys. Unfortunately, our dear friend has had more trouble. It doesn't sound good at all. This is Candace claiming that the movement was infiltrated, adding that she knows secrets about this individual. That doesn't sound good. She's urging that it's time to ask tough questions about this healthy movement, and she says that these movements have been infiltrated. Well, it's sad that that's what they're saying now, and, I don't want to comment on public figures, but I'm just going to read you what they said. You make up your own mind. So post number 50 is another one that they know I'm usually not going to be able to read anything of. But this is the part that I think you want to look at. Could cash be handed off to other people? That would appear to be the coded communication they're giving us, why they mentioned this one. That, somebody gave him money, somebody supported him somehow, and this is what turned into what we got here. And people could be held hostage and controlled. So that might be what's going on. And, you know, some of the slides in previous weeks might give you a clue about what they're saying here. You know what I'm saying. This was really funny. I have to admit, it was insult comedy, but it got me laughing. Can we all agree that we're tired of this? Boop. Yeah. I'm going to black that out for the benefit of, you know, our show. Yeah, they got me laughing. It's an insult, but it got me laughing. Ooh, here's the next one, that he is ready to wipe them off the face of the earth. Again, this is probably all posturing. I don't really think it's going to happen this way. But he declared, we will finish them off. And this is what you got to do sometimes, to get people to make a deal if they're unwilling to do anything else. That's what seems to be going on. He claims that they are gaining momentum and operating with growing effectiveness, and he insists the only thing left is for the people to recognize reality, because according to him, the outcome is now inevitable, and he's been left with no other option. Well, if they do a bunch of really big stuff, it's going to freak everybody out. I hope it doesn't come to that, but we don't know yet. That's 2 million views. That's incredible. And we got post number 29. And again, they're saying here, some things must remain classified till the very end. And then they're again reminding us at the bottom that these networks are being dismantled, that these things that have been going wrong are being paused, but they're not terminated until people are in custody. We pray every day for God's guidance and direction, as we are truly up against pure evil. So try to think about what it would be like if you were in the Alliance and you actually know all this stuff is true. And it's so upsetting stuff. And anyway, you know, let's give them a shout out, man. Thank you, Alliance. I'm so grateful for you guys. You keep cranking this stuff out. Gaia's Public Health said, this is interesting and encouraging. As imprecatory prayer, I pray daily for the arrests. And we got 4443 viewers. That's a good number. And we're still at the 4-hour mark, and we're getting through these slides, so I'm really happy. Let's just keep going. Thank you guys for being here. You're keeping me alive so I can pay the bills and keep the lights on. So then we have the vice chairman of U.S. Bank Corp, who died in a plane crash. Very tragic event. So the officials apparently suspect that his name was Terry. He was the vice chair, that he was the victim. And this happened in Brooklyn Park. The medical examiner's office is yet to confirm his presence on board, but all signs point to him being there. He has been with the bank for 26 years. This could again have been somebody that was going to do like whistleblower stuff. Something weird, fishy, smelly. He was probably going to be a hero, and somebody says, let's just edit the timeline. That's probably what this was. Again, they got 2 million views. Post number 36 is a Leviathan. It's huge. So we're just going to read select parts of it, where they're saying, again, this is coming out of military intelligence. We are not going to talk to the media. We are not going to give you any real leaks. They're talking about military people close to the president. How many generals have been in and out of the White House in just the last 30 days? And then, who owes a lot to very bad actors? Maybe this guy that died in the plane crash, he was going to shed some light on that. That could be. How could she repay, as the payment was made under the promise of victory? I wonder who they might be talking about here. Etc., etc. So then it says here, these are crumbs, and you cannot imagine the full and complete picture. And it says here, if he failed and we failed and she had assumed control, we as patriots were prepared to do the unthinkable. That is talking about some type of force majeure military activity, where there's like an actual hardcore operation that we would have never seen anything like this before. But they're doing it a different way. But they said they were ready to do the unthinkable. And then once again, there is simply no other way to solve these problems than by using the military. It's that corrupt and dirty. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continually protect and serve our great country. Amen. Now we're seeing that this Panama Canal, the ownership is totally up in the air as to who. China has apparently gotten in the way. blocking this firm from acquiring a key port near the canal, halting their attempt to control a vital global trade gateway. This company tried to purchase the Panama Colón container terminal from its Hong Kong-based owner, but Chinese regulators intervened, citing national security and public interest concerns. They will now possibly not gain control over a crucial passage between the Atlantic and the Pacific. And we got post number 50, which again, we already just saw about cash being handed off to other people. So I think we can skip this one because we already just saw it. Okay, next. Our buddy was blasting Mr. Z for backing out of that deal. You don't want to back out on a deal. He warned that serious trouble awaits if this individual even considers backing out. He made it clear the deal is final and blankety blank will never be able to join. The reign of terror is coming to an end. Man, let's hope so. I'm tired of reporting on this not changing. It's like, God, please, can we please make this stop? I think it will. I'm very positive about the future. Post number 27, not everything can be publicly disclosed because so much is tying back to foreign heads of state. We will reveal much, and we do want transparency, but we can't have it at some cost that can't be recovered from. Very powerful. Now, this is one of the boldest things he's ever done. He called for a permanent end to this organization. It's like, my goodness. He's definitely got man credentials for this. Even if something else that's happened upset you, wow. Just give him some props. Okay, let's go back again. He just called for the permanent end, questioning why so many people are working there when nobody even really knows what they're doing. He also wants a live stream of this other thing to ensure that it's all still there. As he puts it, that belongs to us. So that, you got to admit, man, like, how many people are going to be brave enough to do this? Would actually get up on stage when you're that exposed and you're that public? Man. Knowing about the Titanic? Anyway, we got two videos. First one is post number 127, where they say, let's pause and say hello to the rogue intelligence agencies currently monitoring these threads. Was the money worth it? Titanic. It's all coming to an end, folks. They are going to finish the job. If you think it's not going to happen, you're just wrong. Sorry. Post number 45. Again, a lot of stuff here that I don't want to read, but again, the part that we're always looking at here is who is attempting to change the narrative and soften the acts that are forthcoming this weekend. So this coming week is going to be very exciting, folks. Then we have Virginia, who originally was saying they'd only given her 4 days to live. Thankfully, enough people were praying for her, I guess. She's okay now. But at first, that's what her doctors seem to have told her. I mean, somebody in my family was just told she's about to have a massive heart attack, and then some other doctor says, oh, no, that's not going to happen. We're fine. I don't want to get too specific, but it's very upsetting. We have a donation that came in. Jesus has returned, spoke again. I personally have had communications with Michael and Mary. I spent a year channeling Michael 2 years ago. Some dates are off. The Michael prophecies I have moved solar flash to 9/29/28. Okay, well, thank you for the donation. And anyway, I want to stay on course here because I want to get done on time. Allegedly struck by a bus, she now believes she only has 4 days to live, a heartbreaking revelation, requiring urgent care from a specialist in the hospital. Despite the condition, she says she is ready to go. I guess that means to pass. But she desperately wants to see her children one last time. In what feels like a final farewell, she thanked her followers for being a great part, quote unquote, of her life. And she was famously photographed. Yeah. Okay. Moving right along then. So, yeah. Very sad. If you go up against them, this is the kind of stuff that can happen. I've been through this myself, believe me. Different forms of it. Very bad things can happen. So this individual sold off a vehicle for, apparently it was worth $100,000. And She said that it was a gift from him during their relationship after he allegedly cut things in half. She claims she is trying to make up for $100,000, apparently annual is what this would be based on. A $100,000 shortfall. Dang. So if it's cut in half, let's just do the math here. Woo! $17,000 a month is pretty freaking big, yo. Just going to put that out there for you, okay? But whatever. She's trying to make up for this shortfall. Taking a jab at him, she told people to check the Tesla stock and added she is not the only one cleaning up after his mess. She seems to support other things that have been going on as well. So again, you know, that's very respectable. It's very respectable. Okay, so 6.1 million views. Are you kidding me? And we had another one come in here. This is Jackie H. Each time I meditate, a prayer is included to protect you and others, because what you do is not easy at all. I am grateful for you sharing important information to whoever is willing to listen. Another donation from Imhotep. First possible timing this year for the solar flash is April 11th or 12th. I don't think that's true. I don't think it's quite that fast, but I respect that you want to jump the timeline and get this done. Everybody does at this point. Okay. So, post number 63, it says, to those watching, you know who you are. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide that you want to take down the internet, we will be ready. So this is one of the most, like, masculine, forceful, assertive statements that they make throughout this time. Basically, what they're saying is, you know, if you're still playing along with this stuff and you haven't made a deal yet, you really should, if there's any way that you could, because it's definitely going to happen, and you don't want to be on the losing end. If you have an opportunity to do something like that, it's a very good idea to take it. That would be my advice. So this made me laugh so much. It's a sketch factor 1,000 angry video. And she is so animated, and it really is just, I mean, it is a laugh riot. I give her credit as a comedian because she is an extremely, extremely funny woman. We'll get to that in a second. Had another donation come in, Wolf Walker Collectibles, to my favorite author speaker in the reincarnation of Edgar Cayce. Boy, did you pick the right time to come back. I know. This is very exciting stuff that's going on. Did I get the other one here? Jackie H. I did. Yeah, I got that one. Okay. So it's a very exciting time to be alive, to have my life centering around all this stuff. It's just mind-blowing, and it really has taken me on a journey of imagination. Like, I don't know. I mean, this Ascension stuff that Michael says in the readings is so far out. The idea that there's a first wave this year, and things seem to be going so slowly. It's like, really? Are we going to have that big of a thing happen? Well, I'm willing to be embarrassed, you know, if it turns out that nothing at all happens and no arrests ever take place this year and it all just kind of grinds on and we go into 2026 like, oh man, that's extremely humiliating. But the degree of accuracy of the future prophecy and time loops week after week, I believe that this source is benevolent and positive. I just don't think they would go to this much trouble if they were lying, you know? Or if they're misleading us about something. It's a very, very exciting thing. I mean, I really do take this seriously. I believe this actually is going to happen, and that really has fueled me to hang in there through utterly unimaginable levels of persecution, which most people don't really know anything about what's actually been going down and the amount of warfare that's going on. But this was very funny. This was very, very funny. She's a great comedian. Furious ... unleashed on him, declaring he has officially pissed her off. Her voice is up in here. She's up here. It was so funny, you guys. You got to watch it. She called him the scum of the earth and praised his wife for making the smartest decision ever. And then she even challenged you-know-who to a face-to-face confrontation. She literally looks possessed by a demon. Well, that's how they interpreted it. Of course, I'm not going to say that I agree. because we don't need any class action or otherwise lawsuits here. No, thank you. She's just a really funny lady. However, she did remind me, because she's a funny lady, I think she can appreciate this. When I first started to drive on the I-95, this was the road the main highway that takes you down the East Coast. I started in New York, get on the 95, or not, right around the end of New York. All of a sudden, you go past the Mason-Dixon line, you go into like Virginia, and suddenly everything that you see on the I-95, like every third or fourth sign, is for ham and fireworks. And I have to admit, it was a bit of a culture shock. You know, I'm like, well, I don't know which is more appealing. Here I am, a vegan. Like, even if I ever did go back on meat in the future, which I eventually did, I'm never going to eat pork. I'm never going to eat ham. I'm never going to eat bacon. You know, that's just not something I'm going to do. And so they're advertising ham and fireworks as if, like, you're going to be entranced by that and you're going to want to go stop at their store. So this is a true example of a ham and fireworks store that is on, I don't know if this one's actually on the I-95 or not, but it's called BB's Express Market. It's a hand-painted sign. So I think, my point is, I think this is the kind of lady you would meet if you went into the ham and fireworks store. The other one that made me laugh even more, I mean, okay, this one says cigarette outlet, hams, peanuts, and fireworks. So you got cigarettes, ham, and fireworks here. But then the other sign I kept seeing all the time is they would say cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon. I'm like, wow, those are like your major, like your the 4 food groups. Okay, the cigarettes feed your lungs, the ham feeds your, I don't know, your identity, the fireworks feeds your inner child, and the bacon feeds the imagination. What the hell else do you need, man? You got a store that sells cigarettes and ham and fireworks and bacon. And you can actually, like, eat bacon and eat ham and smoke a cigarette and light fireworks. And the dream is that you do all these things at the same time, that the ham is utilized along with the bacon, that the peanuts and the fireworks and the cigarettes are all part of this cohesive totality of pleasure, that you've never been more satisfied by anything in your life than cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon. So anyway, there's another example of a store, the little piggy with the and it says hams, bacon, sausage, peanuts, fireworks, cigarettes, and Brie souvenirs. Yee-hoo! Come on down, y'all. I mean, literally, there's like ham and fireworks, cigarette, ham, fireworks, and bacon. This was in Eastville, Virginia. We're giving them a great shout out, a little free promotion there. But it's true, dude. You start driving down the I-95 and you're like, ham and fireworks. Okay. Cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon. Okay, well, I don't know if I'm going to go there, but if I ever did, then this demon lady would probably be... Ham, fireworks, cigarettes, and bacon. Come on, y'all, get on down here. All right, post number, it's getting more serious now. We already saw this one, so we can't have double dipping here. We already read this one just a minute ago, so we're not going to do that again, but you can look at it quickly. But again, the part that I'd like to focus on is if he failed, if we failed, and she assumed control, we are prepared to do the unthinkable. There is simply no other way than to use you-know-what. It is that corrupt and dirty. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continue to protect and serve our great country. And if you are driving up from Virginia and you work for the military, you get yourself some ham and fireworks, boy. Ham and fireworks. I was really seriously laughing my ass off because these signs kept showing up. And I don't want to denigrate anybody, but I do absolutely pray for those in service. I'm one of them as well. But when you drive down to the center of the military in Virginia, you see this all over the place. It's incredibly funny. I found myself laughing and laughing. So Donna Miller said, "Hey, David, thanks for all you do. Prayers appreciated. I'm getting a new hip on Tuesday. I'm scared. Love you." Well, thank you, Donna. We love you too. And I would just say that the surgeries keep getting better and better. The technology keeps improving. We're still at 4,500 people watching live. So everybody who gets surgery now, you're a lot safer even than you would have been 5 years ago. The medical innovation is one of the greatest sources of prosperity in our economy. And the medical technology is improving year by year. There's money being put into that stuff. Everything keeps getting better and easier and safer. So yeah, hip replacements are really not as dangerous as they used to be anymore. Make sure you ground yourself. Somebody said, hi, Donna, make sure you ground yourself after you get your new hip. It saddens me so much, Boo Boo says, for all the people who have sacrificed so much. They're so unappreciated. I agree completely. I love them all and pray throughout the day, whispering prayers a little here and there. Well, if you want to drive down and see them in person, you can stop off on the way and get your ham and fireworks. Vacapalo says, does a Faraday bed silver canopy act like a pyramid? It definitely could. Any type of peaked arched roof can do that. I mean, I'm in a log home, so I'm basically getting the pyramid effect all the time. And there's a lot of intensity that comes along with that. So anyway, once again, the message is, there's simply no other way. So this is going to happen. And again, people are like, I don't want to get lured in anymore. I'm tired of this. But no, it's definitely going to happen, dude. They are going to do it, and you better be ready. So then we had a 13-hour long rambling monologue delivered, at least 13, maybe longer, by this individual, continuing for over 13 hours into the morning, criticizing the agenda, showing no signs of slowing down. Started this crazy monologue, probably had to wear Depends undergarments, right? You'd imagine, because you got to pee in your pants. Basically, you're peeing your pants as you have your long rambling monologue. That's just the peak of indulgence. Started at 7 p.m. last night. Unfortunately, this is not an April Fool's joke. You know, if you stopped once in a while, could we just have a break and do like ham and fireworks? Could we get like cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon? The fireworks, maybe you guys ought to go outside, but like don't light them off too close to anybody in the street. But like the cigarettes, just kind of stay close to the side of the building. But like the bacon and the peanuts, yeah, let's just bring that stuff in because we need to take some breaks here. 13 hours, dude. I mean, like, what? Okay, no judgment. You know what? I'm just going to stay in non-judgment. I'm going to stay in non-duality. And I'm going to say, like, everything will be okay as long as we get our cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon. That'll help kind of take the edge off, I think. How long is this going to last? So then we have 115 seconds, brings us to this one, which we've seen before, where he says, Jesus Christ, it's a Japanese restaurant, and the extraction coordinates are that as well. So, okay, probably there's something going on here with this senator and Japan. That would be my guess. Okay, so the next one is a new case involving the same old sweet someone who looks into your eyes with so much love as he gently guides you over to this warm and special sunny place that he's saved in his house just for you. And the sheets are so soft, they're perfect satin. He lays you... Okay, that's about it. My God. Okay, so there's a new bombshell because of a new individual who showed up and claims that he was witnessed by others in bad shape. Yeah, I can't really read any of this, but he saw a certain individual walking down a hallway wearing nothing but a bath towel. And apparently this shouldn't have happened. He was let loose or something. So then the man said, y'all better do something about that. He claims he was then led through a secret tunnel. Ooh. Oh. 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 Bring on the ham and fireworks. Because we got secret tunnels here, son. We're going to throw some fireworks in there. Find out where the hell that thing's going. Cigarettes too, man. You get the smoke in there and somebody's going to start coughing halfway down inside. You say, hey, y'all, you want some bacon? I got ham, cigarette, fireworks, bacon, or peanuts. Which one you want, sir? Good day to you, sir. It's getting really esoteric as we're towards the end here. I got to make it funny. Anyway, so he was going through this tunnel. Yep. So it's all going to come out, and we're going to learn about all these things going on underground. He met a massive party area, saw all these people. He's like, wow. He was apparently brought there as a punishment, and he went through multiple rooms. This is all part of something that is going to hit the light of day, but of course he says, I didn't do anything. Man, oh man. So the tunnels are going to come out in the open. That's what they're telling us here. And this gets us to post 18, which again, how did these people get all this money while they're only working for the government? Well, what did we just hear about? We heard about this crazy situation, underground tunnels. Yeah, so there's this whole other market going on that they're implying here you can do very well pulling money out of if you get involved at that high of a level. Okay. And, you know, some people don't want to look at that, but that's what we're going to have to deal with. So then this person who had very ugly actions in the past in terms of what was allowed has apparently won, and then they're going to say, well, how did they win? Well, probably not in any normal way. So this individual defeated the other and secured the majority, and when she was working before, she had ruled to make a very controversial release, and then allowed this individual to live. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. That's a little bit creepy, or actually quite a bit. Like, sketch is going up real high right now. But they claim everything was safe. Okay. Nah. And then they're going to talk even more about it a little bit later. And this is the one about the device in the White House, and you can't possibly imagine the steps that were taken prior to their losing of power to try to ensure that they would stay in control in the future. So clearly this is them. And then they added this, well, isn't that interesting? That these people only had a 37% approval rating, and that the voters had passed this other amendment. How in the world did they actually get this to happen? Well, because that's how it's so corrupt, there's no other way, but you guessed it. Okay, so then we have Alec thinking that we're in a pre-Civil War situation. They already said no war, no civil unrest, clean and swift, so that's not really going to happen. But he's an elitist, they're saying, and he warns that the U.S. is in a pre-Civil War era. He claims the nation is experiencing a pre-Civil War culture and environment fueled by deep political division. I got to admit, you drive down the 95, you start seeing ham and fireworks. It's like, yeah, you know what? I'm a northerner, I'm a Yankee, I got a Yankee accent, and I have driven into the South. What the hell am I doing? I didn't go into the store because I didn't want to meet the lady who is going to be at the counter of the cigarette, ham, firework, and bacon store. I'm like, yeah, I think I'm going to just drive through this. And if I have to go to a gas station somewhere, I will. But, I ended up loving the South. And I lived in the South for, 5 years in Virginia, 3 years in Kentucky, a year in Arizona, a year in Texas. I spent the better part of half a year in North Carolina at one point, below Virginia. So I've been around and I loved it. But in the beginning, you see the ham and fireworks and you're like, wow, this is very different type of clientele and offering in the store than you would get in, say, New York State. But hey, I'm on this journey. I'm going south. I'm apparently Edgar Cayce's reincarnation. Let's go to the Cayce city of Virginia Beach. That's what I ended up doing. So he says history is repeating itself as we're becoming more polarized than ever. Okay. And then we got post number 150. This is another really, really shocking one. Very, very masculine, forceful statement. Distress calls to others will do you and family no good at this stage. We know where you and the family are at all times, and incidentally, we can actually hear you. Whoa. And then you see it's got parentheses and it's LDR. Well, that would be Lord, and then you can kind of concoct the rest in your fertile and febrile imagination with the freedom that you have as a sovereign being under Christ, that you can decide for yourself who is Lord R. I give you that courage and that challenge to do that, dear sir, after you've had your sacrament of cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon, all in a row. It's important that you kind of shotgun them pretty close together. All right. Well, here's another childhood idol shattered, another moment to just feel like crap and be like, oh my God, really? Dude, I liked the martial arts films. I did. I'm sorry. They were awesome. Investigators in Romania. Yep. And they were modeling. Okay. Recruited through a modeling agency. And if it's all true, it could have serious international ramifications. Right, because it goes all the way to the top. People that we thought we could trust. I got to admit, this is a really badass video, though. He's got his legs between two trucks, and they start driving in opposite directions, and he goes into a complete split while he's literally got nothing on either truck but his foot, and they're driving down the highway this way. That's what the video actually is. Now, I imagine that he had some kind of safety harness on him so that if he fell, he wouldn't just die, because otherwise it would look like he's going to die. And they probably just, rotoed it out in post so that you don't see the wire. But like, even with a wire, I mean, this is absolute madness that he actually did this. I could not believe it. I watched the whole thing, and then it got so cringy after a while. It's like, it's just so terrifying that I'm like, I can't even keep looking at this. It's just like, oh my God. So yeah, kudos for that video. That is incredible. But 1.5 million views on that one. Post number 77, which is, again, one of the really, really long ones. I got the whole thing in. But again, this is what it's talking about. We're not really going to go into it too much. They're talking about laundering money. It's one of the things that's at the root of all these problems that they've been working to satisfy. And again, you can read the rest here. Pretty much just going to kind of keep on trucking. Let's go get our belly set on bacon and cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon. All right. So then we found out about this, the reciprocal effect. And, a lot of people are upset. I get it. But he said specifically, globalists, outsourcers, special interests, and other fake individuals will be outraged after the announcement was made because it apparently is stopping exploitation. They're just mirroring it back. We were once wealthy until a certain year when we all of a sudden are now dealing with things like taxes. And then they're implicating that was responsible for other events later on. And this agency was created in that same year. Okay. So you can kind of see where this is going, that this unusual move is going to force them into a crisis where they have to act, because otherwise they're going to be totally broke and totally gone. That's what I think is going on. It's a squeeze play. You're putting the squeeze on them. Post number 82. Things need to be solved to understand what is about to happen. Whoa. Yep, it's getting ready to happen, folks. They're letting you know again. This little squeeze play that he just did is like the final stage, because, yeah, it's like whatever little pieces of money they've still been holding on to, man, it's going to wipe that out really fast, and it forces everything to a head. So they're working on a timetable. When you see something like this happen, 36%, it's like, whoa. It's forcing the issue to come to a head. And I don't think that's bad, because, again, what did they put in there? They could have put in anything. They said, understand what is about to happen. And then again, we're talking about the Wonderland and all that kind of stuff, which we hear every week. If you keep watching the show, it's obviously going to become the intrinsic part of what we learn when this disclosure happens, is said country and how the revolution took place in 2017, and now everything is a lot better. Then we have post number 119. And again, they're talking about money and billionaires, and where are these funds going? Are they going offshore? Well, that's what they're implying. And again, here we were, just to go back to this. This is what they're doing here. They're putting on these new payments that people have to make, right? So they're all going to be outraged once he makes this announcement. Okay, fair enough. So we're talking about that type of and then they're saying, understand what's about to happen. So the squeeze makes that start to take place. And then they're saying, where are the funds going? Offshore. So What is the real source of where all this money is going? That's what they're telling us, that it's all being siphoned in some way. And how are these political leaders, again, accumulating such massive amounts of money, 5 million or more? It's not happening through any conventional means, so they're directing our attention to that again. And we have this horrifying tornado going through Arkansas, massively destructive, ripping apart homes and power lines. Devastation is being called catastrophic, with areas left in ruins. The cigarette ham fireworks store is no more. I'm not meaning to joke. Sorry, I'm just so tired. Tornado, I mean, you know, we had tornadoes in Virginia, and it was like terrifying. There were tornadoes in Kentucky. Kentucky was even worse than Virginia. But we also had a hurricane in Virginia, and it was like all of the windows in the front of the apartment were completely covered with like chopped up leaves and dirt. You couldn't even see out the window by the time the hurricane went away. So these are terrifying events, and I sometimes just have a bit of gallows humor about it because I've been through so many of them myself. I've seen the tornadoes. Oh, it's just like, that was another thing about going down south. You got your cigarettes, ham, fireworks, and bacon, and you got tornadoes. And you're just going to have to deal with that. In New York, it's like unheard of to have a tornado. Not when you're down south, man. It's a whole different thing. So tornadoes really do frighten me. So I like to kind of joke through the pain. A massive destructive tornado tearing through Arkansas. I mean, it's just a tragedy, man. It's horrific. Ripping apart homes and power lines. It's catastrophic devastation. Areas left in ruins. You know, I've been through so many of them. All I can do is laugh if I see one. It's like, oh my God, here we go. Tornado emergency is in effect for this violent storm. Residents must take cover immediately in a basement or the lowest level of a sturdy building. Yeah, I mean, we had one when I was living in Louisville, Kentucky. And like, there was debris all over the yard. It was amazing that our house didn't get hurt. If you were just like 3 blocks down, there was like this tunnel of total devastation that it cut through. It kind of sounded like a railroad train. Roo, 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 roo. It's like this crazy noise. You're terrified. You're in the basement. I mean, and all you can do is laugh because it's just so crazy. And you're just hoping that you have anything left when it's gone. I've had many dreams about tornadoes, and I've been through them, and we went outside. I've got a film of it somewhere, of the devastation of our trees being torn up, and like a tree fell on one of the vehicles, I think. It was just, everything had debris down, trees down. It was awful. Tornadoes scare the crap out of me, man. So you got to try to laugh the pain away. That's what I do. But very sad. Our hearts go out to the people of Arkansas, and many others have had tornadoes lately as well. Weather's been really crazy. So post number 18, again, they're talking about the salary and why is the salary so high. So they're very much on a theme here. Maybe they're implying where the tornado came from is the same negative people. They're just trying to make our lives as miserable as possible. Then we find out that this network got taken down. That's really quite incredible. And it was dismantled, is the word they're using. Authorities from 38 countries collaborated in a global effort. And as you can see right here, my God, it's like, yeah, how about we don't read that? You can read that. This is one of the most significant strikes in history. And there was apparently almost 2 million people on it. My God. So now guess what happens? You got that membership. That's a chain of evidence. So, some people are going to be in trouble. So this is what it looked like after it got taken over. And we got post number 79, where they're saying you got to build a graphic and stay organized. And that's what we're doing here. So they're giving us a high five. We're on the right track. Now we're going to say, okay, is this some type of a form of tax? Answer honestly. And that generated quite an interesting discussion. And then they explain later on, it's like reversing a tax that's been done to us, and we've been on the whipping post, and this has been going on for way too long. I get it. I just want to hear more, and I want to see how this turns out. It seems kind of sudden, but I'm totally with the Alliance. I'm on board. They might be pushing everything to a head right now. So then we see The EU is saying that this is a major blow. Well, duh. I mean, wars get started over this kind of crap. When I was in college and I had a class called The Modern World, it told us in that class that the reason Japan attacked Pearl Harbor is that they got tariffs. Whoa. Okay, so like big things can happen when this stuff starts to go down. So that's why, like, yeah, this is a provocative move. And then the market's lost $3 trillion. It's like, you know, what does she have to say here? She says the consequences will be severe as their economic plans are unraveling. So sure enough, they're admitting now, they're pushing it to a head. So if you're tired and you don't want to wait anymore, the alliance is doing this for you. Okay, Mr. So-and-so, cranky pants, you can't be happy with your ham and fireworks. Let's crank it up. Let's get this thing done. Unravel the plans. She said that what he did was exactly the opposite of their goals, and there is no more order. Yep. Post number 87. Ooh, I love it. My signatures all reference that there are upcoming events. Yeah, and they are about to drop. Whew. I mean, I am very glad. Very glad. Because it's like, it's tiring, right? The waiting is tiring. And then we found out about the pyramid tunnels and the Hall of Records in 2025 and Ascension. And the Alliance has to do their part before we get to the good stuff, which is the Galactic Family Reunion and the first wave of Ascension. They have to complete this job. So everybody's just chewing their fingernails going, oh my God, is this ever going to happen? That was symbolized in the dream by us being trapped inside the pyramid, the labyrinth, and that we can't get out. And then it was the moving of the patriarchal altar to the side that exposed the womb space, that they said you could see it as Virgin Mary in the reading, and that Virgin Mary energy is what kickstarts the ascension for us. It's really, really interesting from that perspective when you really think about it. Upcoming events are about to drop. It is going to happen, folks. We are not going to keep waiting. There was a squad that was called around, a suspicious package, and they're probing what it might have been. Everything got closed off, and it was discovered in a dumpster. And then they give you 47, which says, hey, does anybody find it interesting, coincidence, that something bad always happens as soon as these people have upsetting news? There you go. What is that called? We already know. And the military, yep. Okay. And how did he make such progress in the short time since he was elected? Well, they've had a big plan, and we're in the final stages of it now. They're pushing the enemy to the brink using the same technique that caused Pearl Harbor, okay? That's what I was taught in college. You can question me if you want to, but I was educated on that in a New York State University. Police have now cleared the report and said, okay, nothing to worry about. That was the final update. Then we have this particular state that wants to use this tried and true method ever since the dawn of, the various chemicals you can blend together and get that to work. Woo, they're going to be doing it. The governor signed a law that grants them the authority to do this if it's in a certain category. And should this happen in all 50 states? Okay, let's not run ahead of ourselves here. I can't agree to that. Of course, I'm the talking monkey, so I'm just reporting on what they said, y'all. Let's just keep it very simple. And then we're on 72, and he says, wait. Go back to the post about people who are running everything, and one of them disappeared. Was that the blankety blank? And yes, it was, and that's what we were just talking about before. So they're reiterating the same message repeatedly because they're getting ready to do this, and we're all going to learn a whole bunch of new things. And I remember the phrasing not making sense. Oh, does that mean that so-and-so took out blah, blah? But they were on the list as remaining. I don't know who was taken out. Then the answer is, very smart, Anon. This type of stuff is real. Distractions are necessary. So sometimes they have to tell us things that are not necessarily true. So maybe this is coming sooner than we think. It could be right around the corner. They said soften the narrative before Acts this weekend. I mean, I'm ready for anything. I'm keeping the vegetables and the meat in my fridge. I'm ready for anything. Okay. Your dear old uncle has finally decided to step down. Yep. After so long. After the investigation into his culture. He was leading the forum for 5 decades, shaping every annual gathering, and now he is stepping away. He was still the non-executive chair up until now. So yes, I think we can all agree, probably, unless you're really, really in the matrix, this is probably a good thing. I hope you can at least get that far down the road with me. Okay, correct reference. The Bloody Wonderland is blankety blank. Study, this is important. So again, they tell us this every week. I keep reporting on it, and I'm happy to do so. Then we have Dear Ben, who's probably never going to want to hang out with me after I've read these things in other shows. That's okay. I don't need friends. I'm fine living here alone in the cabin. He's doubling down. He doesn't care about what happened. He conducted his own investigation and as firm as his belief that said individual acted all alone. Come on, dude. What? He insists that the conclusions are correct and dismisses everything else as a lie. Whoa, dude. Okay. I'm just going to go over here and let's go find somebody else to talk to at this celebrity party, because that dude over there, like, he's never going to want to talk to me again. Sorry. I read this slide. I am on the S list forever. Fine. I didn't intend on meeting him anyway. It's okay. I can let one person like that be mad at me. It's okay. We highly recommend you take all this and put it together into a massive single shot. This will be considered the biggest inside approved release of information in American history. They are beginning to understand as their attorneys have just been notified. Whoa. It is definitely, we are very close now. Attorneys are being notified. This was really sad. Again, I like him too. I've made fun of him before. I probably won't do that now because it's inappropriate. But again, allegations from 1999 to 2005, and the investigation began in 2023. Yeah, I'm not going to comment on this. It's just sad, you know. He's tried to turn his life around. He's found Jesus, but stuff might have happened before when he wasn't so enlightened. Oh my goodness. It's so sad. But, you know, this is what happens. If you got anything that they can find, they're going to come after you. You start talking about this stuff, you got to have everything clean in your past, or it will come back and hurt you. So, again, why were they recently activated in select cities within the U.S.? Again, they're telling us this is happening now. Working in coordination with Marines, and conditions have to be satisfied. That might include the documents they released. That there was a former president who actually used this system to save the Republic. And we all know that this goes back to, of course, Lincoln, and that it did occur that way. He says this is the biggest drop to ever be provided. Study and prepare. People tend to panic in these situations. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. If that doesn't tell you that they're really going to do this, they're getting ready to do it, then you're just never going to be convinced, and that's okay. You can still watch the show, we can still hang out, everything is good, but wow. I mean, there's only so many posts that hit it on the head so much, and 22 is one of them. And it's like, damn, you guys. They're going to save the Republic, and it's going to be something where the masses are going to freak out. So they think it's bad right now. Wait till this happens. And it could take 10 days. And you're going to hear things on your phone, and they're going to scare you. And this whole situation we've been told about so much. I say let's just throw up and get it over with. I'm ready, man. Just, you know, fire at will, sir. Whatever it takes. The plan is being implemented. Okay, so once again, they're shading on this dude, calling him out for violating the so-and-so by the actions that were recently taken. He blasts these things as a huge tax hike, and he says it's going to devastate the economy based on a misunderstanding of trade and trade deficits. He says a trade war is not easy to win, there is no real plan, and these deficits have no connection to the health of the economy. Well, they obviously don't agree with him. So there you go. Post number 67. Where are these individuals? Where did they go? This is again talking about when people are going to go on the run. And they just said, get ready, it's about to happen. So now they're portraying how everybody's going to be, they can't fly commercial. They're going to have to take a private jet. And right here it said that even if their planes have a military escort, it will be diverted and forced down. A mandatory grounding. So they're not going to be able to go anywhere. This isn't going to work. And again, we're finally at the point where this might happen. So they say this will be leaked. Watch the news. Have faith. Yep. And where did all this money go? And you can read all that if you want to. And it says the Council of Wizards and Warlocks cannot be defeated. Nice view up here. And they're talking about Air Force One, I believe. He says, I really don't like this at all. It's actually quite inimical to the success of the things I'd like to be doing. He's consistently opposed this, and he says it's going to harm the economy, burden us, and slow down overall progress and welfare. He's particularly concerned that the approach could disrupt global supply chains, but this is the same man who wants to tax you and your business. Yeah, it's a good point. Touché, touché. Okay, post number 42, we serve at the pleasure of the president. And then this is one of the last ones. There's maybe one or two more after this. So we're going to get done in 5 hours, which is good. The media is now acknowledging this problem. Whoa, really? Yep. Your good old uncle claims that millions of individuals are being discovered and rescued. And if you wanted to look into this, it could be in a warehouse. It could be other locations. And he says even mainstream is starting to talk about this. And all signs point in the conventional direction that he's always going to be saying. And it's both. It's not just one. Anyway, 20 seconds brings us to this. And it's, again, military generals attending a separate closed meeting. So there's probably lots of these kind of things happening right now. And then we have a Paul who was arrested for, let's just call it, unfortunately, because of the way this show is, the usual. His home was raided, he was taken into custody, several boxes of evidence removed from his property, and he had previously worked as a teacher and as a protection officer. Yep, that's what they're all about when you got to play the game if you want to be in the game, unfortunately. So then again, they say, how can the military's intelligence be applied so that when we have bad actors, or they can be dealt with, and we can also circumvent agencies that might have corruption, or in this case, others. They say this is the biggest drop we've ever had, and then you go down here, everything they do has been forecasted and prepared for, which is wonderful. That's the way that we hope that it will be. So believe it or not, I'm actually at the end of the slides. They did about like 7 more since last night, but I just decided, you know what? I'm going to focus on getting the show done. I'm so blown away. Now I wanted you to get this view of the pyramids where, okay, you can see why I got so excited. I knew about Grebennikov. I knew about honeycombs. I knew about egg cartons. I knew about taking long tubes and getting these torsion field effects. And I knew about the Kozyrev mirror. So then to have all that stuff be underneath the pyramid, that the long tubes are under the pyramid, it was like, man, that is just so cool. And so we are going to talk in the next show about the space and time aspect of this. We haven't really gotten into the dimensional warping capability of what the pyramid can do. So we're going to talk about that next week. But anyway, Marina Doctor just donated $20. Thank you very much. Rick Horwell, everything existing at the same time is called simultaneous time. Check out Dolores Cannon. I did read a number of her books, and I enjoyed them. So anyway, this is a really exciting time to be alive. You can see from the tone of everything that they're saying in these briefings that we are very, very close. I do believe that's true. So I don't want you to lose heart. I don't want you to feel overwhelmed and that this is never going to change. We seem to be on a very precise angelic timeline. Again, these tapes were dictated to me back in 1999, but they're predicting the present with such astounding clarity and accuracy. And now we know that the pyramid technology is doing these miraculous things. Cleaning up the water in the Chernobyl reactor, right? Like underneath the water table there. They build a pyramid on top of that and the water comes out clean. You get 30% better oil coming out. You get this atmospheric bubble around the area 300 kilometers that seems to deflect storms. Instead of one big earthquake, you get a bunch of small earthquakes. You've got these phenomenal effects on human health. You've got these phenomenal effects on consciousness. You got seeds growing 300 or 400% bigger. You've got consciousness raising properties. And you combined all these torsion technologies together, tubes, combined with the pyramid, for me is like, it's just a geek's paradise. I just run around geeking out with my hands out like this. That's usually what you do. You can shout Eureka if you want to, or you internalize it, but it's like, yeah, that validates all the science I've studied all these years. The science of torsion fields, he just shakes this little weight, and then over here this thing goes whoop, and it measures that, and you can even do it through a brick wall, and it'll still move. That this is a consciousness energy, that thoughts can be impregnated upon torsion fields. This is how the mind projects through space. He thought about the temptation of Faust by Mephistopheles. The needle pointed towards him as he had that thought. That's incredible. Consciousness itself is creating waves that make the universe. All there really is at the end of the day is one universal creator, one consciousness, and we're going to be okay. And it designed the entire universe as a vast kaleidoscopic illusion of infinite trillions of planets that ultimately, Law of One says 40% of them end up with human beings on them throughout the whole cosmos. So the human body design is a very, very common thing throughout the entire conscious universe. And we think that we're going to stop here, that this is like the pinnacle of any life in the cosmos is what we got on Earth. Not true. You go into much higher levels of being where you can now create spaceships with your mind, or you could build the pyramids with your mind, or you could make crop circles, very beautiful geometric diagrams just with thought. Ascension is an incredible thing. I have every reason to trust these beings and believe them, that when they're telling me something this heavy and they're time looping it week after week and they're telling me hang in there, my dreams tell me you're going to be fine. The Alliance is obviously very close to doing something. They're putting the squeeze on, just like what happened to Japan right before Pearl Harbor. Dude, it's, this coming week could be really crazy, man. I mean, we might see some really, really big economic stuff shaking up. We might see some things that we never expected we were going to see. We're kind of going into the final rappelling down the wire. We're trying to figure out how to get out of this thing, and there is going to be a way out. I do believe that. So with that in mind, thank you guys for being here. It's a great honor and a great privilege to be doing this. I don't often feel worthy of it, honestly, but like, okay, you know what? I'm glad that I'm doing it. Eric donated $20, tuning in from San Francisco. Thank you, David, for what you've done for humanity and continue to do for our future. You are a true hero. And he got 16 thumbs up. And with how fast this thing is moving, that's pretty incredible by itself. So thank you, Eric. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, all I can say is that I'm mystified, awed, and humbled, as the phrase goes. And I really do feel that we're not going to be waiting a whole lot longer, that civilizational events are about to take place. If you get cynical, I understand. If you're tired of waiting, I understand. But look, why would all this time loop stuff be happening if they were lying about what was going to happen afterwards? I don't believe that. This source has been with me my entire life. This source speaks to me in my dreams. This source decides benevolently how much or how little karma I'm going to receive. Oh, 7 geometric thought forms. The guy who sent me the sizzle jacket said, look out for more sizzle gifts in the mail, including space mints and directions to remove linear time and bring in nonlinear time with the help of spirit guides. Hopefully it's all legal if you're going to send it to me in the mail. You look 10 years younger, you're tapping into the healing. Kung Fu Chicks says he is the Turkey Daddy Prime, gobble up the DS. I do consider the turkeys to represent the military in a lot of ways. But yeah, you guys are great. Stefania, wow, she just donated $50. That's incredible. Thank you, Stefania. She says, thank you, David. Phoenix13 donated, and he says, TQ David. Penelope, thank you, David. Have a blessed week ahead, sending love and light to all. Diana Moulton, thank you, David. You're a blessing to all of us. Is Levitation coming out? I don't know. I mean, honestly, like, I would love to get that done. And so maybe once we get, if this aerospace company gets funded, and it's not actually this one, one of the things that's really kind of picked up for us is our SM-31. So this is the trainer aircraft, and it can be made with conventional parts. It doesn't require any new breakthroughs, unlike this one, which does, okay? So this is where we have a very, very significant breakthrough on this. And this is one of the ones that we might start going into production with immediately. We're having to go on the road now. We're having to travel to have meetings to get this plane into production. This is probably the one you're going to see first at this point, at least in the initial phase of what we're doing. So it's a very, very exciting time. And again, you know, once I'm self-funded, it's going to be a lot easier to do this and just to not have to worry about anything. I won't have that onus of like, oh my God, I owe money and I have bills to pay, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be something I worked very hard to achieve, and it's going to create a lot of new problems for me as well. Trent Malik says, thanks, David, and hit the like button, everyone. I agree. We got 4,500 people that have stayed right to the bitter end. You're still here at 4 hours and 56 minutes. Jesus has returned, has spoken again. I look exactly like Rudolf Steiner and have many synchronicities. I didn't believe in reincarnation until I saw his picture. Any word on the stock, says Vacapalo. You know, just keep on sending in those emails. We're at a phase right now where I can't talk about that anymore, but it's all good. Everything is good. All right, so without further ado, let's bring it right on home into our global peace meditation. So, I'd like you to close your eyes, put both feet flat on the floor, take a nice deep breath. Let's make sure my head is in focus first. Here we go. And just let yourself relax. Feel that gentleness. Understanding as we breathe deeply that patriarchal structures that have been in place for such a long time, camouflaging themselves, not revealing their true identity. People don't even understand what is happening. That control system, that matrix, that grid that is keeping us in a labyrinth prison is being moved to the side. Expanding your heart space, opening up to the loving, resonant energies of an intelligent, conscious universe. The glory of breathing in pure light, pure awareness. The prana then transforming every cell in your body, bringing you to a state of ecstatic entrancement, activating dormant potentials that lie deep within your DNA, and the opportunity to ride the spiraling tunnels of light, to live life without the fear that so plagues most of those here, feeling that radiance, that glow, the activation of your inner potential, the decimation of that which holds you back from true unity consciousness, the full understanding of what it means to be free, to live your life without the encumbrances of worry and fear. Oh my God, what's going to happen? Oh my God, the headlines, I'm so scared. Letting go of that and moving into trust, moving into understanding, recognition of the true glory of that indwelling presence of infinite love awareness that is what made you and what you always will be. Because nothing and no one can ever take that from you. expanding with your breathing, expanding into this glorious, wonderful awareness. Feeling that moment of resonance, that moment of shimmering clarity, where finally the bizarre randomness starts to take on shape and form and pattern. And you recognize something that you never saw before. A pattern emerges from the chaos. And what you find is awareness. It is the present moment, the omnivorent. The omnivorent. No, we're not going down there. We're just going to stay up here where the presence is nice. That's how far out I got, folks. I lost my train of words. It's not omnivorent. This train of words keeps on bringing us deeper and deeper into the stillness. This fascinating, glowing recognition of the love that has always been present within us. It can never be seen in any other capacity except as truth. The truth becomes self-evident. It bears witness to those who have gone beyond on countless other worlds and become the embodiment of the ascension that we ourselves now seek to understand. And so it is. Amen. Woo, all right, you can wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. We are exactly at the 5-hour mark right now. So this is a perfect time to end the show. I will see you next time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. I'll be back next Sunday with the time and space of the Great Pyramid. See you then.